How can you declare late on the dial? Like, what the fuck? That's not fair.
Well, at least we were more than 7 seconds in before you said swear word.
Oh, dang it! And we just had an entire exercise to try not to do swear words early.
Well, I mean, you did. Yep,
Yeah,
we're
welcome.
here and tired, apparently, even though I slept last night.
Yeah, had still a bit of a rough sleep.
Yeah. My neck still hurts.
I suppose to get things started because we have a few topics, but to get things started as normal, Cree, what have you been up to the last 2 weeks?
Mostly existing. I've been trying to work on the Starfield script for the review. It's almost done. Kinda. Um,
Are you muted by chance? Hold on.
no, I'm not.
Okay,
Why?
because someone in chat was saying if you were trying to say something.
I muted for a second, but I unmuted before I started talking again.
Fair.
Um, this game is so fucking boring that even trying to write the script is putting me to sleep. Like, I just start writing and immediately it's just, God, fuck, I want this to end. ETA on the Starfield review eventually, this month for sure. I I'm probably going to try and spend some time tomorrow recording what I've got. It's pretty much done. God, it's still bugging me that my keybinds are no longer working for muting and unmuting. 1 second. There we go, that's a lot better. Um, yeah. I also watched through The Haunting of Hill House with Pagan, and we're going to talk about it more in a bit, but
Yeah.
it's a great show right up until that final episode. We're talking very solid 8 and 9s out of 10. Episode 6 is probably one of the best episodes of television ever. And then you get to episode 10 and it ruins everything. It's like, oh. Alright.
Yeah, I
So I guess let's just go into Pagan. What have you been up to the last 2 weeks?
watching The Haunting of Hill House.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And is that it? Is that it? Is there nothing else?
Uh I have been watching My Little Pony, so I might do a retrospective review something video eventually on it. Uh made it to season 5, which is the the last decent season before the fall. So, who boy, good suffering coming up soon.
Yeah.
Uh yeah, that's about it.
Oh, so there is something I forgot. My VTuber model is done, and
Yes.
gonna be using it on my next gaming stream on Wednesday. Gonna show off some of the references and a little bit of art I got for the thumbnails. That's pretty much all I have right now. But I will be getting more stuff for it as time goes on, like background starting soon screens, be right back screens, stuff like that.
Yeah. For me, we finished the canon playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3, and I do want to talk about that a little bit. Again, no spoilers or anything like that, but give reference to that. We watched the first Dungeons and Dragons movie, which was so rough, and it literally was it was a generic fantasy script that they slapped Dungeons and Dragons onto. You could tell. And then we watched the second Dungeons and Dragons movie, which was a bit of a weird adventure yesterday because uh, no streaming service or platform had it. So that was like, it was like, oh, that's a good sign, right? No streaming platform wants this on its database ever to sell or anything. It's just not there. The second D&D movie was actually really good, shockingly so. Like the CGI was absolutely terrible. It does not hold up at all. Um, but the story and the characterization was actually really good. We didn't hate anybody that was in the party of our our protagonists. They were all competent, and you actually had proper stakes because a character that we saw that was being competent and was really strong got killed, and like dead, not they're coming back or anything like that. It wasn't a situation like the first movie where Snails dies and everybody was cheering because like, oh, thank God the black guy's dead.
Oh my god.
Well, it's because they wrote him to be the black guy, not like as a character in the setting, but he's the literal annoying, like, don't say that stuff, man, why is that always me, dog, man? And it's like, oh God, please, somebody kill him now, please. See, even your cat agrees. Your cat is begging for mercy just from hearing a recreation of Snails talking. And yes, that's his name, Snails. It's like everything about him was insufferable.
I still genuinely don't know why she does that. It's every day.
She just wants your attention.
Yeah, but I get up, I go to the door, I open it, and she looks at me like, the fuck do you want?
Did I tell you to open the door? No, you need to learn catese. But no, genuinely, it was awful. Everybody that was watching it was cheering the fact that Snails died because it's like, oh, thank God, we don't have to. We have to deal with Snails anymore. Yeah, the dwarf was the best character. Every other character in the party had like intelligence as their dump stat, so they're all stupid. But
I
the
mean,
dwarf was actually genuinely intelligent, which is weird because he's a dwarf fighter.
intelligence being the dump stat is kind of true for the new movie too, but it works.
Yeah, but there, that's part of the point. Here, it wasn't part of the point. It was just they were just being dumb. Uh, yeah. The dwarf unironically was the best, but it was also the question of, okay, so why is the dwarf following them around? Like, why did the dwarf join the party? Huh? They he was living a hobo lifestyle in the streets. Well, actually, not a hobo lifestyle. It would be a bum because hobos travel. But he was living a bum lifestyle in a bunch of garbage, and they followed him, and he just like, I don't know. He was just there with them from then on in the movie for some reason, which is weird. Uh, yeah. But yeah, it's just such a weird fucking thing. And yes, I also played Frictional's original horror game that they made called Penumbra Overture, and it is definitely one of the games of all time. It's not good. It is very not good. Holy cow! And they do really weird things like trying to make you care about a character who all throughout the entire game was lying to you, physically trying to get you killed and hurt you, and yet they want you to care about him because you, well, let's just put it this way. He says he's sorry that he can't continue on and help you anymore and he needs to leave, so he hid himself inside the incinerator and tells you that he has the key on him, and the only way you're getting the key is if you incinerate him so you can put him out of his misery. So you have to listen to him scream as you burn him alive, and then that's, it's like,
Wouldn't
oh,
that
isn't that so
destroy the
emotional?
key as well, though?
Yes. Yeah, don't worry, this game has not thought of anything. It's really bad.
I'll be right back. Continue without me. Pagan, don't get to the good stuff about Hill House, and by that I mean the annoying shit we're going to complain about until I'm
Don't worry.
back.
We won't get there. Um so yeah, so that was rough. We're going to be playing the part 2 of it here on Monday, so tomorrow. What game? A Penumbra Overture, and it is not a good game. And apparently Black Plague is Also, not a good game. And also, people think that there are 3 Penumbra games, but it's actually only 2. They released a DLC that was a standalone DLC to add in more puzzles to Penumbra Black Plague that was very poorly received. The DLC for the puzzles was very poorly received. So yeah.
Yeah,
Um
I can't wait for you to do the second game and and just see the fucking one, just the character interaction you're gonna have with somebody all throughout the game, and then the reveal at the end of the game, which I'm not gonna spoil, but oh my god, you're gonna fucking lose it.
oh boy, I'm looking forward to it cuz yeah, the first game was definitely just oof. It was oof.
Yeah.
So yeah. Um Speaking of weird though, and weirdness, I decided to rewatch the Dungeons and Dragons Honor Among Thieves movie today, just to make sure I'm caught up on everything because it wasn't like Dune or Puss in Boots where I've watched it so many times. I basically got everything memorized. Uh, Here I was like, okay, I'll watch it again just to make sure everything's fresh. And then I noticed that there was some weird audio happening, like some really scuffed line reads and everything, and the music was different. And I was like, what's going on? Because they're all still speaking English. And then I went to the audio tab and I saw that there was an English US, which it wasn't on, an English US description, which is, for blind people. Um English high clarity high, English high clarity medium, and then English Australian, which it was on English Australian by default, and the Australians, geez, I feel sorry for any of you Australians that watched the D&D Honor Among Thieves movie. You got the fucked version, the really bad version of it. Like, man, oh man, like the music was not right. The dialogue was re-recorded because apparently Amazon thinks Australians are dumb, so they won't understand what's being said. It it was so weird. I've never experienced that ever. Like multiple different English versions, and one of them is objectively awful. Like, I have never had that happen before. I was so confused. I was telling Kree, I'm like, I am so confused. I don't know why. Why do you need 5 different English versions of this? I don't know. Yeah, so that was a weird thing we encountered, but it's not the only weird thing that our party has encountered. Pagan encountered something extraordinarily weird with a game he was trying to play.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell this is about. So I decided to update Stalker Anomaly and get Stalker Gamma on top of that because I've been, hearing a lot of good things about it. So I figured, oh, I'll give it a try. Turns out it's a huge mod pack that you have to go onto a Discord server to even get it, and there's like a huge setup that you have to go through, and you have to download like 416 different files and shit. It's ridiculous.
Mm.
Um, Went through all that, took all night, got everything set up and ready. Everything was as it should be. I hit run. The game starts to load. The splash screen comes up, and then I get an error. And it just says sound AL failed to create context. Okay, I don't know what that means. Okay, let me retry this. Exile that. Run. Same thing. And it just keeps doing that over and over and over again. I'm like, well, this is weird. I don't know why this is happening. Let me look this up. Can't find anything about it until I come across one comment, and the dude is just like, oh yeah, just play a YouTube video in your browser and try to run the game while it's playing, and that should fix it. And I'm like, no, there is no way that that's the solution. That makes no sense.
That's the kind
But
of
I try it.
solution, if I read it, I would fucking ignore it unless I had no other choice.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm like, I guess I'll try it, but there's no way that's going to work. I click on a random YouTube video that I have open in one of my tabs. I let it play. I click run. The game launches perfectly. What? How? How does that work?
It reminds
How
me.
does playing a YouTube video in a separate browser cause the game to launch properly.
Full on.
It reminds me of a story I read. I have no idea how true it is. I forget which game it was for, but apparently in the files there's a picture of a pineapple. And if this picture of the pineapple was removed, the game would not run. And
I've heard of that.
no one understood why.
Yeah, I have heard of that. And I think it's because they use it as a base foundation for, like, certain things in the code. Basically, it's like when you're working with code and you're at the start of it and you're like, okay, what's a constant that will always be there? A lot of times it's the frame rate. We're always gonna have 30 FPS, so we're gonna tie everything to that 30 FPS. We're gonna tie the in-game clocks to it. We're gonna tie the physics to it. We're gonna tie the movement speed to it because it's gonna be that constant. And then you forget that you've done that, and eventually new hardware comes out and you're like, hey guys, we can push up to 60 FPS. All right, let's do it. And then everything's suddenly fucked. Like, you go on a ladder and you go flying through the floor when you try to slide down it. Or you try to sit at a bonfire and you're suddenly hovering in the air, or your character bends in half. Because the animation speed were also tied to it.
There's a couple comments in chat here. They're saying that's TF2 and apparently it's false. And someone else said it's TF2 and it was a banana, not a pineapple. And seeing that and hearing what you said about the FPS actually reminds me, I've been playing Team Fortress 2 a lot more lately. One of the servers I played on, there's a map with a ladder on it. You don't normally see ladders in TF2. And I think I know why. Because those ladders are fucking wacky. I touch it and I just fly. It is crazy.
Yeah, I was watching a video where they were talking about how in TF2 the engine just can't handle ladders. Like, you cannot have climbable ladders in TF2. You have to use like step blocks, but like at a really steep angle. But because there's no like smoothing, you just shoot to the top the moment you touch it.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Oh man. Good lord. There's so many different spaghetti codes. Like in that making of the original Halo, there was a fantastic video to describe. There was some crazy person that was like, if a game has bugs in it, it's automatically bad. It's like, okay, well, you're an idiot. Every single game on the planet has bugs. Even old NES games, everything has bugs.
Yeah, that's stupid.
And the problem is, like, you can't fix every bug because some bugs lead to a Hydra problem, where by fixing the bug, you instead actually create like 10, 15 new bugs that all need to be fixed, and they just spiral out of control like that. And one of them was in Halo, and in the making of Halo, they showcase the level Silent Cartographer, where you're in a pelican flying into the beach. And a guy realized as he was going through everything, there is a light source here that shouldn't be here. And he's like, okay, what's this light source doing here? Like, what's this doing here? Well, I mean, it was for lighting the scene and everything like that, but we've got to get rid of that. So he goes to get rid of it, and it breaks everything in the level. It just breaks everything. And then he realizes that this light source was tied in to multiple other things, because this was the starting point for this map, was to start the lighting for whoever started making this. And he's realized, to his horror, what originally was going to be a 30-second, just remove the light source so it doesn't fuck with the cutscene of flying in on the pelicans to attack the beach. Now he's like, okay, well, now I'm going to spend the next 3 days trying to fix this. Great. And that's the kind of shit that happens. Things that seem inconsequential, but they spiral out of control because, and it's not malicious. If somebody doesn't do it to be like, ha ha ha, I'm going to put in this landmine in the code. No, it's just, at the time, you think, oh, well, this is really clever, and we're going to always have this be the same, or whatever, and it happens.
We should grab these super chats and move on to the Hill House discussion. The Haunting of Hill House.
Okay.
but before I do, there was a comment from Tentacle Dude somewhere. Also, is that the VTuber model silhouette? Yes, it is.
Yes, that is
Yeah.
the VTuber model. So
Yep. £5 from Threadnought. Thank you. I have a feeling the EWW Dungeons and Dragons video is going to be an hour of Pagan pausing every second to tell CinemaSins to Harakiri? Good luck, Pagan.
Harakiri.
What?
Harakiri. It's what it's the it's basically like the samurai
Seppuku.
yeah thing. It's
Sudoku.
it's like that. Yeah, Sudoku.
Ah. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to covering CinemaSins and Cinema Wins again. It's always pain. It is always pain.
Yeah.
$10 from
And I was gonna say, and somehow, the positive one, Cinema Wins, is almost always more insufferable than the Sins version, which is just baffling. Even if it's on videos that were like, yeah, no, that was actually a really good movie, and then they'll do a Cinema Wins video, and it's really bad.
Well, the reason that the Cinema Wins videos are so fucking insufferable is, like, especially on the good movies, where you have a lot of easy wins where you could just point out, hey, yeah, this is good, this makes sense. This is a good shot, camera shot, you know? He doesn't talk about anything genuine, he still talks about empty fucking bullshit like, oh, hey, bagpipes, ding! It's... There's a lot of people, like, trust me, I do not like CinemaSins, but there's a lot of people who copy the formula and still don't don't understand what the fuck they're doing. And it's just so irritating that I hate it.
Yeah, I will be right back. 1 second, I need to rinse out this pan.
$10 from Waylay108, thank you. Hey y'all, it was my birthday on the 6th. Oh, happy birthday. And wanted to give y'all some of my birthday money. Hope that today's stream won't be too painful, much love. Oh, well thank you. You don't need to give us your birthday money, you should spend that on something that's gonna make you happy, as opposed to just giving it to people like us. But I do appreciate it, thank you. $5 from Harv3034. Thank you. Cree, upload the backlog episodes, or we call you a furry. Not a threat, a promise. Your threats don't work on me when you fuckers do it all the time anyways.
Yeah, I was about to say, that's not much of a threat. You do that all the time.
I will get
no power here.
Your words have no power here. I will get around to it. I'm very sorry for delaying on that. It's... yeah. £10 from Threadnought, thank you. If a game has bugs in it, it's automatically bad. Now if you enjoyed this video, you can watch this video of me giving a BJ to Todd Howard for his work on Starfield. Oh no. Yeah, I do find it interesting and amusing how hard, like, that game has dropped off in terms of public perception. And it kind of makes me happy that a lot of people are, like, waking up to how bad Bethesda's games are.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm so glad I came back to hear.
Some of the only people left praising it, as far as I've seen, are, like, the real die-hard Bethesda fans and, like, the literal mindless fanboys. The fucking NPCs, mostly.
Yeah. And that's been the most beautiful thing ever, because before this all started, everyone was like talking about how Starfield was going to be amazing and stuff like that, and then like nothing can compete with it, and then some people mentioned that don't worry about not getting Starfield, PlayStation fans. We're gonna be getting Baldur's Gate 3 and everything like that. And everyone's like, oh, Baldur's Gate 3 won't ever compete with Starfield. No one will remember that. Nobody will ever find Baldur's Gate 3. To this day, Baldur's Gate 3 is still getting so many people each day that it's almost like 3 months after release, mind you, of a single-player CRPG. Well, single-player with multiplayer optional, but for the most part, single-player CRPG. And it has its peak daily users is almost still, it was for a long time, because I mean, it had way more users than Starfield ever did, than Starfield's. Like, it's crazy.
I
3
really
months on and still like 250,000 daily users.
I really hope the industry takes a lesson from Baldur's Gate 3 and realizes, oh hey, RPGs actually are still viable. Huh, maybe we should make more.
And I think that's been the most, like, the thing I've been happiest about is seeing all these videos talking about how, like, Baldur's Gate 3 proves BioWare wrong, or Baldur's Gate 3 proves the industry wrong, or Baldur's Gate 3 should be the new standard. And here's why.
Yeah,
Even
it should
that
be.
really, really awful Angry Joe video, that was really bad. I finally got through all of it. It was really bad. But he even gave it a 10 out of 10 for it as a legendary status game.
Okay, yeah,
And
but
it's
a 10 means nothing from him when he also gave
I
Skyrim
know.
a 10.
That's the worst part. That is the worst part.
Because-
is that 10 means nothing when Joe says it. Because
Yeah.
he gives everything a 10.
Yeah, because, like, 10 is the maximum. You're saying Skyrim is as good as Baldur's Gate 3, or Baldur's Gate 3 is as good as Skyrim when they're both a 10.
Yeah.
I don't like that.
Yeah, because clearly Skyrim is, piss water and just pathetic. And then Baldur's Gate 3 is genuinely the best RPG ever made so far. We need the so far there at the end.
No, we don't,
'Cause I'm
because
hoping that
ever
somebody will
made
keep growing.
doesn't, like, predict the future. By default, when you say such and such ever made, it means up to this point.
Yeah. But I guess I just like adding the extra clarity to hammer home that, like, I'm hoping that somebody will actually surpass Baldur's Gate 3 eventually. Like,
Hopefully.
I'm hoping somebody will try to dethrone it. But right now, it is the king of the mountain. It is the one that sits at the top.
Well, hey, Setch, there's always hope for Elder Scrolls 6.
Ah! No. Oh, God.
I'm
no.
so tempted to play that Super Best Friends clip that was posted in our group chat from Twitter.
Yeah, that was so good. I saw that and I was like, I have to share this. The 3 Bs. I only trust the 3 Bs.
You know what?
I would-
Hold on a second. I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna play it for chat. So this is a so Super Best Friends, Matt, Pat, Wooly, and Liam. Back before that whole thing died, unfortunately, they had a bit of a podcast, and someone posted this clip from Twitter. Keep in mind, this clip was posted 2 years ago, and the person who posted it said this old clip from the Super Best Friends podcast literally only gets funnier as time goes on. Here it is.
I remember when I started my old job at THQ, the guy I sat down next to, he said, I have faith in 3 game companies, the 3 Bs, Bethesda, BioWare, and Blizzard. I had to... When was this? Year-wise? 2012 or 11.
What? That's too late! That's too late!
I had to physically turn my head away from him and have a huge grin come across my face as I pretended to look at something and say, yeah, those are pretty strong companies, without laughing my ass off.
Yep.
I like how they start losing their absolute shit at that.
Yep. Just hearing what the 3 Bs were, it's like, oh yeah, that's really bad. but see, Sam, I would have to ask you, what is the best RPG then? Like, I'm sorry, Baldur's Gate 3 is the best RPG ever made. I struggle to think of anything that even comes close to it.
$5 from Just a Guy from Alabama. Thank you. Upload backlog, or I'll personally send my elite meth head hackers to delete all of your tabs. They better fucking not. Membership message for 6 months from Bentastic197. Thank you. Hello, Snakes and Cree. Did I miss much of the cringe, or is this video a bad Acer mold take? It's not an Acer Thorn video today.
No.
In fact, it should be kind of obvious we're not covering him for the fact that he struck my channel twice and is trying to kill it.
Yeah.
Membership message from Bezin for 15 months. Thank you. We should stop calling Kree a furry. It's their word. Polite way to call him is a person of alternate sexual preference. Fucking wow.
C7 says, I would say the best ever is Under Rails or one of the Pathfinder games. You're way wrong. I'm sorry, you're just wrong. Especially not Pathfinder. Holy hell. I love the Pathfinder games. More so Wrath of the Righteous than Kingmaker, but no, not even close. They aren't in the same ballpark.
So, with the super chats out of the way, me and Pagan have a show to talk about.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'll talk about it too, because I've seen it already.
Yeah, you've seen it, but when did you watch it last?
A bit ago.
Yeah. I mean, I know you're still gonna have input, it's just not gonna be as fresh because we literally finished it last night.
Yeah.
But yeah, Haunting of Hill House is a 10-episode Netflix show, loosely based on a book of the same name. And it is a really fucking good show overall. The first 9 episodes are really strong in terms of story and character building. I really like the way it's handled, where it cuts between the past and present, and I suppose we should just go full spoilers with it. The show's been out since 2018. The whole show follows this family who lived in a haunted house one summer, and how it has affected them for the rest of their lives, and in particular, it centers around the suicide of one of these characters, Nell. And we get the first 5 episodes building up each of the kids in order of kind of most skeptical and stable to the ones that believe in the ghosts a lot more and pretty fucking unstable. We get it also actually goes in order of age too, because Steven is the oldest, then Shirley, then Theo, then the twins, who get an episode each, ending with Nell. And like the way they handle a lot of even the jump scares, like this is a show that it has its fair share of jump scares, kinda, but they're mostly handled really well. Like they're very rarely cheap and for no reason. Most times there's a good reason for them happening. It works really well. And as I mentioned earlier, episode 6 is probably one of the best episodes of TV ever. They do a lot of little, like, neat filming tricks, too, where the whole episode isn't one single shot. There's maybe half a dozen cuts in the entire episode, but it's all handled really, really well. And, like, the way they move the characters around, like, there's this one shot where, in the present day, the father arrives at the funeral home, and all his remaining living children are sitting there as adults, and the camera pans around the father, and when it pans back to the kids sitting on the couches and chairs, it's the actors for them as children sitting there, like all in the same spots in similar outfits. And it pans around again, it's all the adults again, and this is all like one shot, and it's really fucking good. And the whole time the show is building up that this house is an evil place. These ghosts are terrible and horrifying. This, you know, a lot of obvious stuff like that. And we get to the finale episode, and what did you think of the finale, Pagan?
Well, I guess I'll just say my reaction when the episode was over. I asked Cree, so the author died and they got an intern to write this, right? Because yeah, that was a really horrible fucking finale. I don't know why the hell they did that.
Yeah.
It completely contradicts like pretty much the entire show.
Yeah. So, the episode 9 essentially ends off with the one son Luke ran off, and he's been a drug addict for years. So they're trying to find him. They're thinking he's run off to go do drugs again. He's currently like 90 days clean, but like he's been clean before for a little while. Then he went back to using. So they're all like, okay, here he fucking goes again. But he's actually off to the haunted house to go fucking burn it down, to destroy it so it can't take anyone else. Which makes sense, honestly. But the father has been hiding, like, how bad this house is and everything for years, to the point that all the kids hate him. And, the reason he's done that, as we find out in episode 10, is to protect their memories of their mother, who went crazy and killed herself there, and so they don't have to like deal with all the ghostliness stuff. Everything is coming to a head, so he eventually has to reveal to the oldest son Steven that no, yeah, the ghosts are real. We get a really cool line of our family is like an unfinished meal to that house, where it's like this house just eats people up essentially and ruins their lives and like destroys them. And then they fuck all that up with the ending. What happens in the ending is the red room that they've been trying to get into for the entire series, at least back in the past before they abandoned the house. It's just been this mysterious room they can never enter, and we find out that I don't know if it's like ghost magic or hallucinations or what, but well, no, it can't be hallucinations because people find things in there and take them out of there, even though it's empty when we see it in, I guess, what could be called the most real or accurate version of the Red Room. But it's Luke's in there as an adult. They're all adults. This is present day. And he's been injected with rat poison, and he somehow survives this. And it's like, what? And the reason this is happening is because the ghost of the mother didn't want her kids to suffer. And she or didn't want them to suffer or die, so to do that she was going to kill them. The ghosts of the house drove her insane, and like this is treated as a bad thing. She's still insane as a ghost. Like she's still like completely off her fucking rocker. And we have this whole big scene where they're going back to this like little tea party thing that the mother, the youngest daughter, one of the twins, a visiting neighbor girl who was sleeping over on the night they escaped, and Luke, because that's, God, I'm doing a really bad job at explaining this. My thoughts are kind of scattered on this right now, but they're trying to present it as, oh, if Luke sits down to the tea party, that's the equivalent of dying, because this is kind of like a near-death vision or whatever, but it's also like ghostly influence. And they're treating it as a bad thing if he does that. Dying is a bad thing. He shouldn't die. He needs to reject this and leave so he can continue to live, and that's what ends up happening. So, even in the episode itself, the final episode, it's saying dying is a bad thing. Then we get to the end of the episode, and we find out that, the father was going to destroy this house after his wife died in it, and she became a ghost, because we can't allow anyone else to die here. We can't allow this house to take anyone else. But the groundskeepers, their child died there. The mother who went crazy of like the main family, she killed this the groundskeeper's daughter, and they didn't want the house to be destroyed because they could still come back to the house to see her now, and that's the only way they could see her. And the very end of the episode, the mother of that girl gets carried back into the house like as she's dying, just in time so she could die and become a ghost in the house, and it's treated as though it's a good thing, because I don't fucking know. It completely undermines the entire rest of the series in the same episode itself.
Yeah, but I mean that's just kind of the problem with the entire last episode in general, is that it undermines the whole rest of the thing, where being dead, regardless of what misery it caused you, is a good thing, but that can't possibly be true because of Broken Neck Girl.
Yeah, the bent neck lady, which is actually Nell. And it's just not consistent, where a lot of the ghosts look fucking half rotted. Their skin is gray, their eyes are milky white, they all look horrible and terrible and spooky and scary. The one episode where Luke goes into the hidden basement with the dumbwaiter. There's like a fucking torso zombie down there, and like it looks like a horrible monster. It tries to fucking grab him. But then the final episode is like, yeah, no, it still shows people like that. But then it also shows like, oh hey, but like these good characters that we're trying to portray this whole death thing as a good thing, they look perfectly fine. The little girl that died there, she never looks like that. The groundskeeper mother spawns in younger than what she is when she dies, and she's got her fucking stillborn babby and her young daughter. They're just preserved perfectly forever.
Oh, and don't forget Hugh dies as an old man and then turns into his young self.
Yeah, he spawns in like the age he was at when they were living there 20 years ago.
Yeah.
It's just stupid, because it's like, so I guess Nell's just fucked. She just, fuck her, right? For all of eternity.
Well, no, because she looks fine again too. It's like, this is one of the frustrating things about it, is the ending seems to imply that, oh yeah, you just look perfectly fine, except when you don't. It's like,
it's
what
completely
the fuck
random.
Because all through, like, when we get to Nell's suicide at the end of episode 5, from that point onward, she looks like a fucking corpse the entire time. She's got the gray skin, her neck is bent, and all of that.
She's just like,
And, well, she does scream, and, like, when we get the jump scare between Theo and Shirley arguing in the car in, like, episode 8, or is that episode 9? She does scream. But, like, she looks horrible the entire time, but then we get to the final episode, and she just looks perfectly fine again. It's like, what?
Mm-hmm.
And there are people that survive this that should not have, under any fucking circumstance.
Particularly Luke.
I'm sorry, he took an entire needle.
Well, we don't know how much was in there, but we can assume that it's probably full. Of rat poison.
You can put a little bit of rat poison directly into your vein.
That's the thing too, is they could have had him be in like a life-threatening situation that he could survive from or could die from without it being rat poison, because like you can't. I'm sorry, you can't survive that.
Yeah.
No amount of I'm gonna walk away from the fucking ghostly tunnel of light type thing is gonna bring you back to life in that situation. That's just fucked.
Yeah.
Yep.
Um,
Like to put it as an equivalent to make it people understand how utterly absurd this is. Imagine if you took a whole thing of hydrochloric acid and you just like dumped it over a guy, fucking RoboCop style, right? And then the guy comes out and he's totally fine later, like he totally survived that. It's like, no, I'm sorry, no, you don't survive.
I also find I don't mind the Red Room changing things for each person until we get to Luke's treehouse, because again, that just doesn't work. People come up through the trap door.
Bez, and I actually want to highlight that message because I distinctly remember the window too, but Bez says survive is a strong word. Remember the small window in the back wall? I think it still is the Red Room, which makes even less sense.
No, he does survive.
I remember there being the window too. I remember it distinctly being there. But Cree showed me that it's not there anymore. There's no small window in the back wall. But somebody did, because I looked into it more, and somebody did say that apparently there was supposed to be, and they put that painting over the small window where it was supposed to be.
I'm just grabbing the image I posted in our chat.
Yeah. I can get to it if you need.
No, I've got it. I'm just resizing it so it could be on screen.
Yeah.
And like, this is the unfortunate thing too, is because the show overall is really, really fucking good. We've got 9 really, really, really fucking strong episodes where, like, it's hard to find any really big problems with them. Like, my biggest problem are small things, like, the pre-credit scene for Theo's episode 3. There's a line of dialogue that's a bit silly where Theo as a kid is in bed and someone gets in the bed behind her and she assumes it's one of her siblings. It's like scared, so they're gonna sleep with her for the night, and they grab her hand, and she starts complaining that they're like squeezing her hand, and then she like looks over and there's no one behind her, so you know it was a spooky ghost. And she kind of looks down at her hand and she's like, whose hand was I holding? It's like, yeah, we didn't need that dialogue. We didn't need that. It's a little bit silly. But like, if that's some of the biggest criticism you could throw against the first 9 episodes, it's like, damn, this is a really good show.
Yep.
Then we get episode 10 that just fucks it all up. And the unfortunate thing about it too is, like, after you've seen the entire show and you rewatch it, the stank from episode 10 permeates through the rest of the show.
Yeah. I remember one of the criticisms I had when we were watching it, or when we were done watching it, was how, which I did expect the final episode to really ramp things up and not be as subtle as the others, but the fucking mold.
Yeah.
The rot in the house was always this kind of like subtle cue that, like, yeah, there's something not right here. This house it's rotten, you know, like entirely. It's corrupted.
Well,
then we get to the end. Go ahead.
It's after we get to the Storm episode in particular where they find out that there's like a mold problem, and the rest of, I shouldn't say the rest, but a large portion of the scenes from the past are them dealing with the mold problem after that, because it's like, how the hell do we have this much mold in the fucking basement when the storm was yesterday? Yeah. And it goes to what Pagan is saying, is like, yeah, it's really showing that this house is rotten to the core, essentially.
Yeah. And then we get to the final episode, and all of a sudden it's like, okay, well now we have mold monsters from fucking Resident Evil 7 walking around, basically.
It does a quite get that bad, but the father tries to get into the red room after Steven walks in and the door closes behind him. And the mold, like, spreads out from the door and, like, covers the father and knocks him out for a few minutes. It's like,
Yeah.
Jesus, that's silly. I'm sorry. That is really fucking silly.
Yeah, it was so goofy.
I will say, thankfully, Bly Manor, which is the follow-up to Hill House, is way better. It doesn't dive headfirst off a cliff into, you know, cement.
Alright, well, I'll see if I can make time to watch that later this month. He's got another show coming out this month, actually, called The Fall of the House of Usher, which is based on an Edgar Allan Poe story. So, that might be neat. I hope it turns out well.
Yeah. Well, Cree, if you would like to put up the poll while I talk about, briefly, I already said that I would do this briefly. I'm going to talk about Baldur's Gate 3 a little bit more, and Starfield, together. They're tangentially connected. But if you'd like to put up the poll, chat, you will get to decide which one of the pains we start with first. Is it going to be the Sin of Win, or is it going to be the... I can't turn that around because the Sins is also terrible. So is it going to be Cinema Sins, or is it going to be Cinema Wins? Which video are we doing first? So you get to decide that, chat.
I'm limited on how many characters I could put in the poll. Dungeons & Dragons is the new one that came out this year. Puss in Boots is the new one that came out this year.
Yeah, well, last year, technically. End of last year.
Okay, whatever.
But yeah, that was the thing I was thinking of, like, what would be... I started thinking about this last night. What would be the best movie of the year for 2023? And I honestly think it'd have to be the Dungeons & Dragons movie. Because I can't think of any other movie this year. Granted, there is a chance with Sound of Freedom. I've heard that's really, really good. I haven't seen it yet, though. But I've heard Sound of Freedom is really good, if incredibly heavy. So, but yeah, I think Dungeons & Dragons wins it this year. Anyways, yeah, so I have just been, like, thoroughly happy that people are, one, and we discussed this a bit, people are waking up to the fact Starfield is dog shit.
Yeah.
Like, and I don't mean just people, I mean normies.
Yeah, there's a lot of normies that are like, yeah, this game sucks. It's like, fucking thank God.
And to give examples, and I'm not saying anything disparaging about these examples, but this is more of the what normie people would watch. Stuff like Josh Strife Hayes, for example. A lot of normies watch Josh Strife Hayes. And he has a video that came out, now it'll have been yesterday, but he has a video that came out very recently, which is Starfield, lots of nothing, and the thumbnail is literally him with a slight red tint to his face, and the word "star failed" over the top of a space helmet.
Nice.
Or a woman in the space helmet. You've got like all these other channels that talk about how it's just terrible, things like CV11 even talked about how Starfield is proof that we need to stop giving Bethesda money. And I'm like, that's fucking fantastic. Like, again, it's spreading out beyond stuff.
General Sam did a video, Buff Pup did a video that we watched yesterday.
Yeah.
Which is pretty funny. Yeah, a lot of people making videos about how this game fucking sucks, and it's great.
Yeah, I don't think Starfield had that much of a honeymoon period. I'm gonna be realistic, guys. I think the majority of people who have the capability of rational thought played it and immediately realized it was shit.
That's the thing too.
Most of the normies also, like, because the drop off for Starfield is insane.
Yeah, like, actually insane, because the honeymoon period for previous Bethesda games, not counting 76, has tended to last a bit longer than this, where, like, for months after Skyrim, people are still crazy about that game. At least 2 or 3 months after Fallout 4, people were still pretty crazy about that game, from what I remember.
Yep. Before the halfway mark of the month it came out in, Starfield already fell off a cliff.
Yeah.
It wasn't even 2 weeks that people were talking about Starfield as this big thing, it fell off dramatically in terms of viewership, in terms of like talking about it on the Twitter space. Other than negative reception has skyrocketed, obviously. But like,
Yeah, it's a
when we're
lower
talking about,
score. It has a lower user score on Steam than Fallout 76.
yeah, it literally, like, Fallout 76 is higher rated than Starfield. Keep that in mind, chat. Because Fallout 76 is terrible.
And this needs to be said, not by critics, by audiences. You can't always trust audience score, but, like,
Yeah.
76 is still not a good game. And I know there's a lot of people who still kind of simp for that game, but Starfield also had its simps too. So the fact that fucking 76 is somehow rated higher than both of them are rated way higher than they should be.
Yeah.
But still, the fact that 76 is higher, fucking oof.
Yep. It is incredible. Like it for me, it's great catharsis because Bethesda have been such a lazy and terrible company for so long. It's finally feels like, oh my god, people are waking up to this company that literally phones it in all the time. Like, it's just all the time. There's another guy named Veritas, not to be, not confused with Project Veritas, but his name is Veritas. He's a pretty decently sized channel. Does lots of Twitch streams. I want to say he's 400,000 subscribers, something like that. So, fairly decent sized channel. And he did a video about how Starfield was bad, but then he got a bunch of pushback on it. So he went back. He's like, "Was I just being too harsh on it?" And then he starts the new video with, "I was wrong. Starfield is way worse than I thought it was." And it's like, damn. Well, you're already starting this good. And his whole point is pointing out the difference between, like, look at Starfield versus look at Baldur's Gate 3. And the Starfield fanboys will say you're not allowed to compare these two games because they're totally different genres. And like that. No. It proclaims to be an RPG. It's going to get measured against another RPG. Get fucked.
I
And one of
want to
his
point
big
out.
examples.
I want to point out quickly. Most times, people make that argument. They're just trying to get you to stop talking bad about the thing they like. Oh, you
Yeah.
can't compare this to something that's better because they're different.
Yeah.
By that standard, everything's different. You can't compare Skyrim to Morrowind because they're very different games.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Like, the only time that's actually an argument that makes sense is, like, if you're comparing Skyrim to fucking Gran Turismo, where it's like, yeah, these games share nothing in common. There's no reason to compare one to the other.
Yeah, exactly. When it's literally apples to oranges, then it's like, okay, what are you doing?
Yeah.
But no, this is terms of RPGs, and one of his big examples was that people don't understand that there is no choice in Starfield. It is but thou must at all times. And his big example that he showed this in was the god awful neon quest that you go on with Walter to get the artifact, to pay for an artifact that was stolen. And he's like, okay, so you have all these things here. And it looks like there are options, but actually try to pick those options and see what happens. And you will be constantly denied and thwarted and pushed back in a different direction. I'm currently talking about a channel called Veritas. He's not perfect at it and everything. He doesn't understand subjectivity versus objectivity very well, which is funny because he actually uses a lot of objective measures in his video, but he's one of those people that he doesn't proclaim to be somebody who understands objectivity versus subjectivity. And he's showing all these examples. He's doing long form content showing examples of his work, which is why long form content is always superior, because you can actually make a claim and then back up your fucking claim. Yeah, the dude that plays Tarkov and the sword game as well. Yes, that dude. He did a video about Starfield and Baldur's Gate 3 and how Baldur's Gate 3 is like this once in a generation video game, and Starfield is literally just Bethesda phoning it the fuck in. And he does give Bethesda too much credit. I would argue that he needs to go back and actually play Skyrim and everything like that again, and really think about what he said about Starfield, and he'll probably see the cracks were always there. But yeah, he actually does a really good job going through. And though he says he's not into objective critique or anything, he does it, and he does it rather well, honestly. But anyways, back to the Neon Quest. Like, there are options in here, like, as you can see, we're in control of the security. As you can see, we hold all the cards here, we hold the money, blah blah blah. Or you could try to reach for the artifact, to steal the artifact. Lunge for the artifact, grab it, and run out of the room is what I believe almost what the thing says word for word. The other one is draw your weapon and attack the buyer to claim the artifact. And if you try it, it's like, okay, those all sound like different options. One of them is talking one through, one of them is intimidating them, one of them is trying to grab and run, and the other is literally just, all right, well, we don't need you anymore, execute this fucker. Try to actually pick the options. If you intimidate, Walter literally just cycles back into his normal dialogue you would have gotten if you just had the normal conversation with him. If you try to grab the artifact, the main character, the guy who stole it, he freaks out and says, "What the hell are you trying to do? You trying to rob me?" And then you sit back there and Walter goes into his dialogue he would have got from the first two options. And then if you try to attack him, so you draw your weapon, you're going to blow the guy away, Walter goes, no, 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 that's not what we do here. Look, listen, my friend here is jumpy. Why don't you just take the money and we all go our separate ways? And the guy doesn't have any other reaction to it. He's just like, yeah, okay, I'll take the regular thing and we can part ways. Like, there is no choice. None of the options do anything different. There is one choice. One option. That's all Bethesda wrote. That's all Bethesda could be bothered to write. Get fucked. And then on the flip side, he goes to Baldur's Gate 3. And just how small mundane choices build up into these catastrophic consequences or boons later on all throughout the fucking game, through all 3 acts of the game. Like, stuff you wouldn't even expect. And there was even a video I saw that that was incredibly fucking clever. Where if you're playing in co-op with another person, and you talk to this gnome, this deep gnome, who's freaking out, and she's gonna light some explosives off, killing herself and your entire party and everything like that because she wants you to go away. So go away. If you're talking to her and thus distracting her, another player can sneak up behind her and grab the barrel of explosives and pull it away. And then if you tell her in your dialogue, all confident and cocky, go ahead and do it, see what happens. And she turns to light the barrel, instead of it being a cutscene where it just explodes, nothing explodes because the barrel was there, and the cutscene should have been there. She actually freaks out. She's like, "You took the barrel! You cheated!" And she gets all pissed off at you, and you've just completely got an entirely different outcome because you had a second player sneak in while you were talking to her and steal the barrel she was holding the torch to.
Sounds like she got gnomed.
No, she did. She did get gnomed. But it's shit like that. That's fucking incredible. It is genuinely like, my god, that level of interactivity and being able to think outside the box, even to the point of like stuff you wouldn't expect that they would have thought of. Like the fact that Astarion is a vampire. And they're subtle clues, and they get less subtle until eventually he tries to bite you in your sleep, and then you realize he is a vampire. But there are all kinds of subtle things, like
Still can't fucking believe the last time I played I got fucking vampire AIDS because I tried to mute myself.
Yes. Yep. But Veritas even pointed out, like, so he was putting all these clues together, and he's like, wait a minute, I saw there was a mirror in this one building. And he's like, there's no way the developers thought of this. And that's what a lot of people have said, like Pat from, what's that thing called? Pat's the big rotund guy who Pat Stares at Games, I think is the name of his channel.
Oh yeah, Pat from Super Best Friends.
Yes. And he has that new podcast that he's on, and he's talking about like the number of times he has had there's no way they thought of that and yet been proven wrong, that the developers did think of that, has been crazy. And Veritas had the same situation. It was like, okay, I'm going to switch to Asterion and I'm going to interact with the mirror, because it's just be an interaction thing. Like maybe Asterion will talk about the mirror, but Asterion looks at the mirror and he goes, "Ha! I don't need a reflection to know that I look perfect." And that is what cinched it for him. He's like, "Oh my god." Because if you keep interacting with the mirror, Asterion keeps talking about like nope, still can't see myself.
I also like how his reaction's like, yeah, I don't need a mirror. I know I look fucking good.
Yeah.
I love some of his dialogue is so good. That video going around where he gets blasted by the sunlight cannon or whatever.
Yes!
The dialogue with that is so good. It's
And
so
again,
good.
He doesn't have to die there at all either. Like you can make it all the way out and he'll be fine. But if he happens to like not make it out of the massive orbital like solar powered bombardment cannon, then he and you go to Withers and you revive him because you can't get to his body. His body is no longer attainable anymore. It is gone. You go back to Withers. He looks at you and he freaks the fuck out and starts screaming at you like, the next time we're gonna activate a fucking super weapon, you're gonna be the one that stays behind, not me. And you have the option to tell him, well, I thought the tadpole protected you from sunlight. And
Mm-hmm.
his eyes go wide and he gets so fucking mad and he gets right up in your face and starts screaming. He goes, I'm pretty sure the tadpole's limited when it comes to the entire force of the fucking sun.
Yeah, he's like, he so what he says is something along the lines of, well, I guess the tadpole's like resistance to the sun tends to go anywhere from a nice sunny day and the concentrated force of the fucking sun.
Oh, and it's just so great. And there's all kinds of dialogue like that. Like there are literally YouTube videos of like how do different companions react when you kill them and then bring them back to life. And Gale has some of the funniest fucking dialogue if you kill him, and then his astral projection pops up. His projection comes up to explain the intricate detail of how to actually revive him properly. And you revive him, and he talks about, I was like, okay, now that bit of unpleasantness is out of the way, can we please get on to the matters at hand? And you actually have the option where your character just smiles and draws their weapon again, and he's like, oh no, for the love of Mistress. he has like 5 different lines of dialogue for being killed 5 times and revived in a row. And it's all kinds of stuff like that. It's incredibly amazing.
Yeah, it is so good. I love all the clips I've seen of like the dialogue and interactions between the characters and stuff. It's so good.
It's spoilery, but there is a character later in the game who starts with the letter M, who has some of the best dialogue in the game because the character is stupid. Like they are awfully stupidly good. I think that should be his new like alignment. The thing is chaotically stupidly good. And holy shit, it is funny as fuck. And there's just the amount of dialogues that happen. There are great YouTube videos showing people at the circus, and when the clown asks you to come up on stage, you can send one of your companions instead. People at first thought Asterion had the best one, because his whole thing of like when he saw the clown at first, he's like, I fucking hate clowns. I'm terrified of clowns. And you could tell him to go up on stage, and he's like, Yes, great. The crowd is looking at me. Yes, and he leans over to you and he says, "I'm gonna fucking kill you when this is over." So people thought that was the best one. No, Minthara has the best one by far because she's a drow, and you go up to watch the clown, and she literally says, like, the moment she sees the clown, she's like, "Say the word, and the funny clown man will die." And then if you send her up on stage, she's like, "Why does everybody think that I'm the funny one? Like, oh yes, haha, Minthara, you're the funny one." And one of your other companions can talk about how she went to a wedding with a drider, and she's like, "I really liked that. It was a good webbing." And it's like, oh, you're doing a pun, really? It's just so fucking, like, it's just so great. Or, hell, talking to all the characters, Popper is one of the best characters in the game, and you only get to meet him in Act 3, and he's just a merchant. But he has some of the funniest fucking dialogue in the entire game. Like, when you go up to him, first off, he'll introduce himself. If he doesn't know what species you are, if you're just a human or a half elf or things like that, he'll call you a hobgoblin because he doesn't really care. But if you're a certain species, he does care a lot. Like if you're a dragonborn, he's like, "Oh, a scaly one. Yes, want a treato?" Oh, sorry, a scaly one. Hungry lizard. Want a treato? And if you ask him, "Don't worry, I only take things from dead people. I is nice." Well, how often do you loot corpses? "Oh, all the time. The other day, the beast ate a kiddo, and I got a bunch of good stuff. The circus is totally safe. There is nothing to worry about. Yes."
I'm also going to end the poll right now because we've got 65 votes. I don't think we're going to be getting much more. Cinema Sins Dungeons & Dragons wins. We're going to be doing that video first. Then we'll finish off with Cinema wins Puss in Boots: The Last Wish.
Yes. Okay. That should be a dire... It's going to be a dire video regardless, but yeah.
Yeah. Creed wanted 69 votes. Yes, I want the funny meme number.
The funny meme vote.
You have all failed me. Time to commit seppuku.
Well, no, he got it. You got it. Poll complete. 69 votes.
It said 64. Oh.
Yeah, it is actually 69 votes.
That's weird, because on screen it was saying 64 or 65. Okay, you didn't fail me. I guess I don't have to commit suicide yet.
Yeah, we got the funny number.
Yeah.
Nice.
Nice.
Seriously, though, all the kobolds in Baldur's Gate 3 though are hilarious. Like genuinely fantastic. And like when you kill the clown and you go talk to Popper about how he's like, "Oh, funny clown man is dead. So sad. Why don't you have a treato? It will make you feel better." And you're like, "That's very cynical." And he's like, "Why? I die, you die, we all die. Big wolf, have a treato." It's just like, oh my god. They're all adorable. And especially the fact that there's a hidden weapon in Baldur's Gate 3 that is it's just perfect. It's so thematically perfect. You will find a bunch of drunken kobolds that are in the monastery, and you don't have to fight any of them. You can sneak through and get past all the kobolds. But if you pay attention to the environment, you'll notice some of the barrels are like belching and hiccuping and stuff like that, or have weird noises coming from them. And you can steal those barrels. And then later on, you can throw those barrels at people, and a drunken kobold will roll out of the remains of the barrel and look around and go, and actually pull out their knife and try to shank whoever's next to them. Because they think they're being attacked. So you have pocket kobolds. You could throw kobold barrels at people and bring out your pocket kobolds to attack like little fucking Pokemon.
Chat successfully puts in 69 votes. Owl and sword emote, not today, old friend. Well, maybe today, old friend, because we're covering Cinema Sins and Cinema Wins.
Yeah.
Should we move on to that?
Yeah, I think so. I think the point has been made about everything too. Let's let's move on to the video. As much as I don't want to, we might as well.
Yes, today. Not tomorrow, today.
Yeah, I feel like this is gonna be incredibly painful, especially the Cinema Sins video on Dungeons & Dragons, Honor Among Thieves. I think this is gonna be really bad.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we've covered, actually, I think this is going to be our second time covering Cinema Wins. We've only covered them on the, what's it called? The, Dune movie. And it took us a lot longer to get through Sins than Wins, but Wins was still way more fucking insufferable.
Yeah, because, as Chris said, when, like, the Dune movie, haha, bagpipes, ding, that's
Yeah.
a win. And it's like, you don't want to talk about how it's thematically appropriate to them, or how, like, it sets up a good leitmotif to listen out for the rest of the movie. None of that stuff? No, it's just, bagpipes. Wow. Jeez.
Yeah. So, are you guys ready?
As I'll ever be.
Yeah.
Beginning your Dungeons & Dragons movie in the wastelands of rural Wyoming, which is pretty much just Wyoming.
How is that a fucking sin? They're in Icewind Dale, you fuck.
Because it's a funny haha joke.
Also, they skipped the entire thing. I guess it's not really a sin, but they skipped up the entire thing. It was a great Jurassic Park reference.
Yeah,
God.
if he didn't skip it, he would have dinged it, though.
Fair. Unfortunately, he probably would have been like, copying Jurassic Park, ding.
Yeah.
But
Ripping
no,
off
it was
a better
a great
film.
They
Doctor,
have two, in fact.
turn off my cringe inhibitors. I'm going all in. Already I wish for death. I regret it already. Yep, it's already pain.
Seems pretty effective for your bipedal prisoners, but what happens if you need to secure a centaur convict or a locatha? What then, Warden?
What?
How would it not work for them as well? Again, you would just anchor them in different spots. Like, he's anchored. You could just do the same thing with a centaur, or even the Yuan-Ti, which we see in the fucking prison cell here, right before them. They're literally, like, right next to one.
Yeah,
And for
there's
anyone that
no
doesn't
sense.
know the nerdy stuff, Yuan-Ti is the snake. Like, it's
There's-
the snake person. Like, he's literally a snake body and everything.
there's no reason to assume it wouldn't work on anyone else.
Yeah, I don't know, like, that's insanity. Of course it would work on other people.
The fuck? Does he not know that centaurs have the upper torso of a person? You could just put slap cuffs on them from there and then just walk them along the fucking rail.
Or even the horse body. Just get a big cuff that goes around the torso of the horse body.
Yeah, I'd assume they would have different, like, things to secure different kinds of prisoners when they have a variety of body shapes like that.
Yeah. And obviously it works because we see different types of prisoners here. Like, I think that was one of the best things, not only for a little bit of fan service of seeing a Yuan-Ti there, but also the fact that they have one, so clearly the system works. If it didn't work, they wouldn't be there.
Also, if it didn't work, you think they would have other options. Like, surely they do, we just don't get to see them because we only see them bring in a single prisoner.
Oh, and that's my thing. It's like, if they have hands, there you go.
Yeah.
So long as they have hands, that's all you need. And it's like, yeah, you just slap the cuffs on them, and there you go. And from what I could tell, most of the races, no matter what they are, have hands.
Yeah.
Just slap the fucking cuffs on them. What, they're a bird? Okay, well, they still have hands. Slap the cuffs on them, they can't fly away now. There you go.
Yeah. or even hook a harness around their wings. Like, Jesus. Again,
God,
this
what a
isn't
dumb-
a problem that's not been solved.
Yeah.
No cells. Never shared one with a female.
Pausing it just in case of copyright.
Okay.
Think I'm gonna like it.
Bad guys always got to be rapists.
I'm gonna do this without.
That
It's not okay. It's not the fact that he's a rapist. Again, she could totally be willing and down for it as well. That's not the point. The point is that he's a male prisoner who's been in the prison system for who knows how long, and now he actually gets to be in a cell with a female? Oh God. You got to imagine that instead of jerking it each night, he's thinking, I'm going to be getting me some. Right? Again, he doesn't try to, like, he doesn't grab her or anything like that. He tries to sweet talk her into it. And of course they skip that whole thing because that would, negate his point. The fact that he's actually trying to woo her.
Wait, was he just sending it for bad guy being a bad guy? It seems so.
Yes.
Yeah. It also doesn't work because he says every bad guy has to be a rapist. It's like, okay, well, we see other male bad guys in this film and they're not rapists.
Yeah, and and our two protagonists here are bad guys, technically. Like, they are thieves. They are criminals. But and the movie doesn't diminish that. In fact, they get in big trouble because of that.
That's a modern criticism that really bugs the fuck out of me that a lot of media gets, where you'll get, usually it's some fucking loser on Twitter who's like, oh, this character in a movie is doing something that I don't know, triggers me or whatever. It's like, yeah, he's a bad guy. Bad guys tend to do bad things. Like,
Yeah.
Most movies, TV shows, video games, or whatever else, when they portray, like, a bad guy murdering an innocent person or, like, raping someone or something, they're not endorsing those things. They're done specifically to show that, yeah, this guy is evil and these actions are evil.
Yeah. It's one of those crazy things, like if I had a character. No, I do have a character that does that. Was a different thing. Okay, so if there's a character who hypothetically is a mass murdering psychopath and everything like that, and he falls in love with some underage boy or whatever, like that, and it's like, oh, he's also a pedophile. It's like, he was never a good guy to begin with. Why is that now suddenly it's the problem? It wasn't a problem when he killed all those people and murdered a bunch of people and did horrible things to them? That wasn't the problem? Like, he's not a good person. I don't know what to tell you. He's a bad person that does bad things. Where in any of that was he being endorsed? Was the lifestyle like, oh, he's really good lifestyle? It's like, what?
People did with Berserk and made me mad. Yeah, I've seen people on Twitter start bitching about Berserk a bunch of times over the past couple of years.
Yep. I
Where,
was just about to bring that up.
Yeah.
like, people not understanding that those things are portrayed to be bad for, like, a reason is kind of insane to me. Like, yeah, they're meant to be bad. They're portrayed to be bad. You have bad people doing them, and it doesn't endorse those actions, but then people freak out about it, like, oh, the story has this thing, it's glorifying it. No!
It's this weird thing where the criminals are the good guys. They want, like, very, very small, like, surface dip or toe into it. People that make rioters and looters, they're like, oh, they're actually good people and you need to learn their backstory. No, they're fucking criminals. I'm sorry, that's all there is to it. They're just criminals. They're just bad people doing bad things. There is no, like, subjectivity here.
The enemy of targets everywhere.
There's a mitten.
If this movie doesn't pay off the reason why he's so good at or interested in knitting, I will riot.
They literally show he's not.
Yeah. Again, they don't even say he's good at knitting. He even admits he's not good at knitting. That's why he's going to turn into a mitten. And when he gives it to his daughter, she literally says, "What's this?" Because she can't even tell what the hell they're supposed to be.
Adding it right.
Jonathan is on the council this time. He's an Aarakocra.
We am thy freighter, purple monkey dishwasher, for darkest the...
I'm partially pausing for copyright, but what the fuck?
He's trying to say nonsense speak, right? Because of the whole Aarakocra thing.
God, this is already turning out to be way more insufferable than I thought it was. Like, it's literally, oh, you said a made-up word in your fictional fantasy setting where, obviously...
Where it's the name of a fucking species, yeah.
Yeah. Like, if... The guy he's talking about here is a fucking Birdman. Like, what are you gonna call a Birdman race in your fictional thing? Are you just gonna call him Birdman? So you don't get fucking stupid shit like this? No.
Here, what's great is that if you know Dungeons & Dragons, sorry, Forgotten Realms in particular, because it's set in the Forgotten Realms, if you know Forgotten Realms lore, then you know what an Aarakocra is. If you don't, it doesn't matter because you've got this mystery to it. If somebody comes in from the outside and you don't know what that is, it's like, ooh, well, that's interesting. What makes that special? And then when you see him, it's like, oh, he's a bird person.
Mm-hmm.
But again, this isn't like technobabble nonsense. It's the name of their species.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also,
I actually really like that they don't just straight up outright say what he is to the audience. Like, you know, they say Aarakocra, and then they're like, "That's Birdman for all you unintellectuals out there, uneducated people out there."
Yeah.
They don't say that. You just find out naturally later when he shows up, and it's like, oh, that's an Aarakocra. Okay.
Just like they never say Dragonborn, and I know people are like, "Oh, Dragonborn is very." It's what people colloquially called them. They actually have their own name for their race, but everybody calls them Dragonborn because they look like fucking dragons. They look like dragon people.
I've also got two things to say. Comment from Bucks Fox Scoot in chat. If it wasn't a name, he would also complain. Yes, if they literally said, "Oh, it's Birdman," he would complain that, hey, fantasy creature doesn't have a fantasy race name. Ding!
Yep.
Like, it's one of those things where there's no winning for the movie. It's just him dinging to get his dings in.
Yep.
The other thing is, he's acting like this is fucking weird, when just a minute ago he mentioned centaurs and... What was the other thing? The
yeah.
It was like Etha something, whatever. Like, okay, so saying that thing for your video is fine, but they say Aarakocra or whatever, it's like
Aarakocra.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Then he just goes into gibberish mode.
Yep.
Harvest.
This is the second year of incarceration for the crimes of grand larceny and skullduggery.
Criminal record doesn't include the super cool crime of burglarson.
Pausing again because of...
the original names of it were called.
Yeah, I'm sorry. This just shows how stupid he is. Skullduggery is a real fucking word. That's something that people...
Yeah, that's an actual crime you could have committed.
Yeah, that's not a fantasy thing. That's just straight up what it was called back in the day.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Holy shit.
What is skullduggery?
As far as I know, it's general rowdiness and basically disturbing the...
Oh.
Let me make absolutely sure. Underhanded or unscrupulous behavior, trickery. There you go. So yeah, it's a disturbance of normalcy. Basically committing fraud, being a trickster, a con man. You're upsetting the normal balance of things.
Chancellor Jonathan was delayed by the storm. You may begin.
Hold up. Why weren't the rest of you delayed by this same storm? This council doesn't live in the...
What if they arrived early? What if, you know, like some of them showed up sooner and later? What if this isn't the only members of the council? What if there are multiple different councils and they rotate out? Because there's, as we've seen, a lot of fucking prisoners here. You saw the establishing shot of them looking up at the top of the prison, um, and you see tons and tons of floors which have multiple cells on them, and yet they're already doing 3 to a cell. Pretty good indicator that this place might be full of fucking convicts. Like, do you think that, like, maybe they'll have multiple hearings from different groups here? Like, some of them show up early and then they leave, and other people come so they can get through all of them.
Yeah, who's to say the storm didn't show up, like right as they got here, and then, yeah, so because Jonathan wasn't here yet, he's getting fucking holed up by the storm because they got here slightly earlier than he did.
Yeah.
This also isn't even counting, like, maybe he lives farther away, and that's why he got caught in the storm.
Yeah, because, again, we're going to see one of these spoiler alert, we're going to see one of these council members over in Neverwinter, which is a really long distance away from Icewind Dale.
Yep.
No, we do see the council member again?
Yes, we do.
You see the gnome council member. Again, she's the one that tells the guards of Neverwinter that she thinks she spotted some of the convicts that escaped. That's why the guards are breaking into the room when she's trying to get in the painting.
Fucking gnomes.
Also, is it shown that he came with, like... Does it show how Jonathan got there? Because for all we know, he flies in, doesn't he? Like, he could have flown here?
Yeah, we don't know. We don't know how he got here. It doesn't show if he took a carriage ride or not, but they do make mention that he's most... our two protagonists here make mention that he's the most vulnerable to the cold. So it's very likely he wouldn't have flown.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I was gonna say, if he flew here, then, it's like, that's also a problem because, trying to fly through a storm is a lot harder than taking a wagon through a storm.
Mm.
I should start by giving you some context.
Oh no! Is the whole movie going to be a flashback?
No, what? No!
No.
God damn it.
No, it's literally not. We get the explanation for why he's here in prison. That's it.
Yeah, and why he did all this.
This is also one of the reasons I kind of hate... Well, not kinda. One of the reasons I hate cinema sins is because arbitrary things are made out to be bad, when it's like, there's nothing actually wrong with this, though.
Yeah. In fact, this was a great way to do a fucking exposition dump of somebody's backstory. This is a fantastic way to do it. Like, hey, he's before the parole board, and he wants to give some context to his actions that can maybe explain things away a bit. And, like, hey, I didn't want to become a thief. I just did it because we were desperate, and it felt like the last option we had. And by going through this to explain that he was a Harper, he was a good guy, he was on the good team, he was just like you council members and everything. He was working for the good of the people. But that part of the oath where they ask nothing in return, and so nobody gives Harpers anything, and he felt like he was chafing under the lifestyle, and so he had a moment... Well, it's revealed he had a moment of weakness, and that caused his wife to die. And from that point, he spiraled deeper and deeper.
Yeah. But, like, my problem is how many people take cinema sins seriously. And you could have, like, the effect this might have on people, whether it's actual writers and directors in Hollywood, because they are aware of this channel. I've heard of videos and stuff mentioning them before. Or, like, up-and-coming people, where they see something like that, where it's like, oh, hey, a backstory, ding, and that might cause someone to be like, I was gonna put a flashback here near the start of my thing to explain something, but maybe I shouldn't.
Yeah.
It's like, no, having a flashback is fine as long as it's done well, as long as everything makes sense. I mean, we were just talking about Hill House. Literally half that show is flashbacks.
Yep.
Well, I shouldn't say literally. It's probably like a 35 to 40% ratio against the rest of the show that's flashback. But you know what I mean. Like, there's a very large chunk of that show that's flashback, and it's handled exceptionally well.
Mm-hmm.
How did Zia have enough time to hide the baby when the Red Wizards attacked? And if they knew where Ed lived,
You probably saw them coming forward because look at this motherfucker. He's flaunting the fact he's a red wizard. They're all have themselves exposed because normal people don't get in red wizard's way. So yeah, she probably hid the baby the moment she saw them and then got away from the child to try to give it its best chance of surviving a red wizard's wrath. Good God, that was hard to say.
Yeah. There's also the chance that maybe they weren't able to get through the door instantly, and it actually took them a few seconds to get through. That would give her enough time to put the baby in there and step away.
Yeah, because it's obviously a secret compartment. It looks like the wall.
Also, surely they knew he had a young daughter, right? No, not necessarily.
Yeah.
Yeah, why would they know that? Again, what gets explained later is that there's a trace on the treasure. That is, the trace on it only gives you a location. It doesn't tell you everything about the person. Look, he didn't even remember who it was. He didn't even remember, like, okay, who took it. All he knows is that his treasure was stolen, and it's there. So he's gonna kill whoever's there.
Yep.
daughter, right? Did they not even look for the baby? I know they're evil death-worshipping garbage, but we don't tolerate leaving a job.
They're not death worshipping either. But again, that just gets into the whole problem with most people don't understand what Fae is. Even people that play D&D have a problem because of perception bias. They think they know what Fae is, but it's not.
I'm not even sure if this point is worth responding to, because we've already covered they probably don't even know that he has a kid.
Yeah, they don't even know who the hell took the treasure. They just know that the treasure's there. Again, the treasure that has traces on it, because lots of dragons do it too, they don't know who the hell took it or has it. They're just gonna go to where the treasure is, and whoever happens to be the unfortunate son of a bitch holding on to their treasure is gonna fucking die.
Yeah, also they probably don't have time to ransack the entire fucking house looking for a child. It's like they killed the wife, and they probably have limited time to be here before the guards show up. Probably best to just leave.
Yeah, or the Harpers. Because that's the assumption I would make if I was a Red Wizard, that one of the Harpers took some stuff. So, hey, we're gonna go to the treasure, grab my treasure, kill whoever's there, and then bail. Because, guess what? There's probably other Harpers there. Because it's probably a Harper that took it when I first got captured.
Yeah. Yeah, it's almost certainly a hit-and-run job.
Yeah, so it's just done, this fucking point of, oh, why didn't you just stick around to ransack the place looking for the baby that you probably didn't even know was here?
Yeah.
I
Oh
do.
my God.
I do appreciate his want of child murder, though. Based.
Yep. But I love this thing, but we don't tolerate leaving a job half-finished around here. It's like, you're CinemaSins. You're known for half-assing and being lazy with all of your work. Like, I'm sorry. That's what you're known for.
CinemaSins, when the antagonist isn't omniscient, it doesn't immediately know exactly what to do.
Yeah.
Yep.
Who sins for half-assing 2 jobs instead of whole-assing 1 job? Well, I'm glad
Oh,
to
fuck
not see
off.
a bunch of black umbrellas at this funeral. I'm still gonna be distracted wondering.
Pausing again because of copyright. I don't know how he gets away with showing clips this long, too, by the way. Because, like...
Tons of channels do, and I don't know how.
Yeah, because if you show more than, like, 5 seconds, you usually get hit.
Yeah, which is fucking insufferable.
Yeah.
No, YouTube has a list. We've known this for a long time. They have their select YouTubers that they will grant exceptions to just because they're like the big money makers and they're family friendly and shit like that. Like Markiplier, he's definitely one of them.
Yeah.
Fluid is needed to keep a corpse burning during a torrential downpour.
That does
okay,
not look like torrential
this-
downpour.
This is also a land where magic exists, and again, it's not a hard stretch, considering the wife was just killed by a red wizard, and specifically the red wizard's blade, that for a funeral ceremony, they could cast an ever-burning flame or something, okay? Or the fact that they have ever-burning torches. In fact, in this very scene, granted, they don't call it out, but it's not a hard stretch of the imagination for somebody that doesn't know the setting to realize, like, hey, yeah, like, it just works. Like, there's probably magic that allows them to do this.
You don't even need to use magic. There are ways to burn stuff in the rain. Like it's just a thing where civilizations for a very long time have been able to burn stuff in the rain by using, like, what's it called? Not tar, but like, shit, what's it called? Fuck.
I think I know what you're getting at, but
I can't remember what it's called.
yeah, it's the pitch.
Yeah, pitch. Yeah, they would use pitch, and that shit would burn through water. Like, it didn't matter if it got rained on; it would still continue to burn. If they covered this in pitch and the wood was dry when they put it on, there's nothing wrong with it. It would burn through the rain.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, I want to say it again. This is not a torrential downpour. It's just rain. Torrential downpour is a lot heavier than this.
Yep.
Yeah, and you would literally be able to see the wind in the rain itself, which I think looks really cool in massive rainstorms. Is when it's raining that hard, but you can also see like the waves of the wind itself in the rain, because you see how the rain moves.
There was one day at my old job years ago. I used to ride my bike back and forth to my old job, and one day there was a crazy torrential downpour where, like, it was raining so heavily that it literally blinded me. Like, getting water in my eyes, I could not see. I had to put my safety glasses on out of my backpack that I use at work to, like, even be able to see a little bit, and even then I could barely see. And I forget what the circumstance was exactly, but I was going down the sidewalk and I went onto the grass for some reason, and visibility was so reduced that I almost ran into a street sign and barely fucking missed it. And, like, I was going really fast too on my bike. And
my brain immediately started thinking to all those video clips of people walking into, like, street signs, like, unintentionally. Just hear that donk.
No, it would have been a lot worse than that, though, because, like I said, I was on my bike and I was going pretty fast.
Yeah.
When I say bike, I mean bicycle, obviously. But yeah, that's a torrential downpour. This, what we're seeing on screen, would have been absolute nothing compared to that.
Yeah.
Yep.
This is the kind of weather I unironically do like going out in rainstorms like this.
Oh, dude, I fucking love the rain.
Yeah.
I love when it's a
Especially that
warm rain.
smell. The smell of rain is just so.
People,
It's rare, but when we get warm rain, oh, it's so nice just to be able to walk out there, and it's just like, oh, it's just so good. I love warm rain. It's so rare, but I love it.
Yeah.
people look at me like I'm crazy when I say this, but I don't really like clear skies, sunny days. I like cloudy days, rainy days, snowy days. I love the fuck out of them.
Yep, me too. Well, I like foggy days the most just because it's so eerie.
Yes. 100%.
Especially if it's thick pea soup fog. Like, oh. It's like you open up your front door and you can barely see to the road and it's just like, yes.
Someone said it in chat, I kind of had to.
Yeah, I saw.
That's the kind of rain I don't like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I guess I will say, to be fair to Cinema Sins, like, he's not known for knowing like anything about history or how things actually function. and stuff, which is a fault. He should learn that, but at least he's consistent in that he's an idiot. He doesn't know these things. Granted, I can't talk that much because I forgot what skullduggery was and thought it was disturbance of the peace. And I should know better.
Repair the damage from a red wizard's blade.
This isn't actually true. A level 17 cleric has access to one level 9 spell slot, which could be used.
Pausing because of footage.
It's incorrect again. They made it specifically so that the Red Wizard's blade gets around the idea of true resurrection, gets around the idea of all other concepts of healing the injury, because it's Fae, and obviously Fae would try to do that. Hey, we want an enemy. If we kill an enemy, we want them to stay dead, right?
Honestly, in a world with resurrection, yeah, you would absolutely come up with ways to make sure people stay fucking dead.
Yeah, like, I don't want this person to be able to come back. But then on the counter side, one of Faye's neighbors then came up with the Tablet of Reawakening, which is to directly counter the Red Wizard's blade. Like, one for one, that is specifically what they did. They don't really highlight that it was one of Faye's neighbors, but you can put together that that's who did it. But in actual canon, in the lore for this movie and canon of this movie, they created the Red Wizard's Blade specifically to stop true resurrection and the ability to bring people back. Then one of Faye's neighbors realized what happens, and through lots of study, created the Tablets of Reawakening so that they could get around the magic, the necrotic magics that the Red Wizard's Blade uses to actually bring people back. And yes, Faye is... What people don't understand is everybody else has wizards too. Faye, for whatever reason, Ed Greenwood won't say the reason why, but for whatever reason, the nation of Faye has an insanely high number of wizards. Like, ludicrously so. To the point where the Red Wizards will actually check every single child in the nation if they have the gift. Because there are so many that do. And it's not just so that they can train them to be Red Wizards, it's so they can keep tabs on potential rivals. Because who's going to dethrone the Red Wizards of Thay except another wizard? So, you know, they want to make sure that all the wizards and sorcerers and everything like that in Thay are kept track of. Because Thay has a lot of them, and being in Thay boosts their power quite significantly, and no one knows for sure why, except Ed Greenwood. Ed Greenwood knows why, but he won't say why. And yeah, it's just oof.
Yeah.
So it's not beyond their potential for the Red Wizards, especially the Red Wizards now led by an Archlich. It's not beyond their potential to make a blade specifically to stop true resurrection.
Yeah, so he's just wrong. He's just assuming shit.
Yeah. Plus, you got to think of the material costs of what true resurrection is. Magic has a cost in Forgotten Realms. Everything you do has a cost. A lot of them are material components. Like, you sacrifice set values of material components in order to cast certain spells. Resurrection spells are insanely expensive. Like, absurdly so. To the point where you do need a high-level cleric to be able to do it, but then you also are going to need so many material costs and everything to actually pull them back that only the nobility are going to have the remote capability to actually pull this off. Or incredibly, like, successful adventuring parties.
Also,
so yeah, as Magnus here says, also true resurrection is so ungodly expensive that it's literally impossible for anyone but the richest people on the planet, and even then, only if they have servants too loyal to pocket 25,000 gold pieces. Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy expensive.
Yeah. Also, who's to say that the movie could just change that part? It's not uncommon for films to adapt the source material to tell a story the way they want to.
I will say, though, that this movie already said it will stay in canon with Dungeons and Dragons, Forgotten Realms, and Ed Greenwood himself has also said that this movie is canon to Forgotten Realms. So
That's
everything we see in this
fine.
movie is canon too.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just saying to give this movie a sin because, oh, well,
Yep.
that's technically not true because the source material says, and it's like sometimes movies have to adapt stuff and change things. As long as it's not a big issue, it's not a problem. It's fine. Sometimes changes need to be made for the sake of the story.
Yeah, there are changes here too, like the way sending stones work. Sending stones don't don't work the way they do in this film, where they're kind of like radios. But it works for a joke. For it's a good bit, and it does allow them to remain in contact for a thing that they literally could have sent as a sending stone message. To be fair, like it would have been fine.
God, how much you want to bet he's going to ding that?
I mean, we'll see.
And undo the damage of a red wizard's blade. However, since this isn't a film sin, but is instead a D&D lore sin, we won't place it on the regular sin counter. We will instead add a second sin counter for Dungeons & Dragons specific sins.
When Zia
That is
died-
okay. No. That does not work. Again, it's because you don't know how true resurrection works. Also, you think that level 17 clerics and above are incredibly common. That's not fucking true. Again, level 12 is kind of like when you get to level 12 in Dungeons and Dragons, you're insanely powerful. Like, you are incredibly powerful. When you go above that, that's when you start getting into ridiculousness. So level 17 of anything, a level 17 sorcerer, a level 17 wizard, a level 17 bard, we're talking about legends. You are legends walking around the world. And plus, that's where if you've ever been a DM or you've ever been in campaigns that go past the level 12 limit, and you play the end game campaigns, they are so fucking absurd. Like because at that point you really should be starting to fight gods and things like that. Like you're in totally new levels of power. Like you're on first name basis with a lot of deities, and you're just fighting all kinds of like nonsense that is so beyond what anyone else could do. Fucking I watched a really fantastic D&D group that went to fight, and it wasn't even a god itself. It was just the an avatar of Kurtlemak. And Kurtlemak is the god of kobolds. And they were fighting the avatar of Kurtlemak, but he wasn't fully out. He just had his two hands out, sticking out, and they were fighting him, and they could hear him like yelling at him like, come here, you little shits," and trying to grab him and stuff like that. Just his hands alone, like for each round, if he flicked them, would do like 100+ damage. It's like, Jesus Christ, you are in like insane levels of power scale. And this is Kurtlemak, who isn't like a major deity or anything. He's a lesser deity, but he's just the god of kobolds. And my god, the party fighting him was not only funny because again kobolds can be very amusing, but just the concept of them fighting just two hands sticking up out of lava trying to grab at them, be like, where are you little shits? I know you're around here somewhere. There you are, you little.
Hmm.
And Elminster is a level 36 or 38 character. Yeah, when you go past level 20 and you get into the epic destinies thing, like Jesus Christ.
My devotion to my oath.
Not really much of an oath then, was it? Holy shit, they're overcooking.
Okay, that's kind of the point. Was that? Yeah, he also didn't stick to his oath before this, and that's what kind of caused this problem. so he wasn't taking his oath as seriously as he should have. Like, it's kind of a plot point in the movie. And that he really doesn't think too much of oaths, even though he really, really should.
The heat.
We are entirely capable of deciding your case without Jonathan.
Really? Seems like a full 1/4 or 1/5 of your court is missing under mysterious circumstances.
It's
It's
not mysterious. It was
It's
also
one, it's not
Storm.
mysterious, and two, it's one person out of 4.
Yeah.
You don't need the 4th guy. You just don't.
And guess what? If all 3 of them agree, then by virtue of majority vote, guess what's going to happen? If only 2 of them agree, well, then your only other outcome is that either Jonathan will agree, and then it's a majority, or he'll disagree, and therefore, you're kind of stuck in a stalemate anyway. Like, again, it's not a big deal that one of them isn't there, especially if they're only there to just come to the conclusion of, hey, are you ready for parole or not? Can we let you out? Can we pardon you for your crime?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why they had the paladin be the one to talk about oaths. It's how paladins function. Yeah. Dude, the paladin is one of my favorite characters in this movie because he is a DMPC. And for people who don't know what that is, it's the dungeon master player character. So it's when the dungeon master gets involved because either they need to get things back on track or they need to explain some things. So you have a certain character that might tag along with the party for a while, but this character is also way more competent and stronger than the party is. And just oof. Like, the paladin is so good in this movie.
Got a question.
Yeah.
When they decided to make this movie, did they actually, like, run a full campaign and, like, just use that to base the story on?
No. But it was 2 big D&D nerds that worked on this project. And they would get help from Ed Greenwood himself in roundabout ways, and sometimes in really funny ways, too. Because, like, I remember he said which actor it was. I think it was the actor for Zenk, specifically, that actually called Ed Greenwood in, like, the middle of the night and asked him. And Zenk was obviously a little tipsy. I shouldn't say it was Zenk. Yeah, I should say one of the actors was a little tipsy. And they were like, "What's Dungeons and Dragons? What is it? Can you explain it to us?" And they would just have those little things like that where they would send an email to him or something like that, or they would ask him questions, and like they would call up and ask us a simple question, and they did little things like that so that they didn't technically have to credit him as an advisor for the thing, and he's fine with that. He even jokes about it. He jokes about it. The only person that they had that they said was an advisory on this is a person that's also dead, so that they can't sue them.
Oh my god.
Yeah, because a lot of problems happen where an advisor to a project will try to get more money out of said project by trying to like weasel and wheel and deal and stuff like that. So he's like, so they did credit one of the people that they talked to, but it's a person that also unfortunately passed away before the movie fully came out. And they're like, so he got to keep his name in the credits because they weren't at risk of him suing them. Yeah, that should also show you how fucked Hollywood is. Look, and again, I don't blame the people that made this movie because the situation is just fucked in general. Ed Greenwood, I think they should have credited him still because he's a pretty chill guy. And I think if they knew more about him, like him in particular, like the fact that he gave Wizards of the Coast the Forgotten Realms, he gave Wizards of the Coast Faerun, and like for literally, I think basically nothing, but they weren't allowed to do that, so they gave him like a pittance because he said he didn't really want anything. And his whole reasoning was because his setting is so good that he wants to see more stories in the setting, and now he gets to actually be somebody who gets to experience stories in his setting without knowing everything. And I'm like, that's pretty fucking cool. Ed Greenwood is just a chill guy in general. He's a really, really sweet guy. But yeah. And it's just funny because he talked about it in his Gen Con panel about he would get like random messages and emails like that, and it was the creators trying to ask him things.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah. So I think they should have credited him because he's not the kind of guy that would have, then try to weasel on them and try to get more out of them.
You realize that what separates you from what you've always wanted can be as thin as a pane of glass.
Ha! Buddy, I wish a pane of glass was all that separated me from a private box and season tickets to the Nashville Predators. But there's also security. Like,
gonna pause again. I know he's slowing it down, and that's probably gonna help, but just in case.
Yeah.
there should have been for that amulet of invisibility you just stole. No shopkeeper would have that sitting in a window. Do you know how rare it is? Just a ring of invisibility is listed as legendary, so I don't buy a small shop even having this item, let alone it.
Okay, so the shop may not be aware, because here's the thing about magical items. They don't stand out like a sore thumb to everybody, okay?
Yeah, it's not like...
Normies...
It's not like Morrowind, where enchanted items literally fucking reflect everything around them and glow. They're just normal items that look the same as any other item.
Like, again, if you're a low-level character, you can often get into that trap where you'll take a ring because you think it's, like, going to be a magic item and it looks interesting and impressive, and it's like, oh, no, it's just a ring. Oh. Okay. Yeah. So this literally could just be this shop didn't identify their inventory properly, and hey, lucky for our protagonist, they actually stole a necklace of invisibility. Again, likely the shop had no idea. I mean, Besant's also fair. Some do the whole glowing and like reflecting everything around them, but they're usually cursed. So usually interacting with them is a very bad thing.
Go grab this. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, even people that have like sensitivity to the weave, so they can kind of feel when something's magical, they won't know what it is until they spend time trying to identify what it is. So, like, we even saw that in the old Dungeons and Dragons movie, the second one, Wrath of the Dragon God. When she got a ring, she didn't know what it was at first. She said she had to sit there and kind of, like, try to identify it. And I was like, it's going to take me a little bit, but I'll try and figure this out.
I'm gonna grab some super chats quickly.
Yeah.
Membership message from Desilonawi02. Thank you. Hi lads, bad news, I lost my job. Good news, I'm returning to the army as an artilleryman. K9 Thunder and AHS Crabs, I'm coming. Sorry you lost your job.
Yeah, that sucks. But hey, hopefully you'll have a good career as an artilleryman. Especially if you liked it beforehand.
10 pounds from Threadnought, thank you. Hearing Creed's suffering makes me happy. I think, therefore I'll give money to someone who makes me happy. Here, Creed. Now go watch something that can only be described as truly awful. Well, we're kind of doing that now.
Yeah.
5 pounds from Threadnought. Again, thank you. Skyrim's honeymoon period has been going so long it's still being bought and played in vanilla by people who bought it back on original release. Skyrim's constant re-releases is something that'll never stop bugging me.
Yeah.
Like, no other game got away with that, or could get away with that, really, and, it's like, Skyrim? Really? $2 from Ambrose O'Leary. Thank you. NASA punk. God, I fucking hate that phrase so much. It's called cassette futurism, Todd. Yeah, they could have used something less dumb than NASA Punk. $2 from Harv3034. Thank you. Is the horse asleep?
No.
But he is very tired.
The mouth itself. Yeah.
Tired? Yes. Asleep? No.
You may be wondering how we could carry on this criminal lifestyle with a young girl at home. Well, we didn't leave her at home.
Including your child in your heist, aka begging child services to give you a visit.
Yes.
Child services doesn't fucking exist in Faerun, you dumb bastard.
Also,
Yeah,
they're thieves. I don't think they care that much about fucking
It's
taking her with them.
it's another like obvious joke. It's just a really bad one. And like I know we've talked about this before, but this is what's so frustrating about this channel. The real criticisms are terrible, and then the jokes are also fucking terrible.
Yeah.
I know humor is subjective, but oh hey, you're taking your kid on heist. Child services is going to get them in this fantasy land. It's like, yeah,
Who
okay.
unironically thinks that's funny? You know what I mean? Like, who got a chuckle out of that?
Yeah.
I fear for your sense of humor if you think that's funny.
Yeah. Yep. Yes? How is that a ding?
Yeah. What the fuck?
Yes, we were thieves. Stealing. Ding. It's like... Yeah, he's saying they're thieves. What do you think thieves do?
I didn't even hear that. I heard like half a second of music, then it paused again.
Ah, here you go.
This criminal lifestyle with a young girl at home. Well, we didn't leave her at home.
Including your child in your heist, aka
Pausing again because of copyright, just quickly.
begging child services to give you a visit.
Yes, we were thieves.
Stealing.
See? That's it. That's all it was. It's like, yeah, what do you think thief means?
Yeah, that's
Like-
beyond stupid. What the fuck?
So if we're gonna look at cinema sins as a thing that exists, like just based on the name alone, it's like, okay, these are flaws in movies, problems with movies. We're calling it a sin because it's a bad thing, because that's kind of what sin means. So if a character in your movie is a thief, ding, that's a bad thing.
Yeah, that also calls themselves a thief.
It's like, but what if you want to do a story about a character who steals things? Like, there's
No.
a lot of movies, games, TV shows, books that are all about the premise of, hey, you know what? I'm going to take that thing, and I don't care who fucking owns it. I want it, I'm going to take it. And a lot of those stories end up being pretty good.
God. I just thought of a horrible, horrible joke to what you said, Creed.
What?
Oh, what else are you gonna call somebody who goes around and takes things that aren't theirs in books and movies, stuff like that? And I go, a young scholar.
What?
Oh shit. Oh, have you not heard that? You're not allowed to say a black person anymore. It has to be young scholar.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I wasn't.
They all had the potential, don't you know?
I wasn't referring to Neverwinter's Target getting looted.
Yeah, I know, but that was the really bad joke that came in my head when you were talking about, what do we call someone who takes things that aren't there?
The IRS?
Yes. Also, someone mentioned Director X in chat. I kind of want to do a little bit of a tangent. Have you guys heard of this new Robin Hood show?
I have, but more so, well, one, it looks like shit, but more so, what I have heard of is the director, like, having a racist meltdown.
Yeah, from what I've heard, the show is dog shit. Just complete garbage. People are rating it poorly because of that, and he's saying it's being review bombed by racists. If someone talks about it on Twitter in a negative way, he starts to call them out. He's gone after Az. He's gone after Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers. Az put out a video the other day talking about how he was going to have a one-on-one chat in private with this guy, and then decided against it because this guy had been doing a lot of things that seemed very disingenuous to Az. And he's like, yeah, I'm not even... This isn't worth it.
Yeah.
And yeah, I don't know much about the show aside from what I heard on a little bit of a stream I listened to the other day. I think it was Drinker's Open Bar. And Disparu was talking about how the show is terrible, but it's one of the best unintentional comedies he's ever seen. I saw a clip from Jay Longboat on Twitter where, like, for some reason there's a bunch of cops in the school, and like this mother character says something, they turn around and shoot her for some reason. It's a modern day Robin Hood that takes place in Canada for some reason, where Robin Hood is a black girl, and it looks really fucking cringe from what I've seen. The most memorable thing about it I've heard is apparently Robin Hood is such a slut, she has a condom jar that gets filled regularly.
Ugh.
Yeah.
God, this reeks of that fucking Watchmen remake. I can smell bleach.
Today! Not tomorrow, today!
This is kind of more of a thing. We don't have to talk about it on stream, but that 4chan post I just put, ooh, yeah, they're noticing some patterns from a recent event.
I'll have to look at that later.
Yeah. Same.
Abandoning the woman who took both you and your daughter in during your time of greatest need.
What the fuck was he going to do when his only person who could counter the spell Time Stop says he can't counter it? The hell is he going to do?
Yeah.
Also, they skipped one of my favorite jokes when they shoved Jonathan out of the window with them, and the Dragonborn looks up. He's like, "But we accepted your pardon."
Yeah, I love that.
And it's just like, oh, because it was so fitting for a low intelligence bard and a barbarian. Because, you know, why would you spec into intelligence as a bard? You're a charisma class. Go up high charisma. Why would you spec into intelligence as a barbarian? You're a strength class. Go high strength. Seriously, when a bard and a barbarian are left to their own devices, shenanigans are going to fucking happen.
God, it is funny though that, like, if they had just waited a few seconds longer, they would have known that they were gonna get let go.
Yeah.
Ugh.
It's even better. It works on multiple levels because the only way they would have ever gotten to Jonathan to begin with is if the panel had finished, right? Because we see that in the end of the movie. Because Jonathan would have been behind the panel and would have been safe, protected. They couldn't have grabbed him and pulled him all the way there. There's no way. So it's only because he was delayed by the storm was Jonathan able to be in a position to be grabbed so that they could shove him out the window with themselves on him. But also that because he was delayed, they didn't hear the reading of the sentence that would have given them their pardon. Like, again, the setup and payoff works so fucking well in this movie. And also, the fact that this entire escape sequence is a setup for a later attempted escape that doesn't work because, again, the people aren't stupid. They're actually competent guards and everything. So they fucking bricked up that window. They're like, okay, well, it was a nice feature, and then we realized it was actually an escape hazard now because we had an Aarakocra on our panel. So yeah, we're just breaking up that fucking window.
for our Cockra to use their flight speed, they cannot be wearing medium or heavy armor. And I'd argue carrying 2 people would certainly...
Okay, flight speed, not flight. Their flight speed. Don't try to rules lawyer this fucking shit. He's just flying. He's not flying at maximum velocity, his exact fly speed in a single round, which is 6 seconds, you dumb fuck. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's so fucking stupid, especially when they only need to use him as a parachute to get down.
Yeah.
What
Like,
an
he
idiot.
only starts flying at the very end to pull up from them all splattering, and then he tries to set down and flips and sends them all sprawling.
Did none of the prison guards give chase? Surely they'd have horses or sled dogs that could run Ed and Holga down, right?
Okay, yeah, they're in the middle of nowhere. Where are you going to stable your horses and feed and stuff for all of your animals and everything like that at this prison?
Also, there was a storm. There was apparently a really bad storm, so if they run into that, yeah, they're running into a blizzard. It's going to be hard to see them.
Yeah.
Even with horses, it doesn't mean you're going to find them.
Yeah, and I personally wouldn't have animal stuff there. Like, it's a frozen wasteland. If they made it out in fucking Icewind Dale, good luck to you. We're gonna go look for Jonathan. That's it. we're gonna make sure the counselor's safe. You two numbskulls that managed to escape. Fuck it. Good luck.
Yeah.
If you do manage to make it to the mainland, we're already sending out your wanted posters everywhere. So have fun.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like, at that point, you're more likely to find corpses than you are anything else.
Yeah. And we see it's a long fucking journey.
Yeah.
It reminds
Like,
me.
even this establishing shot right here of it going from Icewind Dale all the way down, you realize it's a long fucking way.
It reminds me of a story I heard about during World War II. Some German prisoners were held in Canada, in like northern Canada, somewhat, and like they were barely guarded because it's like, yeah, there's miles upon miles upon miles of dense forest here, and like the closest town is like several days walk away. You want to leave? Go ahead. We don't care that much.
It'd be like the same thing if we had a prison camp in Alaska, right?
Yeah.
And in the northern parts of Alaska, and it'd just be like, oh, these are all like really like just fences and stuff like that. We could all just climb these fences, like, yeah, and then walk out into the snow with the wolves and the polar bears and everything like that. Not to mention the fact that it's regularly below sub-zero in the middle of the day. Yeah, good luck.
Yeah, honestly, honestly, the middle of the Arctic or Antarctic is the best place to put a fucking prison where you don't want people escaping, because it's like, yeah, where are you gonna go?
Yeah,
you
with
want
less
to
supply.
you want to escape? Go ahead, the door is open. I wish you luck.
Yeah, and then you'll be one less person we have to give a fuck about and feed.
Yeah, that would be really dumb. Yeah, enjoy fighting the megafauna. I'm sure they'll have fun. Yeah, say hi to the nearest moose and fucking grizzly bear that you see. I'm sure they'll be very happy to see you.
Yeah. As Bezin also puts it, also dragons. White dragons love Icewind Dale. Yep. I mean, it's literally like their preferred environment. Icewind Dale is like perfect for white dragons.
Chase? Surely they'd have horses or sled dogs that could run Ed and Holga down, right? They're in the middle of nowhere and should have been relatively easy to recapture. I thought...
No. See, the problem is you're thinking that they would want to bother trying to recapture them. Again, they're in the middle of fucking nowhere. It's more likely that those two idiots are going to be dead. Which is also why the panel was more flabbergasted that they were trying to escape, because it's like, where are you going to go? And they were more concerned about Jonathan than they were about those two. That's why the Dragonborn called out and said, "But we approved your pardon." like we would have transported you back to civilization. Because, again, they all think that they're just going to their deaths. And, hey, in case they do survive, well, we're going to send out all of their bounties and everything.
You'll feel it. Did you check and make sure those horses belong to rich people?
Motherfucker, they are in a life or death situation here.
Yeah,
Okay.
it doesn't matter.
They weren't in a life or death situation before. That's why they could pick and choose their targets. God, I hate the fact that he split it to a D&D sin counter because he doesn't understand mechanics of D&D or what he's actually witnessing on screen.
Yeah, I wouldn't even mind the split counter if it was someone who is like, maybe not even expert level, but someone extremely, extremely familiar with the setting and the rules and how everything works, as opposed to, yeah, this is just some fucking weirdo who makes terrible videos, who knows some vague things about the setting, but not really.
Yeah, if it was like a D&D centric channel, I could understand it, but the fact that it's CinemaSins, it's like, no, no, fuck off.
Ed Greenwood actually has done this, like the top 5 problems with the D&D Honor Among Thieves movies, but his are specifically because of certain things like wild shaping into an owlbear. It's not actually possible, but it's going to be in the future, so he gives that kind of a pass. He's like, you shouldn't be able to wild shape into an owlbear, but it's the direction they're going because owlbears are kind of iconic. So little slap on the wrist for that. But being able to wild shape that many times, it's a big no-no in Dungeons & Dragons. But it was in service of the plot and story for this particular thing needed to happen. So you could imagine a DM that allows this sort of thing to continue the narrative going forward because the party does need to know about the vault and everything. So again, he talks about the problems that the movie has, but he's also explaining like this is where you can see this going. Being able to turn into an owlbear is very likely going to happen in the new things. Wild shaping too much, well, that was a necessity for the plot. But one of the things that he's most critical of is that Edgin, is a bard who doesn't bard. He's like, bards are a class that can cast magics. They can actually use the weave and everything. But he just doesn't. He doesn't bard.
That was the thing I noticed, and I thought was very strange how he's supposed to be a bard, but then he never does any bard things other than like distractions. And it's like, why does he not do anything?
Apparently it's more explained in other material, but as we've said, you shouldn't have outside material explain something for you. You need to explain the movie why he doesn't do bard thing.
They're a bunch of casuals trying to pretend they know what they're talking about. They think it makes them look credible, and to those who don't know better, it might. Well, yeah, because if you don't know anything about the Dungeons & Dragons setting, or if you know very little, like me, and then he does that whole, oh, but True Resurrection and a level 17 cleric can outdo the Red Wizard's Blade. It's like, that, to someone who doesn't know the setting well, that sounds like it could be legit.
Yeah.
Because, like, when I first saw that, I didn't know, like, oh, like, does it? Because I don't know the setting. But then Setch came in and explained why that's retarded.
Yes. Like, even just from the feasibility thing of the expense cost of it, like, oh, we're just going to save Harper's wife for, a diamond that literally could pay for an entire kingdom. Yeah, we'll get right on that, Edgin.
Robbed a poor rural village of 2 valuable, hard-working animals.
So we take a boat down to Baldur's Gate.
Should I orgasm now? I feel the mention of a popular game series is intended to make me orgasm.
It's the name of a location, you fucking dickhead.
Yeah, and it also does happen to be a popular game series. Fine, whatever. But you know what? if they would have said any of the Sword Coast major cities, like if they would have said Waterdeep, if they would have said Neverwinter off the bat, like again, these would have been stuff that people that like Faerun, they like the Sword Coast, they know this setting. Yeah, that's gonna make people go like, "Ooh, I like it. I like it." I was happy to hear about Baldur's Gate.
Yeah.
I would have been just as happy if they mentioned they went to Waterdeep, but it does make more sense based off him saying that Ford would stick to the Sword Coast, that they would go to the southernmost Sword Coast and go to Baldur's Gate and then take a ship to the north, because Ford likes cities. So your major cities on the way are going to be Baldur's Gate, Waterdeep, and Neverwinter. Because the Sword Coast is aptly named because there's not really a way to land on the Sword Coast except for 3 specific areas, which happen to be why these cities tend to be really well off. Baldur's Gate kind of less so. Baldur's Gate's kind of a shithole of a city in comparison to Waterdeep and Neverwinter. Neverwinter is the jewel of the Sword Coast. But Baldur's Gate is still a big city, a big, thriving city. Even though it is very much a shithole. Oh, I forgot Luskin. You're right, I did forget Luskin.
See, one of the things I'm thinking about right now is early on in Baldur's Gate 3, a lot of characters mention Baldur's Gate. And
yeah.
It would be like doing a video similar to Cinema Wins, and then every time someone mentions Baldur's Gate, just do title drop, ding. It's like, it's a place in the world, though. Like, it makes sense for them to talk about it like this.
Yeah. And guess, like, even more interesting was the city wasn't originally called Baldur's Gate. It gained the name Baldur's Gate because Baldurin, after his first expedition, when he came back with a lot of money, he commissioned the building of a wall around the city to protect it because he loved the city so much. And the main gate to get into the city was then named after him. It was named Baldur's Gate. Well, eventually, the name Baldur's Gate, because it was your way to get in the city, sort of supplanted the name of the city. It's kind of like how you have the city of London and the city called London, and they're 2 different things, but one has supplanted the other, because London grew up around the city actually called London. So he was Baldur's gatekeeper. Oh, God. No, but that would be something else. Hilariously, Elminster actually calls out Volothamp on that as well, because Volothamp wrote a guide to Baldur's Gate, and Elminster can't stand Volo. Volo pisses Elminster off something fierce, but he's not allowed to destroy Volo because Volo is a weave anchor. So he can't destroy Volo. But he will constantly try to correct the record and tell Volo to stop telling people certain things because it's getting them killed. Like in Volothamp's guide to Baldur's Gate, he mentions that Baldur's Gate is actually a dragon that's alive and will totally eat you. And Elminster just has a note of just like, stop telling people Baldur's Gate is a fucking dragon, please. just stop it. Hilariously, though, it actually turns out that he's kind of right. And I love that about Volothamp, is that Elminster does the things to correct the record, but also to hide secrets because he doesn't want, like, everybody knowing certain things. But I love the fact that Volo is technically, through a tangential connection, correct.
What if he doesn't want to talk to you?
It's not about what he wants.
Seeing as a conversation requires 2 people to consent to communication, it is at least a little about what he wants, Holga.
No, it isn't. Again, she could talk at him the entire time and still get closure. She doesn't need him to say anything. She just needs to be there to see him. I don't remember what the name was before. Ed Greenwood explained that the city was called something entirely different beforehand, and he does give the name, but I can't remember what the name is, because Baldur's Gate has just become so synonymous with the city itself.
They're too big for your face.
What? Thinking absolutely anything at all is wrong with Chris Pine's face. Holy sh!
Okay, terrible joke.
Yeah.
I actually
Also,
like
this-
that the whole thing of him being like, wait, what's wrong with my face? What's wrong with my lip?
Also, this is a dumb joke, too.
Yeah.
To Prometheus volcano.
It's just referencing something and be like, ding.
This is even worse. This next one is even worse. I don't know if you're... Yeah, volcano was added in post. Okay, so...
I'm pretty sure a lot of things were added in post. Like,
Yeah. Like, how is
most
that
of
a
the
sin?
visual effects.
How is it a sin? They're just showing them going along the Sword Coast.
No, castle was added in post. Entire.
Are you
Seriously?
fucking serious? It's literally just the movie exists. Sin.
Yeah.
Well, do you expect
Didn't
him
build
to...
that volcano from scratch. Ding. I know. What the...
Do you expect him to build an entire fantasy city and castle, like, on location?
I will tell you
The
one
fuck?
thing though. If a movie actually decides to budget that out and really does that and allows people to live there after the filming's done, based, like, holy shit. What the, like, why? Why did you do that? I don't know. We just wanted to do it, and we wanted to leave a natural mark on the world and history. So, you know, now other people can live there. I'd just be like, that's fucking based. Holy shit. What? Why you did it? I don't know. You're a bunch of madmen, but damn.
God, with how this video's going, I'm half expecting him to be like, well, this fantasy creature is, you know, fucking edited in post. It's not even real. It's like, are you
Yeah.
fucking serious? Like, are you just retarded? Like, actually just Down syndrome levels retarded?
We get to the scene with the displacer, and he just... Panthers do not actually have warping
legs.
tentacle things. Ding.
Panthers don't actually have 6 legs. Another ding.
Panthers can't actually project a, not a hologram, but an illusory copy of themselves. Ding. It's like... do you have mental problems?
Yeah.
Oh my god, how much you want to bet he's gonna do some...
He's going to do something retarded with them. I'm not looking forward to it.
No,
And with
I'm
the
thinking
mimic,
of
for
the...
sure.
I'm thinking of something else. Somehow I get the feeling he's gonna be so retarded, he's gonna accuse the movie of stealing from Skyrim.
Oh,
probably.
God.
Like, the fucking cat thing. He's literally just gonna be like, oh, that's literally just a Khajiit, just called something else. And it's like, I'm pretty sure they came first.
I guarantee he's going to say Khajiit at that part.
Yes.
Yeah.
And yes, the Tabaxi did come before the Khajiit.
Like, when you said stealing from Skyrim, the thing that popped into my head, oh, this movie has a dragon in it. Skyrim invented dragons. Ding.
Yeah,
Like, that's too retarded for him to actually do. But, like, that's just what popped into my head. Well, actually, I say that with the screen we're paused on. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
So, two things in chat. Bezin said, what I was talking about was a Larian move. And for anyone that doesn't know, Larian Studios took over an old keep from a castle and made that their headquarters. And then they will actually rent out old medieval castles and churches and renovate them. They'll literally help pay for the renovations to keep them up and running for tradition. And will set all of their like live events and panels and discussions inside said castle. In fact, the last panel from Hell, they rented out and helped renovate an entire castle, brought everybody into the castle, had an old medieval feast inside the cathedral there, or the church there, and then allowed them to roam around the castle as they wanted, so they could explore the castle and everything and take pictures. And they had computers set up in all different kinds of rooms and stuff so that people could play the game while they were there. And then they had in the grand hall where the lord and lady of this castle would meet and greet. So they had the dais and everything, which is where Larian sat, and they laid out chairs for everybody so they could come to the panel if they so wanted, and they could talk with them. And that was the last panel from Hell before the game release.
That sounds awesome, but it also just... I can't help my mind going to certain places when I hear stuff like that, where it's like, oh, these are real castles, so, like, peasants scrub these floors, people fucking fought and died here. These walls were meant to keep people out who wanted to kill the people inside, and here we are 1,000 years later, and people are playing video games in that same room.
Yeah.
Like, people got fucking butchered in here, and like, yeah, this is the video game room now.
Yeah. At least it's not been, like, destroyed and paved over.
Yeah. No, I agree with that. I just find the sort of contrast funny.
Yeah. Lion Beam has asked a couple times. They haven't been spamming it, but because they've asked other stuff too. But asked a couple times. Lion Beam, what would you guys be as a D&D party? I'm Sorcerer, always. I'm very much an advocate of Sorcerer supremacy.
Are my options the same that are in the game, or are there more classes?
There are more classes. Some of them are pretty fucking cheesy, like the Artificer, which basically magic guns.
Ah.
But just stick with the ones that are in Baldur's Gate 3. How about that?
I don't know. I guess I might. See, it depends. A lot of it depends on how I'm feeling in the moment. I'm not the kind of person to usually just pick one solid class and stick to it for stuff like that. Like, okay, something like Morrowind, I usually go with a similar build every time. If we're talking about something more intricate like D&D, man, I don't know. Because, like I said, it kind of depends how I'm feeling at the time. I might go, like, rogue, because I like sneaky, stabby things sometimes in games.
Yeah.
I'm also saying this imagining a video game, even though he probably means a tabletop, so...
Well, either or. Like, just imagine, like, what would you want to be in real life? Like, if you could live in this setting, what would your class be? What would you, like, profession? What would you go for?
I'm not sure. See, that's the thing. I love the idea of fantasy settings, and I think it would be cool to live in one of these worlds until you remember all the, like, horrible monsters and magic and, like, how fucking easy it's going to be to die in some cases. It's like, I'm not sure I would actually want to be here.
I'd be... like, if I could pick what race too, yeah, it'd obviously be Dragonborn Sorcerer. 100%.
God, putting that real life element into it, I really don't know.
What about you, Pagan? What are you thinking? While we let Cree hum and haw things over a bit.
I'll be honest, I was looking at something else.
Wow.
Wow. All right, Pagan. Here, listen. What D&D class, and we can throw in race as well, would you want to be in if you lived in Dungeons & Dragons universe? If you lived in the Faerun Forgotten Realms universe?
Jeez. Oh. I feel like a half-elf would be, like, the coziest. Like, you would have...
Not a full elf?
I don't know. I feel like if you were a half-elf, half-elf, you would... You'd have better, for lack of a better word, stats than a normal human, but you would also fit in more.
Fair.
So it would come with, like, the least amount of restrictions and downsides.
I'm totally up for adversity. That's why I went Dragonborn.
I don't know. That's a tough one.
I like Austin Uzatine's answer in chat. Era Croca, so I could die at 40. Jesus.
Yeah, you want an incredibly short life? Go for it. I want an incredibly long life, but also filled with adversity and adventure. So I'd be a Dragonborn Sorcerer who would also get the fuck out of the Dragonborn homelands and be like, nope, bye-bye!
And that's the thing. I'm not really well versed with the whole D&D races and stuff. Like, I don't
Neither
really
am I.
know.
Okay, well, let's just get race out of the thing. Let's just say you're just gonna be human, no matter what. What class would you want to be?
Paladin.
Okay. So it's only Cree. Cree.
See, the real life element changes my answer, because earlier I said rogue because I like sneaky, steely, stabby for games, but that's also not the kind of person I want. Like, that's not the person I am in real life. It's not the kind of person I would want to be in this world. I want to actually steal from people or stab them if I don't have to. I don't know. I feel like being a magic user of some kind would be pretty fun.
Okay, so a wizard, a sorcerer, a war. Actually, would you do warlock? Because you're a magic user, but it's because you made a pact with the devils of the Nine Hells.
That seems like it would be a very bad choice to make such a pact.
It very much depends. Warlocks are incredibly powerful.
Yeah, but I mean, like, you're making a deal with demons.
No, not demons. Demons and devils are different.
Okay,
Demons
you know
are
what
chaotic.
I mean. You know what I mean. A force of evil.
In terms of Dungeons and Dragons, they're very different. And there's the blood war that's going on between devils and demons. It's the never-ending war that
Okay,
will never end.
hold on. Are they both evil?
Yes.
Are they both going to do, like, horrible things to you if they get the chance?
No.
No.
Because it depends on the contract. Devils have to obey the contracts. They have to. They are obsessed with it.
Oh.
Demons, yeah, a demon will do all kinds of horrible things to you because, they had a whim.
Possibly. But then again, it comes back to, if we're treating this like a real-world scenario, I wouldn't want to do anything that would, like, damn me for all eternity, and I don't want to do something that would, like, hurt people.
That's fair. You know what? I am being biased towards a warlock needing to be a devil's contract. You could warlock contract with fae or gods or outer beings, fae, gods, outer beings, celestials. Let's see, what is it? Anybody even chat done it?
Whatever.
Elder gods, which are also outer gods. Saints. Yeah.
Whatever.
There's all kinds of things.
Allows me to be generally a good person, but, like, also remain who I am.
Yeah, well, in that regard, I would just say wizard then. Just somebody who studies the magics and everything.
Yeah.
Higher six. The cows were real, though. Maybe. Another castle added in post. Nightmare and...
Whoa!
Stop talking about stuff added in post, you fucking... God! I hate it!
Also, what makes you say that this was added in post? Hang on.
Maybe. Another castle...
Is it just because of the thing in the background? What if the foreground wasn't? What if they went to castle ruins and they just added the rest of the stuff on top of it? Like, what if they are at a castle right now?
So, it might be the problem of he doesn't view, like, the walls as the castle. He might mean the actual, like, big building in the background that, like,
which is the keep.
The keep, yeah. He's probably considering that the castle. Because it's kind of like how, in Oblivion, like, you have each town, and it's just considered a city. But then, where the, Does Oblivion use the lords and ladies?
I'm pretty sure, because you have that one... Is he a lord or is he a baron? The vampire guy, who's the good vampire.
Yeah. Yeah. Point is, the area where the lords and ladies of each town live is considered the castle. It might be, like... He might be looking at it in that sense.
Sure. I that can make sense. I'm trying to remember all the different designations of a castle or a citadel or a...
Lion Bean got in chat. It's counted countesses.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
So he was a count. Yeah. That makes sense. Also, that does kind of fit with the whole vampire thing. Count, bloody blah.
Yeah, but I mean, it's all of them, not just him.
No, I know, but I should have remembered that because the vampire, the Count. There's a vampire.
Nightmare-inducing medieval large-scale vanity balloons.
Why do you look?
How's that nightmare-inducing? It's just...
Yeah.
It's just
God, this is so fucking insufferable. I hate CinemaSins so much.
Also, goddamn, how desperate do you have to be where you're literally just being like, oh, added in post, added in post, added in post. It's like, oh, so you're basically dinging a movie for being a fucking movie at this point.
Yeah, because, like, you can do that for pretty much every element of a movie in every movie. Like,
well, hell, if he did it for this movie, literally, we would just be here for like 20 hours of him just like pausing the video every 2 seconds to be like, oh, well, that was clearly added in post. That was added in post. That was added in post. Like, no shit, dude. It's a fucking fantasy world. This shit doesn't exist.
Imagine
you have to put it in post.
Imagine doing this with the Star Wars prequels, where every time a green screen is used, it's like, hey, a green screen, this background was added in post, ding.
Yeah.
He'd have like fucking 30,000 dings by the end.
God, it'd be like doing one of these videos on Star Wars, and every time a fucking ship is on screen, like, oh, we don't have ships like that in the real world, ding. Oh, that's not a ship that actually exists, ding.
I'm getting Vietnam flashbacks to the fucking Puss in Boots video where he constantly does the cartoon logic, real world logic, or physics jokes where it's like, this would kill you in real life, ding. It's like, yeah, it's a cartoon.
Yeah.
Cartoon gets the option to stretch reality like that a little bit.
God, this is painful. I fucking hate... I hate these!
So do I.
We're only 4 minutes in.
To be fair, Sedge has been talking a lot about D&D mechanics and stuff, so...
I can't help it. Okay?
We could blame him for it taking so long. Just don't let him know that we're blaming him for it.
Yeah, don't let me know while you speak openly in front of me. But you think you cast silence first and we're doing some kind of hand signals that only fucking Pagan could see?
Yes.
We speak our own language. It just happens to sound like English between the two of us.
Yeah. That's how miscommunication happens all the time.
I'm making hand signals right now.
Yeah, I'm making a particular one. It's going up and down.
Abandoner? You didn't take her advice not to go through with the mission brought to you by a total stranger.
He didn't abandon her. Abandon implies, like, you intentionally left. Like, you intentionally fucked off.
Yeah.
It's not
Also,
abandoning.
A total stranger. Weren't they working with that guy for quite a while before this whole thing came up?
Safina. They're talking about Safina.
Oh, right. Well, okay, fair. I was gonna say the guy convinced him into going, so technically it would be him. But yeah, Sofina is still the job, fucking one. So. I don't know. It's still dumb.
Also, I'm trying to get Edgin's character sheet, but I'm having troubles logging into D&D Beyond so I can actually get his fucking character sheet.
I'm gonna restart the call in a group chat, okay?
Okay. Do we have the 7 coming in?
Yeah, we have someone coming in. That's...
well, I said 7, but I assume that's who you want to come.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah! Call it. Nailed.
Yeah, he sent me a message. I'm just trying to find... God, we had him on not too long ago. Where the fuck is the group chat with him? Oh, is this it? No. In fact, that's old... Where the fuck did this group chat go? There it is!
3.
Long time no see.
Hello there.
Hello. How are you?
Oh, I'm good. I'm just finished my.
There we go.
Yeah.
I might have to turn you up a bit. Hold on.
Okay. Is it okay now? Oh, okay. It was echoing for me for a moment there, but that's because I had your stream up. I just noticed, so I was hearing like double. My bad. Yeah, I just finished my stream with Mark the Cyborg with a chat with video games and such. Yeah, so that was fun. And yeah, I see you guys breaking down glorious cinema things with D&D and Puss in Boots. So
Yeah,
I've seen both films. So
yeah, both movies are really good. We're actually doing cinema wins for Puss in Boots since we've already done the Cinema Sins one.
okay.
Both are incredibly painful though.
Okay.
For obvious reasons.
By official decree of Wizards of the Coast, Edgin is in fact a bard who just doesn't do bard things.
I mean, with D&D, I know next to nothing about Dungeons and Dragons. I do find it interesting, interesting to observe. Kind of like with Warhammer. Warhammer just seems really cool, but I don't know a thing about it. The same with D&D. It just seems like a good thing to enjoy with friends, even though there's so much lore, there's so much things you could do. But yeah, it felt good, even though you don't have a big knowledge on D&D. Watching that movie, and I was pleasantly surprised because I don't know what I was expecting. I wasn't expecting it to be, I don't know, have character arcs, I guess.
Yeah,
with
setups and
like in those
payoffs
movies.
to it.
Mm-hmm.
Something that modern cinema can't seem to pull off. But no, this movie pulls off setups and payoffs all over the place.
Yeah, it's surprising how good this movie is.
Like what's the barbarian lady? I'm forgetting her name.
Olga.
Yeah, I was thinking that she's gonna be one of the most insufferable characters, and she wasn't really. She was a good sidekick, and that's surprising.
She naturally, apparently, according to her stat block, she has an 11 in intelligence. So yeah, she is pretty dumb.
Okay.
Which makes sense. Again, the whole she can turn into a deer. Ah, yes, a deer. It'll blend in with all the other deer in the cast.
Oh boy.
But yeah, no, Zank is incredibly powerful. 19 in strength, 16 in constitution, 14 in intelligence, 16 in wisdom, and 17 in charisma. How is he have 17 in charisma?
Who's
Hang
this?
on, I'm gonna have to call shenanigans on that last one because Zank is horrible to talk to.
Yeah.
They did official stats on the movie characters with.
Yes, these are official stats released by Wizards of the Coast.
Oh, interesting. Okay. That's interesting.
Yeah, I was looking through Edgin's spell list, and yeah, he picked terrible spells. Like, terrible spells. So he can at will cast Friends and Message. He can 3 times a day cast Charm Person, Disguise Self, and 1 time a day cast Suggestion, and has as a reaction Inspiring Words. Yeah, he has disorienting words as well. Yeah, he doesn't have very many spells. He's pretty rough.
Okay. Where are we towards with this video? I suppose. What did I miss?
A lot of bullshit.
Yeah, him not knowing what any terms are, him trying to say that by having the term Aarakocra in is like, oh, jibbity jubble gobble lap. It's like, that's not the same fucking thing. It's the name of a race, you dumbass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, he's just not understanding how anything works or functions. Like, granted, it's Cinema Sins. He doesn't have a good grip on reality, how reality works either, but yeah.
Also, that hypocrisy moment he had, that just pisses me off. It's okay for him to say the exact name of a race from D&D to show off how smart and well knowledge and versed he is of D&D compared to this Philistine movie. But then when the movie does it, it's a ding.
Yep.
It tends to be with cinema sins. It's just like this character breathed the wrong way, ding, and this character, and it's just like, what's that got to do with anything? Is that a criticism? Is that something you don't like? We don't know, I guess. That's my experience with cinema sins.
The true
There are
That's
some
essentially
criticisms, but
what it is, and mixed in with really cringy, awful jokes as well.
the true solution to it is, if it's accurate and you agree with it, it's a real criticism. Everything else is a joke, and you can't criticize jokes.
Yeah, that's what the defenders of CinemaSins always say.
Oh, okay. So kind of like with what's his name?
Video game donkey, yeah.
Donkeys,
Yes.
It's the same thing.
Yeah. You took the words right out of my mouth. Yeah. Him. He was defending Last of Us 2, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
Yes.
Oh boy. That's a good hill to die on.
Chad is currently having a debate on a discussion on the different types of dragons, chromatic versus metallic dragons. And one of them, the Lunar Phoenix, says, "I like copper dragons, pranksters and talkative bunch." Okay, if you want a funny dragon, look up Mercury dragons. Yeah, named after the actual element Mercury. So the Quicksilver.
Oh, the tasty thermometer juice.
Yes. Mercury dragons are so funny because they talk so quickly that you actually have to roll a die to see if you can understand what the fuck they're saying. Even if they're speaking in common, or English for most D&D players, they're speaking in common, you still have to roll a die. And the funniest thing that I've ever heard was that a party had to cast slow on the Mercury dragon so they could understand what the fuck he was talking about.
So XQC is a Mercury dragon? No, aren't the metallic dragons good?
Yeah.
So no.
XQC is definitely not a Mercury dragon. XQC would be one of the chromatic dragons for sure.
Hitting the vault of a secret spy organization? Shall I go on, or should I just give you the sin and keep playing this video?
Before you end up.
Yeah, again, that was stupid.
Yeah, let's keep playing the video, the former.
Yeah.
After prison, you charged me with Kira's well-being.
Are we really still doing exposition at this point in the movie?
It's not exposition, we
Because
know
it's
this
important to the
already.
Specific scene.
Yeah, we have to know this, or else the entire film would fall apart.
Yeah, again,
Also, by this standard, everything is exposition. You learn information about the characters and world.
Yeah, and again, he is actually restating something, because remember, when Edgin got captured in the time stop, he told Forge to take care of her. And Forge's like, "You have my word," and he did that really awkward, like, fist pump thing, like, I live in solidarity with you, and then ran away.
Yeah.
So again, it's just re-emphasizing this, but again, the point is that it's new people here being presented the information. Specifically, Forge is doing it in front of his ward now. So I backed up so Jack can see. Kira is now Forge's ward, all right, and he's doing it to make himself look out as the noble, kind-hearted person. He's given a little bit of the truth, like he didn't think much of it at the time, and then he came around to that he had to be a better person. And he's doing this to set up the fall for Edgin and Holga, which is the fact that you haven't been telling the truth even since you stepped foot in the room. And then he shows her the wanted poster. Again, this is a setup to what's coming later. He's being a con man right here.
No, he's such a convincing liar too. Forge, I thought in that moment, because he's telling half truths, like a little bit of it mixed in. Like he's telling like the daughter what she definitely thinks the worst of her father, and it's kind of leaning more into that. It was just like, wow, the devil himself could not construct a better lie than in here, and I was definitely like impressed. essentially.
Yeah. And it genuinely, like, and it's the fantastic way you sprinkle in the truth too. Like, he doesn't say that there's no tablet or the tablet doesn't exist or anything like that. Something ludicrous. No, he's called it the Tablet of Riches instead. They're like, yeah, your father was after the tablet. It's known as the Tablet of Riches. So that way, when he brings up the idea of the tablet, because, you know, he knows what the tablet is, Forge knows what the tablet is, Holga knows what the tablet is, so he knows, like, Edgin's thinking through logical deduction when I say, hey, give me the tablet, I'll take the tablet and Kira with me, and we'll depart. Kira knows different information. Oh, of course, you only came for the Tablet of Riches, not for me. Which then throws off Edgin and Holga. Again, it was a great trap that Forge laid.
Mm-hmm.
Are we really still doing exposition at this point in the movie?
And the money from Corin's Keep paved the way for my campaign.
Campaign? Neverwinter is a democracy? Because with the title of Lord, it certainly sounds more like a monarchy.
No. Okay. So.
Okay, could you explain as the resident D&D? Because I was confused with that as well.
All right. Well, it's not even just resident D&D. It's how lords and ladies are normally cast. Again, you are much more likely to be given noble titles if you can show and lay claim to riches or lands. So him using all of their stolen, ill-begotten gains, all of the wonderful loot and bounty that they got to help set himself up like, hey, I'm this nobleman that's coming in from out of town and stuff like that. No, your lord is sick here and everything like that. Well, you need a strong leader. Like, why don't I rally all the other noblemen together and we help get this city back on track so, you know, we're getting out of the dour state of Lord Neverember. Just, you know, he's going into a coma. He's not long for this world. So he needs a replacement. Well, I'm here to give a replacement. And if he gets enough support amongst the people, merchants, and other nobility, yeah, he could be elevated to the status of lord. Like, it's the way that you could sneakily become a noble family in old medieval times as well through deceit and lying, but it costs a lot of coin and money, which is, he explains here. He used a lot of the loot and bounty to help sow the seeds of like, oh no, I am a nobleman. Like, look at the way I walk, look at the way I dress, look at the way I spend my money, look at where I go, who I have dalliances with, who do I speak to? You know, he's presenting himself as, hey, I'm nobility. I could be the lord now that takes over, because you need to cast from your nobility of this town of who's going to be the head noble, who's going to be the head of this town. So with that, and the fact that he has as his aide a very powerful wizard, well, only nobles would have really powerful wizards too. You know, it all fits together to paint this picture of himself as this larger-than-life noble. Now, the downside and the risk when you do that, obviously, is if other nobles decide to look into your credentials, right? So that's how you can get executed very swiftly. But if there's no reason to question his credentials, like, hey, if he becomes the Lord of Neverwinter and then he immediately starts handing out favors to all the other powerful noble houses, well, shoot, yeah, he must be a noble. He knows how to properly respect his elders. You know, like, why? I'm not going to rock the boat. My family is now being taken care of with this new leadership as well, so I don't care.
To win the monarchy? I have so many questions. Burning a spell slot to turn your finger into ice instead of simply casting prestidigitation to cool a liquid. Come on, Safina. You know cantrips are unlimited. Now you have to take a long rest to get that slot back. You're not a warlock.
No, listen, all right. She's doing it to show off and flaunt, okay? She is an incredibly powerful wizard. She is high level. The fact she casts Meteor Swarm shows you off the bat. She is a very high level fucking wizard.
Also, she hates him, so she would do something like that to fucking piss him off.
Yeah.
She hates him.
Yeah, she really can't stand Forge. Forge. She can't stand
he's
Forge.
a useful tool.
She talks about how she would rather flay herself alive than to spend another moment in his presence. Also, as far as I gotta agree with Bez. I don't think prestidigitation can cool down liquids. I think that's just cleaning and other things. I don't think it can actually do that.
Actual character, role plays, cinema sins. Hey, that's not the most efficient use of the spell economy. Foul. Yeah. Because that's the thing. People in real life, if they had these powers, they wouldn't necessarily use them in the most efficient way possible.
Yeah.
Based on the fact that most people in real life don't tend to do things the most efficient way possible.
Yeah. And here, particularly, Sophina is trying to flaunt the fact that she's really fucking powerful. Okay? She is really potent. It's an intimidation factor.
There's a whole father-daughter drama playing out here, but it's given short shrift by the movie's desire to show off the VFX budget.
You have to...
What?
He told me to trust you when
What?
you left me.
Okay, Kira, but prior to that, it's not like he's got some...
Is that... Wait, is he just referencing like the carpet that's gonna disappear or what?
Which
so you're making a point ahead of time.
Yeah, which also is actually a great callback to one of the original Dungeons & Dragons movies, where they had a similar trap, although it wasn't a wizard that was casting it. It was a latent trap in Damodor's room. So Damodor had his armor and sword set up, and unfortunately, guy who was written to be a black man decided to try to steal them, walked across the carpet and sank into it, because what they did in the movie is actually ingenious. They had a set where they had a floor, and they had this entire part of the floor taken away. So there was this big hole in it. And they made a cake, and they iced the cake to look like a carpet. So that when he stepped into it, he went squished down into a cake that looked like a trap. It was a really clever technique, and it's a great callback to that moment.
What a tragic waste of cake.
I know.
Think of the children in Africa. What a waste of food.
Who the fuck cares about the children in Africa?
Sorry, force of habit. I've been repeatedly told that. Empty my plate.
Oh, and 5e prestidigitation can cool liquid. Oh, okay, well, I didn't know that.
You have science.
Yeah.
The voices will not stop is showing up. How do you do, fellow federal informants?
Sorry, my last name ain't Fuentes.
God. You either die young, or you live long enough to see yourself become the ATF.
Oh God.
Dude, ironically,
but I added in Minecraft.
we were joking when I was playing Penumbra Overture that I was letting my inner ATF agent out, because a lot of the enemies in that are these like ugly zombie wolf things, and I was just beating them to death with rocks, and I was like, I'm letting my inner ATF agent out.
It reminds me playing 7 Days to Die with Pagan, where we've talked about this before, but we've started doing this thing where every time we kill a wolf, we just go, "Doggy!" and just blast a shotgun in its face and blast its head off. Because, like, it was a totally natural moment the first time. We were using this one house as a, like, early starting base, and I had a pipe shotgun, and I noticed there was a wolf out front for some reason. And my character is dressed up like a complete fucking retard, wearing a helmet and everything. And I see this wolf, I'm like, I'm gonna go kill that and harvest its meat because we need it for food. Yeah. And I run up to it, and Pagan happens to look at me as I'm doing this. I just go, "Doggy!" and shoot it in the head. And it blew its head off. And it was just
so
a combination of shouting "Doggy," blowing its head off, and my character being dressed as a retard. That
Yeah, it just comes off as like some Down syndrome person just running up to a dog in the street and blowing its head off and being like, "Doggy!"
This is how you pet the doggy, right?
Oh no, I pet him too hard.
Yeah. So L's Tube says,
gonna bust down your door, guys.
yeah. L's Tube says, I'm sorry, they what? How the fuck do you ice a cake to look like a carpet? You need to look into the challenge shows. I know Netflix has one, but the Is This Cake or Is This Real? Because unironically, that is an entire like art form for cake, is making something that looks so realistic you can't tell it's cake.
Yeah, have you seen the gifs of like it's an image of like not a image, but like a video of what looks like a dog, and you see a fork coming down from above and then cutting into it, and you realize, oh, that's not a real dog, that's cake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they'll do it with like sneakers, like these things look like real tennis shoes, and they'll do it where it looks like it's a typewriter or a mini fridge. There's all kinds of things. It is incredible.
Yeah.
Like how
the crying baby one is disturbing.
That one is pretty rough.
Like a chocolate as well, and it kind of like looked like a penis at first, and then it morphed into a dragon, I think.
Yes,
yeah, it was a
I
dragon.
saw that.
Yeah.
I saw that where somebody was like, they started doing this whole like chocolate thing, and then it shapes up the head and everything like that, and they do the woman gasp dot wave thing, and he lightly smacks it a couple times, and then he starts molding into it, and he turns into a big old dragon head. It's like, oh, God.
They knew. They obviously knew. They had to.
Yeah, they had to know. They had to. You wouldn't add in the woman gasping if you didn't know.
From the Voices Will Not Stop. Playing Ready or Not and flashbanging civilians for fun. I am now certified to work for the ATF now. Sorry, I am certified to work for the ATF now. Ah.
Cake or Demon Core? Remove the screwdriver to find out.
I was about to read that one.
And I have truly come to love her as my own.
Forced adoption.
No, you cut out the entire scene.
Wait, what? Why is okay? Wait.
Also,
Why
yes,
is that bad?
how is that a sin?
It's the villain. What's the adoption? Like, what's ding about that?
It's not even really forced though, in the way it's presented. Like, yeah, he's not letting the father have his child back, but like, he technically adopted her before that because he was told to take care of her, and continued to do so while the father was in prison for 2 years.
Yep. Also, I hate this thing that's on screen so bad right now. I don't know if he calls it a guitar or a mandolin or a fiddle, but he just broke the shit out of it on that guy's face, right? Right? No, it's a lute, first off, and also it's shown to be reinforced, you dumb fuck. He used it as a weapon multiple times in the movie.
Oh, we're watching Cinema Sins? I'm not zoinked out on painkillers enough for this travesty, BRB. Honestly, neither am I.
I am so annoyed, though, that he cut out the fucking magic trap of them sinking into the floor, and of this entire great payoff of asking questions about the weapon that Holga's gonna take from this guy when they beat the shit out of all the guards. I love this entire sequence, too, this escape thing. I know some people are like, oh, it makes the male look useless. Like, no, I totally buy this as the bard trying, because he has low strength, to get out of his binds, and he's fucking it up the entire time. Like, he's just rolling 1s, 2s, 3s. Like he just cannot get out of his restraints. Meanwhile, the barbarian, who is entirely focused on strength and has Tavern Brawler, obviously, as one of her feats, is just going to town on these poor low-level guards. Seriously, barbarians with Tavern Brawler feat. Tavern Brawler feat is one of the greatest things in Dungeons and Dragons, and I'm so happy that Baldur's Gate 3 actually does it justice for how absurdly powerful Tavern Brawler actually is.
Yeah, it's just nice when a character can do something and it's like, yeah, it makes sense because that's her class. Like, she's a barbarian. It makes sense. The dude's a bard. It doesn't make sense for him to be able to pull this kind of shit off.
Yep. Even better, the way that they do it, the way that they pull this off, it also fits in with Michelle Rodriguez's background of being a fighter. So all those wrestling moves and everything she pulls off, they look so fucking good. Because she would have known them. It's muscle memory.
Yeah.
Barbarian class win. That unironically you say that, but that is a class combination that people do for shenaniganry.
Isn't that basically just a skull?
Yeah.
Tavern Brawler is so powerful you can use children as weapons.
Yes. Or the funniest one ever. Somebody was actually showing, like, they haven't shown you can beat the entire game yet, but they showed how brokenly powerful using 2 sticks of salami to beat Baldur's Gate 3
I watched that.
is funny as fuck.
Yeah, that was great.
Like, I don't know how you would do that from the start of the game onwards, but Jesus Christ, that would be hilarious to go through the entire game using just salami as a weapon.
I don't know, was it a guitar or a mandolin or a fiddle, but he just broke the shit out of it on that guy's face, right? Right?
Castle Never's tighter than Corrin's Keep, and you know what happened with that.
Yeah, we do know. You were betrayed by Forge and Safina. You actually got into the keep just fine.
Okay. Yes. Because he was somebody that was supposed to be there. He had the Harper gear. He knew how to get past the Harper locks. Okay? He was somebody that was supposed to be there. Castle Never, he's not somebody that's supposed to be there. He doesn't know the locking mechanism. He doesn't know the security behind it. Like, this is an entirely different thing. This is the whole point. Not only are they going to have to get into a place where he doesn't have access to by default, but now Safina will be guarding it, and Castle Never in and of itself is a fucking fortress. For good reason, mind you. Like, Castle Neverwinter has a long history of problems coming to Neverwinter itself. Also, I just love the name Neverwinter because it's such a great name befitting the city itself. The city that's never really affected by winter because the waters are so warm.
Terrible sorcerer.
Did Saul of Tarsus write this line? How did Simon think that robbing everyone that attended his show was going to work out even if he wasn't caught in the act?
Because most people don't immediately then go and check on all their valuables that they're carrying when they leave a show. Okay? Most people don't, like, rummage around in all their pockets and, like, where's my rings? Where's my stuff like that? Like, these people are probably just gonna boo at him and then walk out the fucking front door.
Hey Stag, how it going? Terrible. Painful. This video is dealing 1d4 psychic damage constantly. Yeah.
Yep. I see what you did there.
You mock Simon relentlessly in this movie. Don't dish it out if you can't take it, Holga.
What?
You might notice this is part of her character.
Hold on, that seemed like a big jump there.
Think that robbing everyone that attended his show.
Yeah, he doesn't do the lost concentration. He doesn't do the flipping gravity or anything. He doesn't explain why Edgin was mocking her. Which, again, this is the exact scene where she said, we need to get a druid in with wild shape. She can take the form of a rat or something. And then Holga goes, or a deer. Yes, a deer. It'll blend in with all the other deer inside the castle. Like, again, the context for this is the reason here. But granted, he's just trying to set up the sin being the fact that she's like, how dare you mock me, when she was mocking Simon right beforehand. But yeah, that's her character. She mocks other people, and she doesn't take any sass back. Like the fact that she doesn't allow people to eat potatoes that are in front of her. Otherwise, you're in trouble.
That being a bit of a hypocrite in that seems to make sense for a low intelligence barbarian, though.
Yes.
Like, it makes perfect sense for a character like that, where it's like, haha, weak wizard man, can't cast spell. And then barbarian gets mocked. How dare you mock me? I kill you!
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
It's super fucking fitting.
I'm still stuck on the part of why that is a thing, you know? Character.
Yeah, and like I said, it's part of her character. It shouldn't be a ding. This is literally her character. We are being shown her character.
It shouldn't be surprising, though. True Pop, you kind of, this was right before you joined, but he pointed out a few things and said, oh, this was added in post right before you joined. It's like, yeah, shit tends to be added in post in a lot of movies.
Yeah.
What do you
Volcano
mean?
was added in post. Ding. This
What, are they-
castle in the city added in post. Ding.
Are they
It's like,
supposed to
what?
wait for an actual volcano to fucking erupt and then go out there and film the characters walking in front of it in costume?
Yeah.
Then that'd be a cinema win.
God. Vezin, you're actually correct. I think they did rate her too high. 11 is one above average. That's true. But I feel like she is rated too high. She should have an 8 in intelligence, honestly. She's not super dumb, but she is dumb.
I never thought a video on the internet can make physical pain ache more. Yet proven wrong. Proven wrong I am. Yep. I'm not even facing any like serious physical pain, and I'm starting to feel physical pain from this video.
God, I remember that fucking Acer Thorn video we covered, the fucking Fallout New Vegas one. That one actually caused me physical pain. Like, I genuinely felt like I was gonna die a few hours later.
Well, I can't speak for such, but I definitely know for myself I felt half dead by the end of that.
Yeah. It didn't help that we went for 11 hours on that one, but also just what we were dealing with was so bad. It genuinely caused physical pain.
But yeah, I agree. She's definitely the picture of an 8 or 9 int character. Absolutely.
And let me. Don't dish it out if you can't take it, Holga.
Let me find a druid.
I know a druid.
Of course you do.
She, however...
Why is that an issue?
Why is that a problem?
Yeah, why is it an issue that he knows a druid?
Again, you're also in Neverwinter, okay? The forest nearby is filled with druids. Like, even if you didn't know a druid, just go to the Emerald Enclave.
Yeah. And it makes sense that somebody who's lived here would know a druid since there's so many live nearby. It just makes sense.
Yeah. We're still in the area around Neverwinter.
God, this is so fucking stupid. Ugh!
Found self-esteem unattractive.
Not your best trait.
So, FYI, self-esteem is hard to improve when people keep giving you shit about it.
That's the joke, you fucking idiot. That is the joke.
God.
Why? Yeah, he's thinking of the worst, stupidest reason to give me.
He's desperate.
It's
He's
circular
literally
logic.
desperate. He can't actually think of anything. So he just says whatever he could possibly come to mind so he can fill out his fucking shitty video.
Aren't druids the weirdos in D&D? Druids tend to be weirdos, yes. Bards tend to be weirdos. There's a lot of weirdos in D&D. And I love the fact that Astarion actually calls that out. He's like, oh great, doppelgangers, we got shape changers. Now I don't know if any of you are acting weird because you've been replaced or because we're just a group filled with a bunch of weirdos.
I roll to seduce the dragon.
Yes.
No.
No, like that is always the funniest. There are so many like memes of that. Like you enter the dragon's lair and you see it laying atop its mighty hoard, and then the bard. They'll always put in big letters "bard" above the character. I roll to seduce the dragon, and the DM's like, "What?" And you see the die come rolling out, and it says 20. I got a nat 20, and he's like, "What?"
The dragon emits constant poison that it can't even control. Going near it will instantly kill you, no matter what. I roll to seduce the dragon.
The best part
isn't
after
helping
that.
the furry accusations here. All right. Jeez.
No, this is a staple of Dungeons and Dragons. Bards and druids are some of the worst for trying to shitpost derail a campaign in ways like this. Like rolling to seduce the dragon is one of the most infamous ways that bards will try to derail the campaign entirely. And
Also,
it doesn't have to be a dragon. It can be anything, like the Lich. Like we show up at the Archlich's tomb. I roll to seduce the Archlich. Fucking why?
Yeah,
But
why?
my favorite counter to somebody that does the roll to seduce the dragon thing is like, you roll to seduce the dragon. I got a nat 20. Okay, give me a Constitution roll. What? Why? And he goes, it's a dragon. Figure out how this is gonna work.
But yeah, also I am not bothered by the accusations of being a furry because I absolutely would lay a dragon if they were real.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah, I'm the one who gets accused of being a furry, and I'm not. And I wasn't taking part in that conversation, so I'm safe from the accusations for that.
So you think.
The voices will not stop says, I do the rump shaker. The dragon is defenseless.
Dragons are lizards, so but a furry has to be something with. Oh,
no, because there are subcultures within the subculture.
Oh no.
Yeah, there are. Yep, bronies are considered a subculture of furry as well. So.
And then scalies are for those with scales.
Yeah.
No.
Same thing with avians.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen numerous things on the internet that there's faith in humanity, and this is one of them.
I love that you have cetaceans, you have avians, and it's just like no. It's dolphins and burbs.
I jump into the ocean with the shark. I roll to seduce. It kills you instantly. Fuck.
Fuck. But I got a nat 20. Yeah, but you don't have a high enough Constitution score to endure what's coming.
You'll need fire resistance.
That's
Owlbears are fun, but they're not on the list of forms a druid can take with wild shape.
Yes, this is true. They are considered an aberration. However, that is being changed. Ed Greenwood himself also considered this a problem in the movie, but he did say it is clear that Wizards of the Coast is going to allow the owlbear to become a wild shape. That is the direction that they are going with for magic and druid wild shape in Dungeons & Dragons moving forward. Because owlbears are just fucking cool and iconic, okay? I'm sorry, it's true.
A couple things here, too. We're 6 minutes and 5 seconds into this 18-minute video, and this is probably, like, the only thing of any value he said. But even then, it's kind of undermined by what you said, that they're going to change that. Because, like, yeah, it makes sense that if they're planning on changing that, then it would be allowed for the movie.
Yes, because this movie has already been confirmed by Ed Greenwood and by Wizards of the Coast that it is canon to Dungeons & Dragons.
Yeah. Which makes the whole thing of, well, actually, that doesn't, it's like, the movie's wrong. It's like, well, it can't be wrong if it's considered canon.
Yeah, and they're literally going to allow you to wild shape to an owlbear.
Yeah.
What is owlbear?
You have no idea how badly I wish owlbears were fucking real. So bad I'm gonna sin the movie for them not being real. Meanwhile...
Fuck off.
God, that's just fucking obnoxious.
I am super happy that owlbears are not real, because they are the most territorial, like, greedy, needy, eaty motherfuckers in existence. I'm very glad they aren't real. They make normal bears look tame.
It would be like saying, man, it sucks that dragons aren't real. You know, these creatures that can burn entire cities and kill tens of thousands of people at a time. Man, it sucks that they're not real.
Yeah.
It's like...
Billions must fry.
Literally the ending to Game of Thrones.
God, I wish smog were real.
He also plays the lute.
Loot! That's what they call it. I should have known that. Sin for me.
And it is not the role of government.
Oh my fucking god.
They're just cutting out so much.
I have to assume... I don't know, it's she's doing it again.
Yeah, she's even upset. There's like, CinemaSins, why? Why are you cutting out so much?
I don't mind them cutting out stuff because if they kept it in, they would have dinged it. That entire sequence of the bard trying to escape his bonds while the barbarian is like fucking up all those guards. It's like, yeah, that's a cool sequence that they cut out, but if they didn't, they'd be dinging everything in there for like stupid shit like, oh hey, this was added in post.
Yeah.
Oh hey, this is clearly a choreographed fight, and it was scripted to play out this way. Ding.
I'm already gonna be preemptively annoyed because he's gonna ding Thembershad. I know he is. And Thembershad was great.
Yeah.
It was super fitting to have him as well, because if it was just a normal dragon, well, I'm sorry, the party's fucking dead. But Thembershad, being the overweight, pudgy dragon that he is, it gives him a significant disadvantage when it comes to chasing down party members. And the fact that because of his overweight status, he can't really use his breath weapon effectively. Like, otherwise, again, the entire party's fucking dead. You know, movie over. Fat Dragon is fat. Yeah, he is.
Yeah, I was just thinking, it's kind of funny how you call him pudgy when pudgy in my experience, refers to someone who is...
a little overweight.
Just slightly overweight, when, like... Thembershad is fucking morbidly obese.
Thembershad is fucking chonkler.
Like, if he gains a few extra pounds, he's gonna need one of those fucking Walmart carts that, like, the motorized scooter that you drive around in Walmart.
It's not that he's a meatball with scales. No, he's a fucking bread loaf with scales. He's just...
The voices will not stop. My wife is in bed with Tyrone, and I interrupted them. Ding, gets beaten to death.
Now, voice will not stop. No, it's not Ethan Ralph as a dragon. No, Thembershad is...
Likeable.
Thembershad is like...
He's likable.
Well, one, yeah, he's likable. But two, he's more like if you combined Ethan Ralph with Boogie 2988, and multiplied their weight together. Thembershad is fucking chunky.
People what they crave.
Forge Fitzwilliam has never been to a dry county, and it shows.
Why?
What? Is that a reference to another movie just randomly, so he can ding?
No, I think it's just to real life laws. And it's not the role of government to deny what people what they crave. And a dry county is a county that doesn't allow booze on certain areas, or doesn't allow the selling of booze. Like here in Indiana, it's illegal to sell booze on Sundays.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's silly.
It is, but, you know, getting people to behave more when it comes to alcohol consumption, I'm totally fine. Like, I don't want to outlaw it outright, but it's one of those, like, dude, calm down. It's one day of the week. If you can't handle one day of the week, you're not allowed to go buy booze.
It's also a religious thing.
Yeah. Again, the only wine or drink you should have on Sunday is of the Lord's blood, basically.
Yeah, communion.
Yeah.
I still don't know how I feel about that, because, like, I'm obviously not, like, a big advocator for, like, yeah, get smashed every day. But at the same time, I don't like the idea that there's laws in place that could stop you from buying something you might want on, like, an arbitrary day. You know?
Yeah, I understand.
It would be like
Yeah,
we could take the
understand.
same concept and apply it to smoking cigarettes. Cigarettes are bad for you. They're probably going to kill you. And let's institute a law that you can't buy cigarettes on Tuesdays. Yeah, it's illegal. You cannot do it. It's like, what?
That's fair. I understand it more when in tying it in conjunction with the religious aspects of it.
That's the only
does...
reason that they can get away with it is because of the religious aspect. It's because
that
the majority of the U.S. is Christian, so it's literally just a part of their belief.
That does make sense, but it also, like, what about everyone who isn't a part of the religion?
I know, but you have to understand it's a very old rule that just stuck around because of religion, and
no, I know.
While that is disappearing, but it's still a holdover.
Yeah, I understand that. It's just my whole thing is still the fact that it was done at all, where it's like,
yeah, that's fair.
You know,
I understand. I'm just saying it does make sense of why it exists. And to be honest, it probably won't be around forever. With how things are going, it'll probably be undone in like the next 5 to 10 years.
Nothing's going to be around forever.
Yeah.
That's true. But one thing I do think we need is some fucking decency laws. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
God, remember when you weren't allowed to strip naked in front of kids? Oh,
Yeah,
those
I
were
do.
good times.
We need that. We need those times fucking back right now.
Yeah.
What they crave.
Forge Fitzwilliam has never been to a dry county, and it shows.
A wild shape is among us.
Oh, what kind? Is it a trapezoid? An octagon? Cyrus, help you if it's a hexagon.
Okay.
You already
people
mentioned-
in that world and setting know what wild shape is.
He also mentioned it himself like a minute ago.
Yeah. People understand that druids can shapeshift into other living creatures, and they know this as wild shaping. This is a common thing that people know about. They may not understand the mechanics of it. They may not understand what is or is not a wild shape. Like, you know, they wouldn't understand that that dragon is not a wild shape. Transforming into a dragon is actually called dragon kind. It's an entirely different thing. Yeah, so they wouldn't understand mechanics behind it or anything like that, but they would know, hey, druids can wild shape into other creatures. So even if you see a creature out in the forest, don't mistreat the creatures of the forest. It could be a druid.
Know to dip, dive, and turn without being able to see the incoming arrows from behind. Oh,
Okay, you
It's
can
probably...
arrows.
Look, it's a castle. There's going to be archers there for defense and, like, guarding things. If you're escaping a castle as, like, a bird flying, you're probably going to assume they're going to shoot arrows at you to take you out. They super fucking want you dead right now.
Not just this, but one, we see her actually looking back behind her multiple times to see what's coming at her. Two, the archers of of Castle Never are actually really fucking good. The fact that they're actually getting that close to hitting a bird flying away is incredibly impressive. Like, it's hard to understate.
You
the
tried
fact
to
that they're that
hit a
close.
moving target, yeah.
Yeah, one that's that small, going away from you, and is, like, very mobile, and able to move and shift and change. And because she's looking behind her, she actually runs into one of these standards, and gets it wrapped around herself.
Yeah.
That's why she has to go down, you know, she quickly wild shapes into a cat to go down the rest of the chimney.
But it also makes sense that you would take evasive maneuvers even if, like, you couldn't see behind you, you couldn't look behind you.
Yeah, you would just assume that there was arrows coming in, so you need to just, in general, do evasive maneuvers. So it wouldn't matter if you could see them coming or not.
Also, I need to grab this comment. Don't mistreat the creatures of the forest. Cuts to Creetosis running up to a random dog to blow its head off after going, Doggy!
Yeah. and then it wild shapes back into a person instead of dying. And Cree's like, oh.
The hexagon. How does the bird know to dip, dive, and turn without being...
So, watch this scene carefully.
We just saw a shot there, too, where she, it looked like she looked behind her.
Yes.
Quickly.
The first one, she doesn't dodge. In fact,
Actually,
it catches her off guard.
Hold on.
Look, see?
We can put this in the slow mode.
Okay.
I'm just doing that now. 0.5 should be enough.
Going back slightly. Because this is literally the end.
How does the bird...
See? Catches her off guard, so she ducks around to the side. Realize that, oh shit, the archers are already shooting at me.
Bird know to dip, dive, and turn without...
Now she's doing evasive there. She looked behind her.
See the incoming arrows.
She's looking back behind her again.
Oh shit!
And of course, he misses the entire point where she's looking behind her the entire time. Misses the fact that she's flying into a fucking standard and gets it wrapped around herself.
Putting it back on the normal speed since we're past that. I'm winding it back just a few seconds. Hold on.
Okay.
Does the bird know to dip, dive, and turn without being able to see the
Yeah, she's looking behind her constantly.
incoming arrows from behind? Oh shit! A police force made of buckbeaks! But
That's... No! God damn it, that wasn't what that was.
That's...
Yeah. What the...
It's the primeval birds. Do you guys watch Primeval? I love that show.
They're chocobos.
No, both of you. No, bad.
Chocobo.
I've used wild shape 7 times in this chase. 7! And druids only get 2 per short rest.
Yes, this is actually a flaw in the movie, and Ed Greenwood also calls it out that she's wild shaping way too much. She should not be able to wild shape this many times in this quick of succession. But yes, this is actually a flaw with the movie and the setting. Granted, if you didn't know the setting of D&D, is it a flaw with the movie? No, because you don't know the limitations of what wild shape is. So this would be more of a... I'd honestly put it more in a D&D sin counter here, because watching the movie itself, a normal audience member isn't going to see what the problem is.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just me in a nutshell. Because, her constantly changing animals just, adds to the tension and whatnot. And they get pretty close to catching her.
Yeah, and to a normal audience member, it's going to be a druid can change into animals. They don't know that there's limitations on that ability to do that. So they're just going to see that the druid is doing the thing that we've established the druid can do.
You brought up Primeval, and now I'm just thinking of that scene from 10,000 BC with the terror birds.
So, my hooves are tied.
So she did become a deer.
Wait, that was all flashback? God damn, this movie's constant moving of the timeline. I can't keep up.
If you can't keep up with this, you're retarded.
No. Yeah, she's literally retelling what she learned about Castle Never and what happened. And again, it was a great payoff to the joke made earlier about we need a deer. And then Holga gets all smug and mighty, so she did become a deer.
Also, technically, this doesn't have to be a flashback. We could have actually been seeing that as it was happening, and we cut forward to now when she's telling them.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
Actually, yeah, there's no reason to call this a flashback, because it's just the linear progression of the events.
No,
So
you
didn't
see such...
them at this table first, and then say, well, this is what I learned.
You see such... If you see a sequence of events that are in chronological order, you can randomly call them a flashback before the current moment. Like, 5 minutes ago in stream, that's a flashback to right now.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, I don't think it is a flashback because we don't see them at this table first and then go to Castle Never. No, we just go to Castle Never and then we come to this table later.
Yeah.
It's a chronological series of events still.
Yeah, which makes us... I guess it's a joke. See, that's part of the annoying thing, too, is this clearly isn't a real criticism, so it, by default, has to be a joke. But then what's the joke? The joke is, oh, I'm retarded. I can't keep track of a chronological timeline.
I don't know. I think he genuinely thinks that this is a flashback simply because of the fact that they're sitting down talking about it. To him, probably counts as a flashback because he's just that stupid. He probably didn't even think about it. He probably just like, oh yeah, that's a flashback. And then if you were to ask him, like, hey, do you see the problem with why you calling that a flashback is an issue? It would probably take him a second to really figure out like what he did wrong.
Also, this is a pretty good fucking reference.
Uh-oh.
It's actually a really well done reference.
Kind of backwards, though.
No, it's not. It's not backwards. You're stealing the medic's look.
Yeah, but then it's listing, like, the price for the spy's outfit.
Yes.
Oh. Okay, I got it.
Yeah. Did you not notice the piece of paper and the?
No, I didn't notice the piece of paper. Okay, I was looking at the suit and the mask. I derped. Fuck off. Don't make me
Oh no! Kree's going through his Holga arc. Don't mock.
Do not mock me.
The vault is protected by something called Morty Kamen's Arcane Seal.
You're just whipping this out now, and it's odd you had this information and our protagonist ended up running into you. Also,
she learned that while she was there, you fuck.
Are you serious?
Just learned this.
This is the exact reason I hate stupid people.
Yes. Again,
That's what
do you think that entire scene in Castle Never was about? You.
That was the whole point of that scene. The entirety of her wild shape scene was to learn this information so she could tell it to them right now. That was the entire fucking point of that scene. Holy shit, you are actually retarded.
Yep. Also, Pendercarmando says, Setch, wasn't able to watch this movie. Would you recommend it? Absolutely.
Yes.
It's probably... Until I see Sound of Freedom. I haven't seen that yet.
I've seen it.
I think this is definitely the best movie of 2023. Like, I can't think of anything that would compete with it.
Well, Dune,
again,
before it got fucking delayed.
Well,
I'm still salty as fuck about that.
2023. I am about to prove you wrong. I don't think. It's
Yeah,
good,
like what other movies came out in 2023 that were good? And again, Sound of Freedom might be that movie. I have not seen it yet, so I still have to hold on that. I have heard it is very good, but very, very dark. What about The Little Mermaid? No, don't even.
No, I'm just looking at a list. I'm just like on the writing level. Guardians of the Galaxy 3, no. It does have good moments, but I don't think it's as good as it could have been.
Yeah.
We've got Super Mario, we've got Barbie.
Oh, Super Mario movie was awful. I was so mad.
What?
Yeah, that movie was terrible.
It was pretty bad. It was not very good.
I still have not seen it.
Yeah, we need to fix that.
We need to force Kree to watch it.
Oh, I've got a poster of it behind me. Oppenheimer.
I liked Oppenheimer. It was good.
I
haven't seen Oppenheimer, so yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I will say I enjoyed Dungeons and Dragons a lot more than Oppenheimer, but I did like Oppenheimer.
I'm not looking for the list. It's just Tetris. Ooh, you guys need to watch that. That was a good movie. It was about the It's not what you think, all right? It's not a movie about falling blocks. It's about the creator of Tetris, and he's like in Soviet Russia. And there's an
I saw the
American
trailer
for
that movie.
It's with the Kingsman actor. I can't remember. No, not Joel Edgerton. I can't remember his name, but he played the Kingsman as one of the big spies. And yeah, it's a pretty good movie. I don't know if best of the year, but definitely up there. I'm just looking through the list. Fast X. That was cinema. I don't know you guys.
I have not seen a single Fast and Furious movie.
Oh, you're missing out, Cree. You are missing out.
Some of them are interesting, others are just like, oof.
I've seen a clip on Twitter several months ago of Jason Statham facing off against, I think it was Vin Diesel, and they're in like this car park garage thing that's falling apart, and one of them stomps to ground and the entire thing falls apart. It's just like, I think I'm good.
Because they couldn't have contractually have visibly shown Jason Statham losing to Vin Diesel.
Yeah, that's retarded.
Losing. And so they had to think of something to, okay, who's going to lose it? I mean, people have been, okay, best movies of the year, people have been buzzing about Tales of the Fallen Moon, but I don't know how that's going to work out. Oh, we've got David Fincher's The Killer. That looks good. But we still have some upcoming movies. I think, personally, though, The Marvels, 2023.
Oh, yeah, definitely movie of the century, The Marvels. Nothing's going to beat that. Are you guys ready for more Captain Marvel? And what's that one bitch? Not Monica Rambeau, the other one.
Brie Larson?
No, Brie Larson is Captain Marvel. I'm talking about like the third hero in that movie.
Miss Marvel.
Captain Marvel and Miss Marvel. Wow, that's not going to get confusing at all.
God, I hate it already.
Miss Marvel, and then we've got Photon. Big characters that no one cares about. I don't know what they're thinking. They changed the name from The Marvels to Captain Marvel 2 now.
Oh, did they really?
Yeah, so it's Captain Marvel 2.
That's kind of an 11th hour change.
Yeah, they're worried. They're definitely worried.
Yep. Everything else has failed for them. They're losing big in the court systems, and they've gotten new data that shows that they are now classified as a far left extremist company by their audience. And that's something that Bob Iger was like, no, we're supposed to be for everyone. We're for all families. Which is also why people with families, aka people that aren't far left, aren't going to their theme parks. So all their theme parks are down in massive revenue as well.
Yeah. Anyways, we're still less than halfway into this video. We need to pick up the pace a bit.
But this conversation is more interesting.
It genuinely is. I fucking hate this. I hate CinemaSins videos. It's always so painful.
I hate CinemaSins too, trust me.
Hey.
But
Yep. No,
just
wait,
think.
hang on. I'm gonna give it to Puss in Boots. There we go. I think that's the best movie.
Well, it can't, because Puss in Boots came out last year. That's the issue.
Yeah, that's a 2022 film.
It came out the very end of 2022.
Alright, never mind. Ignore me then.
I know. That's what I was gonna say. I was gonna say Puss in Boots' Last Wish, but no, that's a 2022 movie. I was like, damn it.
Guys, just think. The sooner we get through this video, the sooner we could start the amazing, wonderful, great, awesome video that will be Cinema Wins.
Yeah, it's gonna be way worse.
Wait, hang on. For me in the UK, it came out in 2022. Oh, okay. Never mind. For other countries, it came out much earlier. For me, it came out much earlier. Okay. I can count it. Okay.
So there you go. In the UK cinemas, it was the movie of the year.
Okay. let's cut.
Plain Seal is the name of a middling thrash metal band from the 80s, and you will not convince me otherwise.
How is that a fucking sin?
That's a joke. It's a really
I
bad
know.
joke.
It's one of those, like, how is that a sin?
I do not understand how the fuck this channel's successful. If there's any justice in the world, these would be getting 300 to 600 views per video.
Yeah.
Penetrable. And that's saying something. Sorry. I'll walk home now. I'm not...
How is that a sin for you being a fuck up? God damn.
Like, if we were to take this format, you can use it to make genuinely good videos if you wanted, where it's like, okay, we're gonna do a counter for every genuine flaw in the movie to show you what a death by 1,000 paper cuts looks like, where you're actually covering something that's really poorly done and has a lot of issues that are worth talking about, even if you only mention it briefly. You don't have to make a 10-hour video on it. You can do it in this format if you just mention, hey, this for this reason. If you're to take it, or if you're gonna do it that way, you can make something good with this format. This is completely fucking worthless because, one, we're less than halfway through and we're at 50 sins for the movie. Not D&D sins, just regular.
Was jokes, you know.
It's
like, if all of it was funny and parody, I'd get it. If because it's a blend, isn't it? There's some serious criticism, and then there's just jokes, and it's just like,
yeah, the
what
sin.
am I meant to take this as? Criticism or jokes? Like,
the sin counter is completely meaningless. It's completely arbitrary. It's just the gimmick they do.
Yeah.
Because, like, most of these are jokes. Some of these are, like, pointing out things that he thinks is wrong, and he's just getting wrong because he's not familiar with the setting. Or he's just, like, not paying attention, like, oh, if you had this information, why didn't you tell him? Because she just fucking learned it, you retard.
Like, you need to actually pay attention to the movie, what's going on.
Yeah.
To do this fucking job. To actually be any credible source on anything for these movies. You need to actually pay attention to what the fuck it's doing.
Also, this sin he's about to do already fucking bugs me.
I know you will try to make me late. Stealing the pet name for your...
Well,
Again,
I kind of
it's
skipped.
a thing only important to the main character, Edgin.
Yeah,
and
you're
it
not...
comes back multiple times because it's trying to teach him a lesson.
Yeah, it's not, hey, audience, you're supposed to care about this dragonfly. It's a fucking creature in the world. It has significance to one of the characters. It's not supposed to be, like, something the audience is supposed to latch on to and love. You're not going to get merchandise of the fucking D&D dragonfly.
Yeah.
oh, I remember that. Why the hell was Bradley Cooper in this?
Well, partly to show Helga has a type for halflings, but also because it's... Come on, you as somebody living in the UK should immediately get the joke.
No.
It's miniature Bradley Cooper. Get it?
No.
Cut out
Come
the
on.
Bradley part.
Come on. There's no way you don't
Yes.
get this joke.
Yes, that is.
Mini Cooper?
Yes, it's a
Mini Cooper.
Oh, okay. That was so funny. I forgot to laugh. Sorry.
Yeah, again, it's one of those jokes that's just like, oh, wow. It's a fucking dad joke. But again, it also shows Holga's type. She likes halflings a lot. Again, you get to see it later in the movie when they're getting their medals for being the heroes of Neverwinter, and it's the halfling that's giving to her, and she's like biting her lip like, hey baby. Neanderthal, it's a Mini Cooper. It's a car. It's a reference to a vehicle in the UK.
Yes.
Your
For
wife
some
from a
reason.
mediocre hostess snack. Honey Bun was right there.
So I have 5 questions.
I don't know, that's just how it works.
Seems arbitrary.
Oh, I love
Horn,
this scene.
woodland-
I love
Yes.
this scene.
Also,
Oh, I found it
no,
hilarious.
again, she thinks is arbitrary, but it actually has a very good reason, and they actually showcase the reason why it's only 5 questions. So you can get the information you want, you can fuck off, and you can stop interfering with the land of the dead.
Not just that, but like there's gonna have to be a limit somewhere. Like, you can't just ask infinite questions. That would be dumb.
Yeah. Or you can't just, like, I'm going to use Speak with Dead, and then tell them, hey, don't answer any other questions except this one ever again, okay? Gotcha. Alright, good, now you're resurrected, or whatever. Some bullshit. It's like, no. That's, again, the gods don't allow that shit. Like, okay, listen, you're interfering with the day-to-day operation of the City of the Dead and Judgment under Kelemvor, okay? Fuck off, ask your questions, and let them get back to Judgment and their final destination, wherever it is in the afterlife. Whatever realm or plane they're chosen to go to is where they should be now.
Yeah.
Like, again, it's arbitrary only when you don't think about the fact that the gods are specifically like, no, stop it.
Yeah.
It's also arbitrary if you think that, like... Sorry, if you don't think at all, because, like, again, there's gonna have to be a limit somewhere.
Yes.
Maybe it's 1 question, maybe it's 5, maybe it's 10. But, like, there's gonna be a limit to fucking everything.
Yeah, because if there wasn't a limit, you could essentially use this as like a form of necromancy to raise an army of the dead for yourself.
Yes. And Keyman says, Setch, are the gods active in D&D? Oh, absolutely. They're very active. Though, they don't want to interfere too much, because then they piss off the over-god, who is Io, and then Io, the dragon, will come in and will bitch slap them all back down and be like, oh, you want to interfere with mortals so much, I'm gonna make you all fucking mortal again. How does that sound? And it's happened before. It's called the Time of Troubles for a reason, when Io got so pissed at all the gods that he went over, he grabbed all their divine portfolios, took them away, the rest of them that weren't stolen, took them away from him, slapped their asses all down to the plains, the realms below, and said, oh, you're all mortal now. Have fun, shithead. They do not want to piss him off again. But the gods are allowed to intervene and interfere where their specific divine portfolio allows them to. So, for example, if you manage to fuck around with Speak to the Dead and you keep the dead away from their final rest and judgment from Kelemvor's allowed to come and give you a fucking ass whooping. If you are a certain descendant of a certain god, he's allowed to come in and rip all the blood out of you if you deny him. Stuff like that.
Shape-shifting mouse girl would be excellent at CinemaSins.
Did that count as a question?
Yes.
Damn it. Only answer when I talk to you, okay?
Yes.
Why did you say okay at the end of that?
I didn't.
It was a Thea.
Genuinely, I love the entire Talk with Dead sequence. It was so fucking good.
Yeah,
that was amazing.
Probably the best scene of the movie. Like, yeah, it was great. It was really clever.
It
It's
also
kind of like Pirates of the
perfectly-
Caribbean kind of humor. That's what it kind of.
Yeah, that is the kind of vibe I got from it as well. Was Pirates of the Caribbean.
Well, even better was this is actual tabletop knowledge and logic of when you do the Speak with Dead spell, the DM is supposed to lean in real close and listen to your conversations, because if you ask questions in your conversations back and forth to each other, he'll count that as a question you asked of the corpse. And he doesn't have to tell you the corpse doesn't answer. The corpse doesn't have to say anything. Like, if you say, what was that one thing we were thinking about? And the corpse overheard that, it could just remain silent because it doesn't know the answer, so why would it speak? But you've now used one of your questions.
Oh, interesting.
Like,
okay.
Yeah, it's
so
also
you
one of those
know
things
when you
too.
ask 5 questions once it drops.
Yes. So it's actually one of those things. It's a common rule of tabletop gaming that whoever casts the spell Speaks with Dead is the only one that's allowed to talk from now on. Nobody else can say a thing at the tabletop.
Yeah.
Every single other person at the tabletop is like, no, you shut up, you shut up, you shut up, you shut up.
Yeah, and you basically decide on what questions to ask before you do the actual spell.
Yes.
And that's good to decide between the team, and not do it willy-nilly.
Didn't Jergal give his powers to Ball, Merkel, and Bane? Only familiar with the first 2 Baldur's Gate games. He did, because Ball, Merkel, and Bane actually managed to break into his divine realm, and Jergal's like, I can't be fucked to deal with this. So I'll tell you what, I will divvy up my powers to the 3 of you, and you can pick which of the mini domains I have to watch over for yourself. But Jergal kept a bunch of power for himself as well. But he is still the scribe of Kellamvor. He's still a minor deity, and now he's very heavily implied. I'm not giving spoilers for anything. It's very heavily implied that Jergal is going to bitch slap the shit out of the Dead 3. And, like, he's fucking pissed, and he's gonna take everything back.
For the mark of Zastam.
Also a fish whisperer?
I do not traffic in colloquy.
Oh, thank God.
He's using calm animal.
Thank God he didn't say Khajiit. Holy fuck.
I'm actually genuinely shocked he didn't talk about.
Yeah, I was fully expecting him to say like, "Oh, they're fucking ripping off Skyrim."
Yeah.
Really do traffic in candles. Holy hell!
God.
Oh, I just read what this next one is. But they also cut out all the conversation there, too. Again, I'm glad that he's not doing, because he'll say more stupid things, right? But holy shit.
But all he does is say stupid things.
Yeah.
Also, Jesus Christ, this fucking next point. Fuck off.
I know, this is terrible.
Supreme Leader Snoke to me.
He unleashed.
I mean, no. Not really.
Yeah,
not every, like, wrinkly, old, weird-looking person is fucking similar to each other.
And I'm sorry, Zastam is a lich, so, you know, he's not gonna look like a lively, spry person. He's gonna look like a fucking corpse.
The spell that would consume the souls of all who beheld it.
Well, thanks for the heads up, movie, because I just beheld it, and I wasn't quite ready for my soul to be consumed. Guess I better call my mom. Mom!
Sounds lovely.
I hate you so much.
That was probably
the
cringiest joke I've ever heard him make.
I fucking despise you as a person and wish pain upon you.
Yeah. What's the best part about this was it also set up the limitation of what the Beckoning Death was, because if the Beckoning Death was unlimited, then Zastam just won the entire world, right? The entire world's nuked. But you saw the limitation there immediately. They had to hold the people there inside the Beckoning Death. Also, yeah, no worries, James Hancock. D&D lore is incredibly intricate, especially Forgotten Realms lore. Not so much Greyhawk or Dragonlance. Being truthful, Dragonlance lore isn't actually that deep because Dragonlance, the setting, was entirely made for the book series. So there's a lot of like, okay, but what's this town right next to it? Oh, I don't know. So it has that problem. What's so special about Faerun and the Forgotten Realms is Ed Greenwood literally thought of all those questions about, well, what's the town right beside Sembia? What's this town right beside Suzail? What's Marsember like? He thought of all these things and he made all these things. So he had an actual living, fleshed out world for D&D. And then when Wizards of the Coast heard about it, at the time they were Tor Publishing still, I want to say. They got in contact with him, and he basically gave them the rights to use Forgotten Realms. He still owns Forgotten Realms, but they have the right to use Forgotten Realms and Faerun in their settings, and all of his intricate lore and everything he put together. And so you get to see that as a huge difference of what an actual intricate, well-thought-out world is versus what is a campaign setting. Which, unfortunately, as cool as Dragonlance is, it's a campaign setting. There's not really much thought of to the world outside of what's specifically going on in the narrative, in the current narrative running.
I know, I was being ironic.
No, you were being sarcastic. God damn, Alanis Morissette.
I find I.
God. It... Like, what the fuck do you even say when it's just bad joke after bad joke?
Yeah. They're just bad jokes. It's just one of those, you just groan and go on.
He who wields it most especially.
That doesn't even make sense.
Drag your lady love.
That's kind of the point. That's why Edgin specifically says, yeah, is that what you find, Zank? Is that really what you find? Again, he's pointing out the fact that Zank isn't as wise as he thinks he is. Again,
Just because
it was the whole reference earlier. Is like, just because that sentence was symmetrical doesn't mean it wasn't nonsense.
Literally stole what I was saying.
Oh, sorry, Peggy.
Literally, like, walks over a freaking rock towards the end
Yes.
of it.
There's actually funny
to demonstrate he's not the brightest bulb in the town. You know,
it does multiple things. One, it shows that he's very deterministic. He will walk his own path. Two, he is a DM PC, which is a Dungeon Master's player character through and through. Whenever a Dungeon Master's player character is done with a setting, they just walk off into the sunset. They're just gone. And so the joke is always that they just walk in a straight line to the nearest like horizon or whatever, and they just leave. But also, the director never said cut, and the actor, not hearing them say cut, decided to just continue walking in a straight line. And the director thought it was so funny, they kept filming. And in fact, in that scene, as they're continuing doing other scenes, they still haven't told him cut yet. He is still walking in a straight line way in the background, if you watch. It is genuinely really fucking funny.
To deprive.
Could ask Zia if she wanted to return.
What have you heard of it?
You can't speak with a corpse that has been fucking cremated, you idiot. There's no corpse to reanimate. She's ashes now.
Now hang on. If we kind of like glued like the ash piece like one by one, I'm sure you could eventually do it, right?
It's the most hardcore of jigsaw puzzles.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me just restring all your atoms back together.
This is merely a fraction of its true danger.
Why don't you just tell them about the dangers?
Because it's the Underdark, the dangers are so numerous, it's more beneficial to just say, hey, everything's basically going to try to kill you. Just follow me, please.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, the best comparison I can think off the top of my head is, like, SCP Containment Breach or Secret Lab. All the creatures are out. Hey, this place is very fucking dangerous.
Yeah.
Like,
that's exactly what I say if you want to live.
There's so many various dangers here that I can't possibly explain them all to you, because it would take forever.
The Underdark is an entire realm that exists beneath the ground of Faerun, and it's where kobolds and dragons and drow and draugr and deep gnomes and liches and mind flayers and all kinds of things live. And most of those things don't like outsiders being near them and have very many ways to ensure outsiders don't exist anymore. But that's not even getting into the fucking hostile wildlife and fauna that also live in the Underdark. Those are just the intelligent species. Like, we're not even talking about the bullets, which is not an actual bullet, that just, it's pronounced the same way, which are these massive, like, rock lizard things that burrow under the ground and come up out of the ground to bash you to death and then chew on you. Or the fungi that actually that are actually, like, sentient to an extent and make their own colonies and take over people's bodies. It's horrible. It's not a great place to be. Yeah, and see, there's how you actually spell bullet, B-U-L-L-E-T-E. But yeah, it's, no, that's not a fun place.
I'll
tell you right now, I'm not taking his hand.
Why? This Is this a dudes are less manly if they hold another dude's hand, even in a dark saving your life in a cave situation joke?
No,
No, because he's a fucking
hates
weirdo.
him.
Yeah,
He doesn't like Zank. He has a personal grudge against Thays. He hates them.
Yep. He doesn't like Thayans at all. And I actually love this reference too, of him trying to whisper. He's like, how do you hear that? I heard that too. It's so good.
Even though he's helping us?
Didn't the last couple of people who were helping Ford and Safina double-cross you?
The higher the intelligence of the prey, the more likely they are to strike.
Pausing because of copyright. Go and wind it back just a second.
Great joke though too. It's such a great fucking joke.
Winding it back just a second because of there's a delay every time I've hit play.
It's a strike.
Of course there isn't this time.
Oh, that's a little hurtful.
I'll tell you what's hurtful. Finding out the entire party made intelligence their dump stat. Use charisma or constitution next time, moron.
Okay, well let's see. What do we have here? We have a barbarian who is focused on strength. Okay, so strength's going to be her obvious one. We have a bard. Well, his obvious one's going to be charisma. We have a druid. Her obvious one's going to be wisdom. And we have a sorcerer who, guess what? Their obvious one is charisma. Oh my god.
Between wisdom and intelligence.
It's like, if they were a wizard and they had low intelligence, I would agree with you, Cinema Sins. But none of them are wizards. None of them are an intelligence-based class.
I would assume the difference between wisdom and intelligence is wisdom would be like knowing how to deal with situations, whereas intelligence is like how much actual information you know.
Yeah, or problem solving, the ability to do research and think, abstract thought. Wisdom is the application of ancient knowledge and such, like colloquialisms or like wives' tales. Like I'm wise to, I'm not sticking my hand in that thing, sort of stuff.
Old Billy Bob fell down that hole. We don't go down there no more.
Also, yes, I would never ever use Constitution as a dump stat. Oh my god, that's just asking to get your character fucking insta-killed.
Of Dolben.
Why does this city need to exist? Why did they use chains and everything to create a rock platform city that dangles above volcanic magma? Isn't it hot as balls down here? Shouldn't they all be burning up in their clothes and armor?
No.
First off, it's deep gnomes. They actually do like the heat. They enjoy this. And also, very easy to defend your city when it's floating above lava, and the only way to get there is with shit like this bridge, okay? That is made to absolute gnomish perfection when it comes to the trap mechanism. I genuinely love this trap mechanism because it's so fitting for how nonsensical gnomes make their traps. But I also love the reaction to Zank channeling the Dungeon Master, glaring at the player that has so fucked the entire campaign that it cannot continue unless he comes up with some bullshit on the spot to make it work. Like, holy shit.
Foot on the bridge. Didn't realize that's where it technically started.
How could you possibly know that if Bridgerton here didn't tell you? It's not on you, Simon. It's on Bridgerton.
But he's obviously not standing on the bridge while he's doing it. While he's explaining the mechanism, Simon walks over past him and puts his foot down on a rock for whatever reason. Because, again, Simon isn't very smart. And he causes the bridge to fall into the lava.
Also, it's worth...
I wish he would have gone through the gnome's explanation, though, because holy shit.
It's
genuinely really good.
Also worth noting that a bridge isn't entirely the part that's, like, above nothing. It's suspended above nothing. A bridge is, like, the base that the rest of it is connected to, that's on solid land.
Yep. It's just genuinely funny. I wish they would have shown, chat, don't worry, I am cutting out of the movie the specific scene where Zank is just giving the death glare at Simon because it's too fucking good. That is the glare a dungeon master gives a player that has completely monkey wrenched the campaign so bad you cannot recover it, and you need to come up with some nonsense on the spot to try to get things back on rails. Like his glare. Let's see if I can I believe Cinema Sins looked at it for a second. You can't see it from the proper angle, but there he's giving the death glare to Simon. It is so good. And my favorite part is that this is the reason why dungeon masters don't like to improvise crazy out of the box solutions to get things back on track, because the hither tither staff is now existing in this world and the players abuse it. And that is exactly why you have to be very careful when you give new items to players to try to get things back on track, because the player then suddenly goes, ooh, how can we fuck up the campaign even more with this now? We did great without a hither tither staff. Imagine what'll happen now that we have a hither tither staff.
On the bridge. Didn't realize that's where it technically started.
How could you possibly know that if Bridgerton here didn't tell you? It's not on you, Simon. It's on Bridgerton.
That's not a walking stick. It's a hither thither staff.
They should have called this movie Dungeons and Dragons Conveniences Among Thieves whenever they get stumped.
No, again, this is perfectly fitting with the DM trying to get the campaign back on track. This staff is brilliant in so many regards. One, because this is something that a wizard would absolutely make. Like, holy shit, this would genuinely be a useful item that someone would make in this setting. You have teleportation already. Teleportation does exist in Dungeons & Dragons. There's all kinds of downsides to using teleportation if you don't know what you're doing, but yeah. It's hither thither. It is TH, hither thither sort of thing, but I just say hither tither because it's easier, okay?
Yeah. Also, and before he makes a thinking with portals joke.
Yeah, this one's a pretty obvious setup.
It's portals.
Yeah, this is exactly why you don't...
Sadly, this
is exactly why DMs are super gun-shy about trying to get things back on track. They don't want to have to do this, because immediately following this, they start abusing this fucking staff for all it's worth.
I mean, I don't blame them.
Yeah, I don't blame them either, but again, this is every single actually playing Dungeons & Dragons with a group, and you fuck things up, and somehow things need to get back on track, and the DM gives you an item that does this, but then now suddenly the players all smile and look at each other and is like, but you didn't say this, this, and this, and that about it. Yes. And now the shenanigans will flow.
Also, I'm glad he didn't say now you're thinking with portals, but he did reference Portal. Again, it's a joke. It's a very bad one. Because it's just... I'm gonna send the movie for a completely different company not making a thing. Because it made me think of portals.
Yeah. God, imagine the shit they could have done with this if they really were thinking with, like, outside the box. Like, you throw one of those on, like, a stalagmite or something above you over the lava, and when you come in contact with those guys that are trying to kill you, just throw the portal on the ground in front of them and they fall in and they just fall from the ceiling into the lava. It's like, there's so much shit you could do to abuse this thing so hardcore.
In Portal 3, so the sin is for Valve. Learn to count to 3, you assholes. A bunch of whatever happens and some other somethings happen, and then they find the helmet.
Trusting that you'll protect it with...
Okay, it's an intricate lock, and again, it fits with the gnomes. What did we just learn about the gnomes and their traps, okay?
Absurdly complex and intricate.
Bridge? Yeah, so now we have this absurdly complex and intricate chest that's for storage. Alright? It's fitting. Why is that a sin?
Also, he acts like a whole bunch of stuff happens in between there from the way he was saying it, but it's literally... Yeah, they portal over to this spot, walk over to the chest, open it, get the helmet.
Yeah.
He acts like it's some fucking, like, oh, and there's all this other dumb shit that they do. And it's like, they just walked over here and opened the chest and got it.
Yeah.
Fuck off.
Okay, but we already met several corpses that made the same promise. One guy's...
And they kept the promise. They guarded it with their very life. They kept it out of the hands of the Cult of the Dragon. They succeeded.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry. They literally won. One guy's sword has green fire. It's literally a green fire sword. And the other guy's sword glows gold, and I don't have any fucking clue who has the advantage here. We aren't sure what weapon Zank has. We were debating this in my my movie discussion on my Discord. We aren't so sure what he's using. It can't be a blade of smiting or anything like that. Otherwise, he would have literally killed these undead guys with it. But it's obviously some empowered weapon for sure. But we're not exactly sure what it is. You think it's divine favor, Lunar?
Sword
Okay.
It's a legally distinct lightsaber.
has green fire, and the other guy's sword glows gold. And I don't have any fucking clue who has the advantage here. Look, this is a cool fight. I respect that it's not cut to pieces like a Marvel battle, but what exactly does the glowing attribute on each of these swords do besides look cool? We see...
Okay,
well, we see that the green one literally burns him when it touches his shoulder, so...
Yeah.
So
and
we know it does
it's
fire damage.
Incredibly sharp and can actually go through metal, as you saw when it took off a dude's head.
Yeah, and here we see it clearly burning him. It's causing him pain, even though he's not being cut. So, there's an advantage it has right there.
Also, I don't like where this is going. We see him get burned, but then continues on as if the sword that previously cut down half a dozen guards in Neverwinter is suddenly useless. Those guards are like random people in armor, as opposed to this guy is a trained paladin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And a
It's a
high
big
level
difference.
one at that, by the way. Like, he's definitely a high level paladin.
Yeah, and paladins are pretty ridiculous. There's a reason why I instantly choose paladin. Like, I don't even have to think about it. I would 100% be a paladin. And it's for a very good reason.
Yep.
He's here, but then he continues on as if the sword that previously cut down half a dozen guards...
Wait, a paladin is like religious knights.
They don't
Would that
have
be a
to
good
be
way
religious, but they have to be oath-bound.
Yeah.
Now, you can
Okay.
actually be an Oathbreaker Paladin. That gets into a whole other fucking can of worms. Which will then...
So if
lead
I
you
want to
down
be
the
like a
path of evil.
crusader knight, then I'd choose like a paladin, essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
You are, like, you take your oath, whatever oath it is, and you must live out your entire life fulfilling that oath, and you will be granted divine magics based off of the adherence to said oath. And of course, your skill and everything like that. Like, you could be a divine paladin of, who could we say for? Like, let's say you're a divine paladin of Mystra, because Mystra is an interesting example, because Mystra's not normally associated with paladins and clerics, but she has them. Mystra is all about the spreading of arcane magics, the knowledge of magic to all peoples. Mystra's end goal is that every single sentient being in the world can use magic. And so she despises anyone that gets rid of magic, or hoards magic and doesn't allow other people to learn magic. Absolutely despises them. So as a paladin of Mystra, your goal may be to cast down tyrant wizards and witches and sorcerers that hoard magic all to themselves, to give magic to the peoples and everything. And then you could break your oath by accidentally, like, say you went to Candlekeep and you destroyed the libraries of Candlekeep. Then you'd be an Oathbreaker, because now you've destroyed magic. You've removed magic from the world.
is suddenly useless. Rule of cool will only get you so far, D&D movie. Tell me what stuff does.
Okay,
It's not.
The stuff is actually consistent. Again, a green flame, it's a very sharp green flame blade, but it just does extra bonus fire damage, okay? And also, this Thayan assassin is clearly a much higher level and much stronger and more competent than the guards were. Remember, the guards got their ass kicked by Holga, unarmed. Granted, she's a barbarian with high strength and tavern brawler, but still, she was fucking unarmed.
Yeah. The guards are just standard fodder guards. Like, there's nothing special about them. These guys are high-level assassins, and they're also undead.
Yes.
There's a lot more to them than some random fucking town guards.
Yeah. Like, just to put this into perspective, it's like asking why it would be easy to kick Steve Urkel's ass, but not kick Arnold Schwarzenegger's ass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As Box Fox Scoot says, there's a difference between the local sheriff and a fucking spec ops squad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sleep.
What?
It is no simple feat to kill that which is already dead.
Then why did you bother fighting them in the first place?
To buy
He was
time.
trying to buy time for them, but then he realized that,
Jesus.
shit, they're coming back way faster than I thought.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious he didn't expect them to get up immediately.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh my god. How are you this dumb? Like, seriously, how are you actually this fucking stupid?
Any time because they just stood there watching the fight. So why not flee right after you saw them? This renders the whole fight moot.
Again,
They
he didn't
didn't.
know they were going to get up so fast.
Yeah. Oh my god, you're so stupid.
Yeah, this is fucking painful.
No!
Shut
Fuck
the
off.
fuck up. Jesus Christ.
God.
Just when I didn't
He's
think
so
I could fucking
cringe.
hate you anymore, you do something like this.
Yep. Oh look, Such is in the movie? Wow! Jesus. I am not fat, thank you very much.
Hey, you're the one who likes every fucking lizard you see.
It's because lizard superiority.
Nah.
Oh, the whole guy.
That was a sin? God damn. Okay, so that was actually a perfect setup to why they're all not fucking dead right now. He tried to do his draconic breath weapon and it didn't work on them. Actually, again, them picking Thembershad was very fucking important in Dungeons & Dragons lore. Because Thembershad physically cannot use his dragon breath that well. He has problems. Not only that, but he's becoming an ancient red dragon. So the Draugr were going to kill him because, one, he's not lighting the forges for them like he should. And now he's becoming an ancient dragon, so he's starting to gain that treasure lust that cannot be sated by the Draugr giving him treasures.
I
So
read
he
this
escaped.
next one, and I am so fucking annoyed right now.
Yeah.
The whole goddamn team, some here, never met while all graduating from the Prometheus School of running away from things. First of all, Thembershad is a living thing that is specifically going after him. If you deviate from the path, he's going to go after you. And, like, you're not going to abandon your team. Secondly, they can't see where the chain is going. It is not a giant wheel moving like that fucking ship in Prometheus was. The reason the Prometheus run was stupid was because you have a round object rolling forwards. And rather than running off to the side, left or right, she runs directly in a line that is like a path that is in line with where the ship is rolling, which is fucking stupid. There are so many variables here on screen that, like, it's not comparable.
Yeah. It's all happening so fast they barely even have a chance to even notice that the chain is falling towards them. And then when they do notice, they run to the side, you fucking idiot.
Yeah, Doric is going to look back when she hears the chain crunching getting closer, realize they're going to get hit, and she pushes herself and Simon away from the path of the chain. Thembershad also realizes the chain is in the way, which is why he's not cutting over. He's letting the chain fall, and then he tries to climb over it and chuffs up his athletics check and rolls. Oh, I love that. Like, when he looks so flustered when he fucks up the getting over the big chain, and he just starts rolling. He's like, oh!
I hate the movie Prometheus And every time I see a dumb fucking criticism like this, I hate the movie even more. Because it's one of those things that is fucking poison discussion. Because you get retards like this who think, oh hey, look, people are running away in a way that looks similar to Prometheus. It's just the same, this is dumb. It's like, no, they're
Especially
completely different situations.
Yeah, especially when the people who tend to make these comparisons are also the same people who would have defended Prometheus to death as the best movie ever made.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But it's only now because it's been so long and the criticism is so like ingrained in pop culture that that's the only reason they even accept it. Ugh, I hate this shit. I hate this shit so much.
Well, never met while all
See, look,
graduating from the Prometheus.
Dork turned and looked, Simon
School
turned and
running away
looked,
from
and
things.
now
So
they're
this movie
both
has a fat
shoved over.
dragon, and the fat dragon seems
Oh,
to
nope,
only
gotta
exist
skip
to make
that.
fun of how fat it is, but also for it to eat the folks our protagonist was about to have to fight.
No. They specifically needed this to be Thembershad, okay? Because if this was any other red dragon, the entire team is dead. It's game over. The fact it's Thembershad and he escaped from his Draugr masters, well, he wouldn't like to call it that, but the fact that he escaped from his Draugr masters and is layering here is actually really fucking important because he's actually layering near Dargothoth, who is known as the Creeping Doom. That is incredibly fucking important information for Forgotten Realms. That's something the movie doesn't tell you about, but this is the area that they're in. They're near Dargothoth's lair. And Dargothoth is the most scary motherfucker in the entire universe. He is a Archlich dragon, a Draco Lich. That is the single most powerful magic user in all of the Forgotten Realms. And Thembershad being this close is not good because Thembershad is likely going to fucking die unless he's on his best fucking behavior. AKA one of many undead dragons Mystra wants to bump uglies with. Dreadnought does not like Mystra. I think he gives Mystra too much of a hard time. But no, it's because Dargothoth is that fucking good at magic. And Mystra is all about increasing magic knowledge and having more people use magic. So she's totally down with him, and that's why he's a chosen of Mystra. Yeah, it's funny, it's goofy, it entirely fits in canon, and it's a logical way that this party can actually escape from a fucking red dragon and not all be dead immediately. Because if it was a normal red dragon, it breathes, the very first time it came out of its cave, it would have done dragon breath and it would have killed them all instantly. Or, God forbid, let's say somebody unfortunately made their save against dragon breath and just took a shit ton of fucking damage and is now burning alive and writhing in agony and still has to fight a dragon who realizes that they survived, walks up and starts squishing.
$2 from Austin Ustantine, thank you. Night everyone, thanks for making my shifts easier. Oh, well thank you.
Yeah.
So wait, was a D&D movie good or something, or are we just dunking on CinemaSins for being stupid again? Both. The Dungeons & Dragons movie is legitimately good. Big recommend. But also CinemaSins is fucking retarded as all... Excuse me. As always.
Yeah.
That paused again for me. Oh, there we go.
Okay.
Man, if you're capable of this... Yeah, he's stuck.
No, okay. Yeah, and guess what? Did it do anything but stun the dragon for a moment? Oh no, it didn't do anything but stun the dragon for a moment. In fact, that's how they get stuck in this situation here. No, okay. This is also wrong. He didn't actually breathe fire earlier. If you paid attention to the scene, he fucks up and he can't breathe fire every single time he opens his mouth. He actually has a problem with igniting the flame, which is why the Draugr were going to kill him. One of the many reasons why. But
I mean, obesity is going to affect all sorts of things. You know, I mean,
Yep.
you better watch his diet. Seriously.
Yeah.
You
Which
never know.
which is actually a part of the lore, he's specifically being fattened up by the Draugr because they need to make it an easier kill, because you can't keep a red dragon prisoner, even if it's a gilded cage and you're giving him treasures all the time, forever. Eventually, as the dragon becomes more and more ancient, it will want more and more and more treasure and will want destruction. It becomes violent and bloodthirsty. It no longer wants tribute anymore. It wants to raise and destroy. So the Draugr know this. So, hey, we're going to keep the red dragon happy. We're going to bring it food every day. We're going to overfeed it every single day for years and years and years and years. All we ask of it is, hey, will you light our dragonfire forges when we need them? And we'll give you treasures, and we'll give you food, and we will worship you, and so on and so forth. But it's a ploy. Themberchaud actually figured out it was a ploy, and he escaped. But he has problems with, he can't ignite his draconic breath, and he's so fucking fat. So he struggles. He's having some issues. But he's still a big fucking red dragon, and so he's still very strong and powerful. And he didn't actually breathe fire. When he was trying to breathe fire, they went past a lava stream that was falling from the cavern ceiling above them. There was a lava stream that was falling. And as he was breathing fire and they went past the lava stream, the lava ignited the fire, which is what Egan clocks onto right here, that, hey, other sources of fire can ignite it. Therefore, do the trick you did back for all those peasants. Light your finger on fire and we can use it to get out of here. Again, it's a very smart setup, and it helps if you pay attention to the fucking movie.
I am really running out of gas here. I really want to get through these videos.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm starting to doze off.
Just quickly, you should not be standing around right now. Fucking run. Where? It's a dead end.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're literally trapped in a fucking dead-end cave.
Yeah. Good point. Very good point.
Go ahead.
They literally breathed fire earlier. You should not be standing around right now. Fucking run! This loot has smashed people in the face and was...
Of course he doesn't showcase why he's a fucking idiot, like the literal 2 seconds after that moment.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Still playable. I doubt a little seawater will slow its roll.
This is what...
How is that
Okay, so it being reinforced against blunt damage is not the same as being reinforced against seawater, which has salt in it, which likes to corrode things and eat away at things.
Yeah.
Zank survives his swim armor. There's a reason players used to strip before swimming in the first and second editions of D&D. Swim checks were difficult enough to make, but armor was practically a death sentence.
So entire fate.
And okay, yeah, he made it. But look, okay, you can actually see him in the background. Do you see that dot getting close to the horizon? That is still Zank walking. Watch that dot. He is still walking in the background.
Fate rests on you.
Not really. We're going to find out in about 20 minutes that the vault is actually empty, rendering this...
I was like, that is just beautiful.
Oh, that just fucking pissed me off. Hold on.
D&D. Swim checks were difficult enough to make, but armor was practically a death sentence.
Yeah, shut up.
So entire fate rests on you.
Not really. We're going to find out in about 20 minutes that the vault is actually empty, rendering this quest...
That doesn't fucking matter, because at this stage, at this point, they don't fucking know that. Like, now you're just fucking shitting on the movie and the characters for not seeing the future.
Yeah. When
like,
meanwhile,
fuck off.
you couldn't even understand
Not a criticism.
He couldn't even understand an actual linear progression of events earlier, and now he's like, "How dare you not know the script and what's in the future?"
Oh, gee, what's the criticism here? Is that the characters don't have an omniscient sense of the world? Like, gee.
Yeah.
Like, how does anyone think these videos are fucking good?
I don't know.
On Moot, this movie is really good at that.
Funny thing about magic, it chooses who may wield it.
Yeah, that's bullshit. Bards get magic from the inspiration of music.
Okay, and you know why? All right, so again, the reason bards can use magic, and it's explained very well in Baldur's Gate 3 by Gale. Gale equates working with the weave as if he's reading a musical sheet. He's actually able to play along to the notes and everything like that. Again, the weave is an actual physical thing, okay? Bards tap into this. They tap into the weave. All right? They are magic casters. It is fine.
From ancient draconic bloodlines, druids through their reverence of nature, warlocks through a pact with a powerful being, and wizards through decades of arcane study. None of them get magic because magic chose them to wield it.
Yes, they did. All of them have to have a predilection towards magic use or be gifted it. They have to be chosen by magic to use the magic. All
yeah,
right?
I'm not even a big D&D person, and even I know that they fucking have to be like born with some level of magic. Like you have to be born with some level to be adept at it.
Yes. It's why Faye actually screens all of their children, because you actually do need to have the capability and be chosen to wield magic. Like, Mistra wants everybody to do it, but that doesn't make it so. Mistra is trying to get it so that every single person can do it, either through constant bloodline intermingling and everything, which does happen quite a lot, so that everybody has draconic bloodlines, so everybody can use magic, or they have fey blood or whatever, or through pacts. She's fine with all forms of magic. That's why Mistra is also neutral. She is not good or evil. She is neutral, because she doesn't care what you use the magic for as long as magic is being used. The only time Mistra gets pissed off at magic users is when magic users deny magic to other potential magic users. Then Mistra gets very upset.
Certainly be selective, but magic itself? Not even a little.
Yes.
Stop trying to capture it. You just have to let it go.
That makes about as much sense as if you go hard enough left, you'll find yourself going right from cars, which is to say, none.
It makes sense because
What?
it's the exact words he needs to hear. He's not paying attention to what he's being told and shown all throughout the movie. Like, hey, you need to let me go. You need to let me go. I died. It's okay. I have a new life on a new plane. Yep.
Yeah. So
Yep.
how the fuck does it not make any sense to you? Are you serious? Yeah, I mean, there's no other explanation at this point. He literally is just Down syndrome level retarded.
Yeah.
Human, but lie.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. We humans can avoid lying. We just choose not to because we know all the other humans are lying.
I lost everything that ever
Good God. And he cut out all of this stuff here to get to this point.
mattered to me, and it was all my fault.
Actually, I think there's like tons of blame to go around for you losing the things you love. We could start with your really good friend and teammate Forge, who screwed you over.
No, no. He's talking about, and he specifically mentions it, when he broke the Harper's oath and he took for himself. When he took Athaian's treasure, it fucked everything up. He is to blame.
Yeah.
He's the one that chose to violate his oath.
It all started with him. He was the catalyst.
Yeah.
I was muted for that.
Yeah, fair enough.
Be guarding against people taking things out of their wagons, not putting them in.
I'm pretty sure the guards will guard the wagons from anyone doing anything. Try.
No. Again, Because what they're looking for is people trying to stop the wagon, trying to steal from it. That's why they're armed. That's why they're on horseback. Not just for transportation purposes, but so they can chase people down. Like, they're looking for thieves. They're not looking for some philanthropist who's going to sneak something in. That's why they're not going to look underneath the cart or anything while it's in motion. But also, again, a DM improvisation coming back to bite the dungeon master in the ass. They're going to use the staff here, and they're going to abuse it in a incredibly clever and smart way too. Like, this is incredibly well thought out.
Yeah, it's an amazing plan given the resources they have. I can't wait to see how he's going to fucking complain about it and completely misunderstand everything about it.
Yeah.
Try walking into a bank sometime and putting something in the vault without permission. See if a guard doesn't stop you.
God.
Never touch the goo!
Yeah.
What? How is that a sin? They're using
yeah.
it as a glue so that they can keep the painting. Which, beautiful choice to have Volothamp as the painting. That's just fucking funny. Volo's painting is the one they're gonna use to sneak in. Brilliant. That's a brilliant meta reference too. The fucking shyster himself.
Both guards fail their perception checks and miss a grown man laying down in a pile of leaves in the middle of the road. The rules are...
It's...
What are they looking for? Are they going to be looking underneath the carriage the entire time, you dumb fuck?
Yeah, they have... Part of their job is to look around. They're not going to be looking at the ground. Because how many people are going to be on the ground that's going to, like, be able to do anything?
Yeah.
Yeah. Volo, which is his shortened name for Volothamp Gadarm, he is as he would tell it, a powerful wizard, but he's actually a very middling wizard. He's at least a level 1 wizard, though. Who likes to exaggerate everything he does. And so anybody that knows anything about Volo knows that he's a shyster, a liar, just a no-good, dirty scallywag who you can't trust any telling of anything to. Hilariously, though, he does get right a lot closer than you would think he would on multiple things. And also, he is a weave anchor for the entire magic system in all of Faerun. Not that he knows. He doesn't know that. But there's a reason why Mystra has all of her chosen protecting him constantly and saving his ass. Because, yeah. And for anyone wondering, why would you make magic be anchored to a fucking bumbling idiot? Well, all the other gods that want to kill Mystra are going to target her chosen. But are they going to expect that she gave a weave anchor to a bumbling dipshit who doesn't know his right from his left and who can't tell the truth to save his life? Like, holy shit.
5 harrowing challenges, 5 teams of champions.
Already this feels like the opposite of simple.
There will be a wonderful gift for each and every one of you.
It's a tote bag. I bet it's a tote bag. Actually, scratch that. It's gonna be that red smoke beckoning death spell again. The one from the flashback? I bet my liar on it.
You're gonna get...
Yes, how is that a sin?
I hate you. Watching this video is actively draining the energy out of my body and putting me to fucking sleep. It's almost as bad as Starfield.
Yeah.
That's literally just him being like, I watched the movie, so therefore I know what the plot's gonna be. Sin.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck?
You start up Lord of the Rings in a Sins video, and the first time the ring shows up, oh, they're gonna destroy this thing. Ding!
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay? Not because he can, but because you must.
This is going to work. Somehow Edgins...
Okay, his entire speech is about why it's going to work before this, that you conveniently cut out so you can make your shitty fucking sin. Alright, he's explaining that Simon always has these moments where it's life or death situation, and then the magic fucking works. Because he's no longer worried about if he can, or, you know, like, oh, but I might not be strong enough. Now he's like, I must. And then it works. and which is something he needs to learn, which is how he fucking attunes to the helmet. When he stops trying to think, can I? Instead is like, no, I have to.
Or any of them see him at all, because this is happening. And
Well, let's see. 1, they're all in armor. 2, they have their face shields down and everything, which limits their vision. And 3, they're probably going to look down at where their feet are going, because taking a tumble in armor is not really pleasant.
Mm-hmm.
And also, they do tend to make a lot of noise, so it doesn't even have to be that he saw them first. He could have just heard them fucking coming.
Yeah.
is happening, and it's clear she's winning, but I'm still really confused, man. Like, does the movie want me to get dizzy and then celebrate because the protagonist gal won? Or does the movie want me to know what happened in the in-between?
I don't mind that.
What? This...
You...
Okay.
Do you have the fucking attention span of a goddamn fucking... I don't even know.
Yeah.
What to put
this
there.
This fight sequence was actually amazing because it resisted the typical urge in Hollywood to do the fucking shaky cam bullshit and rapid cuts everywhere. You can actually follow the fight as it was going along, and you can understand where each person was in the room as it was going on.
Yeah, it's incredibly easy to follow.
I was never confused about this fight at all. It was very plainly showed throughout the entire thing, like, how everything was going.
Yep. And also, again, Tavern Brawler coming in clutch because improvised weapon, like using the bow to fucking flick both of them in the head, was great.
Severely weaken the structural integrity of your axe. Wait and see what happens next time you try and hit something with it.
It's dark steel. It was explained earlier. It's dark steel, so no, it didn't harm the integrity of the axe at all. If anything, it just made it look more badass, and now it's very hot for this current moment. Also, because he stood up for himself, Simon is now a magical badass. Sorcerers are incredibly fucking powerful magic users because they are innately gifted with the weave. As, again, Baldur's Gate 3 does a great example of this. If you are a sorcerer and you talk to Gale, and Gale is explaining what the weave is and how he gets to read the sheets, the music of the weave, as if it's a composition, your sorcerer can answer, while you need to study manuscripts and musical theory, I can whistle the tune from heart because the weave is a part of me. It's who I am. I am the weave. It's just great. It's again, it's a great explanation for. Sorcerers are innately in tune with magic, whereas wizards gain attunement through constant study and practice.
Because Simon is now a magical badass, and that feels rushed.
How is it rushed?
There's a build-up to it. It's his fucking character arc that he fucking sucks, and, like, he essentially needs the confidence to be able to fucking do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're shown him failing attuning the helmet for a decent portion of the film near the end.
Yeah.
And then he finally stands up for himself, and then that's what, like, it's revealed that was the problem, was he was holding himself back.
Yep.
It makes perfect sense. It wasn't rushed at all.
Yeah. Even better. Well, the one thing I was super worried about, the big thing I was worried about was that the old man in the helmet was supposed to be Elminster, and I was like, oh no, he got the Netflix treatment. But thank God it wasn't actually Elminster. It was just it was Simon's personal image of what he could be if he had confidence. That was Simon Almar as a confident sorcerer user, which, again, he even admits here when they talk through the Sending Stones. He's like, I guess it was just me holding myself back. And Edgin's like, that's exactly what I've been saying. And it was that helmet there, the old sorcerer he was talking to was literally the embodiment of himself keeping him down. And so the moment he stood up to him, he unlocked his potential.
Yep.
Spell knocked down the guards. I thought it was just supposed to destroy any enchantments. Were these enchanted guards?
Okay, he just unleashed a massive wave of magic right in front of people. You might notice that other people don't get flung around as it gets further and further away from the source, and that all it does is it does what it's supposed to. It just drops the enchantments on things. It basically cuts off the enchantments. But no, here at ground zero, right in front of the fucking blast wave, yeah, sure, it knocked him down too.
Enchanted guards. But also, if this blast radius spell did destroy all enchantments, why are their communicator thingies still working?
That one, it's because the Sending Stone, the way the Sending Stone works in the movie is actually not the way they work. They're not supposed to be walkie-talkies. You're supposed to be able to send 25 words per, was it long rest or short rest? I think it's short rest. But it's supposed to be 25 words. And that was intentionally nerfed down to that level because they didn't want people to be able to, like, have, you know, I've got a cell phone on me, I'll just call for help at all times, right? Ed Greenwood and all the people that were working on Forgotten Realms were just like, no, we're not allowing Sending Stones to be that powerful. However, you know what? Even though they're a type of item, would this be enchantments, or would that be considered a magical item now? Because the vault. I'm sorry, I'm spitballing to myself because I'm trying to think if that's an actual criticism.
I keep dozing off.
Yeah, fair enough. I'll think about it, but I'll say potential CinemaSins may have gotten something there, but also, I think a magical item isn't technically an enchantment. So yeah, and they specified it was a spell placed on the door. It wasn't the door itself.
He follows the suspicious people until, she's been knocked out. So the movie wants smart protagonists who do smart things, but it is also capable of kneecapping those characters when the runtime demands it.
I'm really...
But
she didn't see someone...
confident guard caught her. Like, okay, yeah.
Sorry about the way things have worked out.
He is not.
But I think if you were truly honest, you'd have to admit...
How is that a sin? He's obviously not. How is it a sin that Forge is being a smarmy bastard? Like, what? Jesus.
Villain being villain, ding.
Yeah.
Give Kira a better life?
I did not expect my D&D movie to have this much Gone Baby Gone in it.
They defeated your men and mine. Let them fight in the arena.
Oh,
yeah, but why don't we just kill them?
You dumb motherfucker! You actually... Go ahead, pop culture, I'm sorry.
Gone Baby Gone is a kidnapping movie. It's with Morgan Freeman, Casey Affleck, and I can't remember the third guy's name. And yeah, it's a bit of a twist of a movie. Like, children go missing in a town and they never get unsolved. And there's like a twist in it that the cop actually kidnapped the child because the parents were severely maltreating the child, which is kind of a good thing, but what do I know? But yeah, it's a weird reference, I guess, because I don't know how that movie compares with this scene. I guess the point is that Hugh Grant's character kidnapped the child and he can provide like a better life.
Which he technically can, given the amount of money and everything. It's going to be a more luxurious life, for sure.
The reason there's a reference to this movie is because CinemaSins thinks referencing other things is a joke, and it's really, really funny, and that's half of what its content is. Hey, this scene, this clip, this line, it reminded me of this other thing. Ding.
Yeah. He does that a lot. Now this thing that's currently on screen. Yeah, but why don't you just kill them?
Because it's fucking.
Did you not realize that Forge almost gave away what was going to happen until Sophina looked at him and he pushed himself up and he's like, better for you to die now. But then Sophina's like, that's a brilliant idea. Put them in the arena. They're going to get encapsulated in the beckoning death. And now I have competent thralls who, as she just said, defeated your men and mine. So clearly they have some competence to them. I'm going to get competent thralls. This is a win-win for me. Like, yeah, this is exactly why she doesn't just kill them. Because she realized, oh my god, this is perfect. No, yeah, go in the arena, you dumb fucking idiots. Become part of the beckoning death spell.
Loot from us?
He was stealing it for himself.
Aren't those two things basically the same one thing?
Magic
No,
suppression.
they aren't. What?
They put one on me too.
Well then, it's a good thing they didn't slap one on Ed, right? I mean, bards have access to spell slots and all kinds of neat magic to... Oh, right.
He does, but as I've seen through his spell sheet, he's he made some interesting choices. Yeah, the friend spell, which is like, oh, okay.
Bards have magic.
Yeah, but
It didn't. It just realized that he was a bard that decided not to spec into bardly magic because he's a bit of a dummy.
look what you did lose.
How exactly? The cube dissolves things, which would have just melted the bracelet down even tighter onto Doric's skin. It's not like...
No. Also, you might be muted, Cree.
Yes, it was muted. How the fuck would it make it tighter? The reason it got pulled off is because it's a fucking... It's a jelly cube that is supposed to hold things in, and it was loose, so she was able to slip her hand through it. Why the fuck would it be tighter?
It was the added tension she needed to pull her hand through it. Not that she intended to do that or anything, obviously, but it's because the gelatinous cube is squeezing down, so it's gripping onto that manacle really firmly. She was having a struggle trying to pull her own hand out. Holga actually managed to grab her. Thankfully, once they realize how to get someone out, they're going to use this later. Thank God, clever thinking.
Tub of butter and it slid loose.
I've got an idea. Follow me.
And then they all do. Like she's the leader or has a history of great ideas.
It's better than just fucking sitting there and dying.
Yeah,
she has an idea. No one else does. It's literally do this or die. What the fuck?
Do this or get in the cage where, as Edgin just made a speech of, even if we survive this round, there's going to be another round and another round and another round until every single person in that cage is dead.
Wait, so if they didn't have any ideas, there wouldn't be no ding?
Yeah, I guess. I love this. Tavern Brawler coming in clutch. And there's a guy I watched who was a big D&D nerd who watched this movie as well, and when this scene happened, he's like, Tavern Brawler, 1d4 plus strength bonus for damage. I was like, yeah.
Forge doesn't see Holga grab or throw the potato.
Do you realize how fast it probably happened? I want you to be looking at somebody else and have somebody out of the corner of your eye grab a potato and throw it at you, CinemaSins. I want to see how fast you react. Especially if that person can chuck that fucking thing with some serious force.
And I have to assume, like, she threw it with some real fucking force behind it, because it literally breaks apart on his face.
Yeah,
potatoes... Uncooked potatoes tend to be pretty fucking solid.
Yeah, they're like rocks.
Yeah, well, it's not in 5 seconds, it's 6 seconds. Every single round in D&D is 6 seconds.
Why aren't the fans in the upper decks dead now, since it is supposed to kill everyone who sees it?
It's not who sees it. How are you this fucking dumb?
It was also said who beholds it. But that was Zank speaking fancifully. We actually saw it in action, and it didn't kill anyone that wasn't directly touching it or in it. In fact, he got out of the radius of it.
And he
Holy
had
shit,
seen
man.
it, which means literally the movie proves that seeing it doesn't make you fall under its effects.
Yep. And it's totally fine to just assume that Zank is speaking flowerly, because that's what he does.
Why are you stopping? In the flashback, last time this was used, that red smoke could stretch for thousands of feet. The people are just right outside the arena. Keep going. You'll take...
Thousands of feet?
Where did you get thousands of feet from?
We don't see that, and secondly, there's nobody holding these people in. They'll see the red smoke and just move away from it. It won't work. You have to be able to trap them in. We were literally shown this.
Again, this would have actually worked really well if people weren't already flooding out of the arena at the same time. Because if they would have realized that people were screaming and dying, everybody would have mass panicked to try to go to the exit. So it would have taken extra time, and the beckoning death would have gotten to them and turned them. But guess what? Because they were already on the move long before the beckoning death could get there, even though there was not so much a panic, but it was a rush to everybody get outside so they could get their gold, they make it out.
None of them have something to counter the beckoning death? Owlbear! But then ultimately the...
Well, he removed his pin for the owlbear for some reason.
Okay.
The owlbear does a Jurassic Park T-Rex to save the heroes, so that's a sin. Let's talk about this fight. This is a...
What?
Does it?
Wait,
you mean
how?
Jurassic World? Jurassic Park?
And what do you mean by somehow? It's fucking Doric. She's in wild shape. What do you mean somehow?
Yeah.
There's an intelligent being in there.
Also, he acts like... Okay, so if he's referencing Jurassic Park, he's acting as if she just spawns there out of nowhere. We literally see her jump and bring down, what's her name, the Red Wizard, to the ground. She doesn't disappear after that. Why the fuck would she? She gets back up and gets back into the fight. It makes perfect sense.
Yeah, I need to go back through that, because that's just fucking stupid.
To counter the beckoning death?
Look, so she jumps up as the meteor's coming in. Simon casts shield, which protects them. Technically, he should have cast the invulnerability dome, but that's okay. He might not be powerful enough for that yet. We see a bird fly up from the group into the air, then the bird shape changes into an owlbear. Like, you can't see it with the CinemaSins video that well, but yeah, that's what happens.
Heroes too. None of them have something to counter the beckoning death. Owlbear!
Yeah, you can't see it.
But then ultimately the owlbear does a Jurassic Park T-Rex to save the heroes, so that's a sin. Let's talk.
How? Again.
How?
That's Doric. That's there, you dumbass.
What the fuck?
Did you think there was just a random owlbear in the middle of Neverwinter? That would have been a sin. If just an owlbear showed up out of nowhere and did that, I would have agreed with you. But it's fucking Doric.
Maybe it's like he's criticizing it for it to be a Deus Ex Machina or something. I don't know.
But it wouldn't be, because we know she can. We know because we saw her do it before. She can wild shape into an owlbear.
Yeah. It makes no sense no matter how you cut it. Like, he just...
Is the criticism that she arrives at that specific time, or what?
No.
I'm confused.
No, because he just says this owlbear, which I assume means he thinks it's just a random owlbear out of nowhere, does a Jurassic Park T-Rex and, like, saves them? For some reason, that's not what happened.
That's also not what happens in Jurassic Park, if I remember correctly. Oh, no, not really.
They're talking about the Jurassic Park one when it bites the raptor. That's about.
But that's. I don't know. I wouldn't even like say those are similar.
Yeah.
You know.
It's not even remotely similar here.
T-Rex is not.
It's where the T-Rex somehow.
Unless the T-Rex has Sam Neill's number, I don't know. No, I don't see how this similar.
I guess what he's referring to is how the T-Rex somehow sneaks into the building and grabs the raptors.
Right,
and that allows Sam Neill and the others to escape at the end.
Part of the team.
But yeah, she's right there, so it's like, it's not even the same. We know she's there. It's not like she's sneaking up because, like, she's not as big as a T-Rex, so she's not going to be making the same amount of noise moving that a T-Rex should be.
Yeah, this makes no sense. It just doesn't make any sense at all.
Well, that's cinema sins.
Holy fuck.
We're nearly done.
Lockup is a super cool and imaginative way for two magical characters to hash things out, but Maximilian's earthen grasp only has a range of 5 feet, and yet he moves his hand all over the place. Sorry to be...
He's a sorcerer, you dumb fuck! Okay, so sorcerers, unlike wizards, sorcerers can do this thing because of their innate connection to the weave. They can do distance spells, and that does affect the range of other spells too. Holy shit.
Actually, I kind of live for this, so I'm not sorry at all. This is Cinema Sins. You know what you're getting.
Yeah, dog shit.
Yeah.
Hum's MCU theme, fuck off.
Oh. Also, how clever. He fires magic missile, and she has a reaction of casting shield, which negates magic missile. I fucking love it. I love this. This fight here is so fucking good on so many levels.
God, stop being fucking cringe. Jesus Christ.
Yep.
So fucking insufferable.
Okay.
I laughed about 0 times at that.
Yeah.
It's so funny.
I laughed so many times. I could count them on no hands.
Druid spells and uses aside from Wild Shape. Why isn't Doric hitting Sophina with Ice Storm or Wall of Fire?
What if she doesn't know those? Okay. Okay, this is the assumption where you assume every single druid is the exact same. No, it's just like every single sorcerer is not the exact same. Every single wizard is not the exact same. What if she doesn't know these spells? What if she purely knows Wild Shape? Being a druid doesn't mean you innately know all these other magics. What if she only wanted Wild Shape?
This is gonna kind of be the problem with this too. It seems like he's going to assume that every character is going to just have the entire spell book by default when, like, no.
Yeah, like, there's a reason why he's using Earthen Grasp and he's not using Bigby's hand to counter Bigby's hand. Okay? He's using a much weaker spell which gets thwarted by Bigby's hand. Wait, every druid isn't Ted Kaczynski? Oh no.
What?
Polymorph to turn her into a bunny and cage her. So Marvel's the Avengers called and wonders why, if you're going to do this, you don't just go the full way and have the owlbear say, Punica.
Because it's an owlbear, it can't fucking talk unless you speak with animals.
The thing it's fucking attacking isn't a god either. Oh my fucking...
Yeah.
And also, not everything is a reference to fucking something else. Like, what, no one can ever fucking have a character get beaten into the ground without it being a Marvel's Avengers thing now? Anime has been doing that shit for fucking decades. Remember Yamcha?
Fucking D&D did it long before any of the comic book industry existed. Holy shit. Actually, I should say D&D. Forgotten Realms, Faerun did it because Ed Greenwood is such a fucking Chad that when he was super young, he was already writing books. Like, when he was 6, he started writing Forgotten Realms. For God's sakes. The man is a legend.
It's not a good spot, is it?
I'm gonna say that the breast probably isn't a good spot to be stabbed.
Then you...
Well, yes, but why? How is that a sin? First off, but also it's a red wizard's blade, so she knows that she's fucking poisoned. She's done.
You're a good man.
Citation needed.
The entire fucking movie is your citation.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say too. I was about to say the entire
all of
fucking
this
movie.
to save his daughter and bring his wife back.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
God, I fucking hate this so
You know
much.
what? That one just made me chuckle a little because it's kind of like a Reddit cliche
Yeah.
response.
I literally thought it was Acer Thorn for a second because it literally just sounded like, what's your authoritative source for that?
Well, it can't be Acer Thorn because he didn't file a lawsuit against the film.
Yeah.
Fate divine, close to being the truth of mine.
I realize she's dying, but these lyrics are literally saying that getting drunk is a better feeling than finding treasure or going to heaven. And I think she's right. Hey,
how is that a sin?
Like, the shocking thing is that this is terrible. They're getting worse. Like, this is worse than the Puss in Boots one, which was worse than the Dune one, which is, like, they've always been bad, but they're just getting fucking worse and worse with this shit every single fucking time.
Well,
I
like
hate
said,
it so much.
He's desperate. He's fucking desperate. He has to just randomly make up shit so he can fill out these videos.
But then, like, find actual issues or something rather than this bottom of the barrel, no effort fucking garbage.
Well, that's the problem. He just covers the fucking mainstream popular shit. He doesn't just cover bad movies where he could easily do that. He has to cover good stuff, so therefore he has to make up problems, or else he can't reach the fucking 10-minute mark for his fucking videos. Or in this case, 18 minutes.
Yeah.
hey! I bet if I press the skip button, it'll jump to a scene where Holga's alive again. Skip! Hey! Look at that. It worked.
I know
You
I've said it so
actually
much. I
skipped
fucking...
the entire thing of Edgin finally realizing what life has been trying to teach him the entire time. You need to let go of your wife and look at what Holga is to your daughter. Holga is the mom that your daughter knew. The mother that was there is emphasized pretty fucking strongly. That's what that montage was him finally realizing that, okay, I need to let my wife go, the wife I loved and cherished. But my daughter never knew. She didn't know anything about her mom, her biological mom, but she knew everything about Holga. Holga was
like,
her
again,
world.
again, with the benefit of hindsight, like he's making like, I don't know, omniscient criticisms, like, oh, the characters didn't know this and blah, blah, blah. It's again that kind of stuff that appeared beforehand.
I think this video really has sapped my energy. I am fucking struggling to stay awake.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah.
I am drifting in and out
I
right
can
now.
hear it in both of you guys. I can go. I can do this all evening.
I can't. I think we should maybe save the Puss in Boots one for next time.
You sure? You sure?
Dude, we took hours to get through this video, and I'm struggling real fucking hard to stay awake right now. I've been nodding off almost
Maybe
this
we could do a
entire
bit of
time.
Puss in Boots. Not all of it, obviously, just a bit of Puss in Boots.
We'll get 5 minutes in, I guess.
Yeah, I think we're gonna get through it pretty quick in comparison. Cinema Wins always goes speedy for us.
Kind of, but well, you say always. We've only covered them once, I think.
I'm pretty sure we covered him for Dune as well.
That's the one I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's the only time we've covered wins.
I I swore we did it for something else as well, and we were talking about how insufferable it is, and we explained this is why they're a one year thing.
That was Cinema Sins doing Puss in Boots.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll see how we do in pacing for that. He's right here at the end of the thing. I'm just gonna let him go out, even if he says something incredibly fucking retarded.
Yeah.
Don't say something incredibly fucking retarded. My tism won't allow.
And if she doesn't seem all that enthused, even when anyone else to court, how many thousands of people live in Neverwinter? Besides, I think the lesbians watching this movie are gonna go ape shit if you try to keep Doric from their headcanon.
Who the fuck cares?
She's trying to play hard to get. You saw it under the arena too.
She's smiling in that shot right there, like
she was smiling, grinning like a little fucking fiend when he said, hell of a second date, isn't it? When they were under the arena in Neverwinter, she cracks a fucking smile because she's actually falling for him.
I know us guys struggle very hard on knowing when a girl likes you or not, but in this case, it's evident, you know.
It's
there's
fucking
sometimes
clear
like that. Yeah, there's that time that, you know, you wake up one morning and you like realize 3 years after the fact, hang on, that girl actually liked me, but it's already too late, you know. But
Yeah.
This case,
You wake up and cold sweat in the middle of the night and go, my God, Paige actually did hit on me. Shit.
I'm just a meme reference machine, I guess. I just think of stuff in memes. That's how it makes sense of the world.
Yeah.
Oh, this part was funny when they said
Forge
they
tries to
accepted his,
escape.
Yeah,
No.
yeah, but in the first scene they said they accepted his appeal.
Pardon,
Yeah.
yes.
That was at the start of the movie.
And we talked about
Yeah.
how it was perfect timing. It was perfect setup to Jonathan being late. Perfectly set up everything. Because if Jonathan wasn't late, they would have heard the verdict that they were pardoned. Because they could only grab Jonathan when he wasn't behind the table. So by him being late, it actually set him up in position to be grabbed to not hear the verdict. It's a very clever system, honestly, for the way it's done. I just love the poor gnome. The gnome here, Jonathan! And she's like, no, not again.
I didn't even realize she was a gnome.
Yeah. And she's a little gnome.
Oh, but given how this played out last time, why would Jonathan ever risk walking within grabbing range of a prison again?
Because he knows that they fucking sealed the windows.
No,
He's
you
not
see,
going out the window anymore.
you see what he said here. Not a prisoner, a prison.
Oh,
He works there.
Because it's his fucking job. I also like the fact that Forge is video like, I'm sorry, I don't know what came over me, because he for whatever reason Forge thought that this prison was going to be retarded and not cover up the obvious security weakness they were just shown. If we...
Prisoner making his appeal for clemency unbound. This is less Forge's fault, more failure of the prison to learn from past mistakes.
But they literally
They did learn from past mistakes. What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh my God.
Yeah. I mean, is that a lot?
No. Frankie coffee cake no good. I don't want his face.
No,
looking at
there's
that
been
face
ones
when he's
where
going-
he's like ramped it up by like thousands and thousands because of whatever fucking...
Yeah, there's something annoys him, and he's like, I'm gonna add 50 points for that.
I mean, it's like half of them don't count because they're bloody freaking jokes or
I'd
jabs
probably
or...
say over half of them.
Yeah, I'd say he had one, which was the owlbear thing, but again, that's being worked into the mechanic systems as it is anyway, so that's, you know, he's wrong there. He's right for 5th edition, but D&D 1, they already said that, and Ed Greenwood has said they're very likely going to make owlbear an actual wild shape you can go into, because owlbears are fucking cool, alright? The D&D Centales, he doesn't know enough about D&D to know what the fuck he's talking about, so that's just fucked. He had one,
You
which is
mentioned
the
as well
enchantment
the
thing.
shape-shifting as well. Yeah.
Yeah, oh yeah, he had the
The
shape shifting
fastest
thing.
the
That is correct. She shouldn't be able to wild shape that much. That is one he had. And the sending stone enchantment thing. Potential on that because I'm not sure if magical items are considered enchantments, and you do have to be very specific with this in the rules system. I'm pretty positive magical items are not considered enchantments. Enchantments are spells you put on things, not crafting of magical items, which become their own thing.
Hmm.
So that one I'm not positive on. So he could have two there. He could have gotten a second one there. Not sure. That one I'd have to break out the rule book and go rules lawyering for.
So, like 98% of it then is fucking nothing.
99%.
Yeah.
Also, it's worth mentioning now, the Puss in Boots video is the same length as the video we just did.
Oh.
I definitely can't make it through another 18-minute video, considering that's like... if we go through it fast, it's going to be an hour and a half.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. We'll have to give our apologies then to chat, and we can just do Puss in Boots next time.
Yeah, we'll do Puss in Boots Last Wish next time we do a stag, and we'll pair that up with something else. Maybe maybe an Andor video, maybe a Starfield video, maybe a what else have we watched recently that we could cover?
Well, now you can do Hill House as well.
Yeah, I don't think there's too many videos on Hill House though.
Nah, that's true. But still, it's an option.
Yeah. So.
Ooh, hiss, etc. No.
Anyways.
Who really needs sleep though?
Well, for me, it's midnight.
Well, there you go.
Yeah. I'm gonna post True Pop Culture 7's channel in chat. Go check his stuff out. And chill your stuff, sir.
Yeah, I'm True Pop Culture 7. I just I edit like stream highlights. They're kind of like, some of them are kind of like animated in a internet historian way, I guess you could describe it that way. I don't know if it counts as animation. Do you have to draw it as animation? Maybe. I don't know. I'd have to look up the definition. But yeah, so I do kind of like funny moments from streams. I just made them into like little funny edits, I guess you could say. I also do some of my own videos. I've been recently uploading like highlights of my playthrough of the Avengers game that recently got delisted. That was kind of like breaking down this video, an absolute pain.
Yeah.
I mean, most of the campaign is Miss Marvel. You barely play as the Avengers. It just feels like a 45% Miss Marvel, and then the rest of it is the Avengers.
45% of the Avengers game is the most popular and beloved Marvel character ever, Miss Marvel. That was so nice of them to do.
Yeah.
Because, like, why would anyone want to play as, you know, some loser like Spider-Man or Wolverine or Iron Man? Like, these really low-tier characters that basically no one likes.
Yeah.
No, Miss Marvel was the right choice to go with, for sure.
Yeah, and what sucks about the game as well, like, right, if they got rid of, or at least kept it to like a good 20 to 30% of gameplay of Miss Marvel. Another thing that sucked about the game was the bosses. You only have Taskmaster, Abomination, and MODOK as the unique bosses. The rest are just some mech suits, mech tanks, MODOK's mech warrior or something like that. They are boring ass bosses to fight against, and it's such a disappointment. At least have some. You have plenty of bosses to choose from in the Marvel universe. I mean, Ultimate Alliance did that with a huge number of bosses, and I You know, you might argue that that game is quite old, but I'd still play through it. I enjoy that game that much. And yeah, it's a shame. I thought of making like a Viking funeral for it, so I played it for a bit and uploaded some videos of it. So yeah, check those 2 videos out. You'll get to see my face. You know, there's like a face cam in there, and you get to see my reactions to all sort of cringeworthy scenes, especially the bullying scenes when Miss Marvel gets like bullied by some comic nurse. That's just cringe.
Hopefully they bully her into suicide.
Yeah, because they treat her like a freaking X-Men mutant kind of thing, and no, Inhumans are something else. They're not X-Men, you know, because it's like, oh, they're mutants, they're oppressed and blah blah, and it's just like that's literally you just ripped pages from the X-Men story and just pasted it here. It doesn't quite fit, and that and Miss Marvel is not an Avenger. So, yeah, if you like to see me suffer, then please do watch those videos. And yeah, recently I just bought a PS5. It just arrived today. I just set it up. So I'm probably going to be playing the new Spider-Man 2 game.
Ah, it's nice that you have the entire PlayStation 5 library of games to play.
I was gonna make that joke for Demon Souls. Oh, you've got the one game on the platform, Demon Souls.
Yay. Yeah. I have a love and hate relationship with first game. I love some stuff in it, and others I hate, like some story bits and combat. I hate the combat. I think it's quite dull. Just XO and wabam, the enemy is defeated. So yeah, can't wait for that. Subscribe to my channel to look forward to some Spider-Man 2 gameplay. And yeah, that's all I have to show.
Yeah, go check out his channel, everyone.
Yeah, thank you for having me on.
No problem. Thank you for coming on. And we'll have you on again at some point, of course.
I'd like to cover Puss in Boots. I watched that movie like twice in the cinemas. I love that one.
Yeah.
But we didn't get to it, unfortunately.
Yeah, sorry about that. We'll be covering it in 2 weeks. We'll be starting at around the same time. It's 2 o'clock for me. We start at. But yeah, we'll do that in 2 weeks, and we'll bring you in for that if you're available.
Yeah, sure.
I'm just trying to count the number of times I watched Puss in Boots, and I'm like, uh-oh.
You're probably in the triple digits by now, knowing you.
Because you see, I never watch a movie like twice in the cinemas, but you know, because I enjoyed it so much, then yeah, I just took my siblings to it, you know.
Because I remember we watched it, and then I watched it another time after work. I think there was a third time I might have watched it, and I was like, damn, this is a lot of views for me. And then I hear from you like a day or two later, you're like, yeah, I've just finished my like 20th watch of the movie. It's like, fucking Jesus Christ.
He's not being that hyperbolic either. I'm pretty up there on numbers. Like, it's the same thing I did with Dune, because it was one of those things of like, it was one of my big things why I clap back at EFAP a lot when it comes to Dune, because their Dune coverage was terrible. It's just because they didn't pay attention to the movie, or they forgot things, and it's like, man, this is why I watch these movies multiple times when they're actually good, so that I know the ins and outs and what the characters are saying, what the dialogue is and stuff. Oh my god. There were just so many painful things in their Dune coverage, which was, you know, again, nobody's perfect, but that one was real rough.
I'm trying to remember exactly. I know. I remember I watched it. Then I got Setch to watch it. I don't remember if I watched it with Kree or not, but I do remember Setch then did it for his Saturday Showtime, and I watched it there too.
And then I did the Saturday Showtime Mega Marathon, where I did it 3 times that day, so everybody could get to see it.
Yeah.
And I've watched it with my family. And then I watched it with my nephew. And then I did, I've done 4 times where it's just been on to the side.
Yeah.
Yeah, lots.
Such chill.
But has Pagan chilled? Pagan chill.
I was going in reverse order because we started with True Pop.
Oh, okay.
And Pagan usually doesn't have
that.
anything to shill at this point.
Yeah,
So.
I'm fair. How dare you, Pagan? How dare! I'm gonna crack your knuckles with my comb.
Rude.
Hi, I'm Setch. I am the dragon on the panel, and yeah, I stream on Twitch, YouTube, Rumble, and Kick all at the same time. So you can find me on any of those. I'm not gonna lie and say I'm still working on the Halo Reach script because that's obviously gone to the back burner as I'm focusing on doing more and more of the scripts and make sure the community's running and everything. Kind of happen, especially with Baldur's Gate 3. That kind of threw a big monkey wrench in that because those were 9-hour streams each day. That was fucking long. Yeah. I just finished Penumbra Overture. It was not good. We're going into Penumbra Black Plague tomorrow, so hopefully that is much better. Massive fingers crossed on that one. But from what Pagan has told me, it's gonna be a rough one for sure.
It's gonna be funny as hell. Oh my god,
Yeah.
Oh my god, yeah, no, you getting to meet Clarence is gonna be fucking great.
Yeah. Like I've heard that's gonna be pretty rough, but I do want the Halo Reach video to come out, but I get in that headspace where I start writing it and I'm like, no, let's not do that. No, let's fix that. No, let's do that. I have a problem with self-editing over and over and over again. Because I get perfectionism going. And that's the lesson I've struggled with my entire life is don't let perfect be the enemy of good enough. Because there is such a thing as, okay, now you're literally just doing this and wasting time at this point. Like, who cares if it's 0.1 millimeter off sort of deal. It works, it works.
To me, though, when editing, half the time, I just look for the right clips to put in between, like, some of the funny ones. Like, I should really make a habit of actually saving them. Sometimes I just don't bother.
Yeah, it's something I've been meaning to do for a while, where I need to spend a day in mind movies and TV shows, and even some games for, like, clips for reactions and stuff.
Yeah, I've started doing that to Dungeons & Dragons Honor Among Thieves and sending some to Cree. Mine, the editing isn't so much the problem. Mine is the script. Because I want the script to be accurate and the information I need to tell and everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
When I get into the editing mode, then I'm literally, I'm just like, I talk about this, so let's go to this situation, blah, 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 grab those bytes, which one of these fits better for this thing I'm currently talking about, do I make reference to a specific thing while I grab that clip, and so on and so forth. But, man, oh man, it's like, it's the writing, because I'm such a, writing is a big deal for me, so I get super perfectionist and anal when it comes to writing, like, really bad. When it comes to editing, I'm way better at it. Even Kree had one of my favorite edits I've ever done, though, which was when I made Ninja Kree, and he threw a shuriken into a guy's chest.
Mm-hmm.
I still love that edit. I still love that edit so much, because that was one of the funniest old cringe B-movie deaths. You know, a ninja that throws a ninja star and suddenly it's massive sticking out a guy's chest and he does an overdramatic blah.
Pagan. Chill.
I have a YouTube channel. Okay, good night.
Yep.
Perfect.
I'm going to grab these last couple super chats and I'm going to do my shilling.
Okay.
Let's see here. I got that one from Austin Nusantine. Membership message from Happy Nihilist for 3 months. Thank you. Hi, Guy. Have any of you read the World War Z book? Because it's really good and aged really well. I think Setch would like it. Anyways, have a nice day. I have not read it.
I read it, but quite a while ago. And I
Guessing
actually
it's
like a
better
lot.
than the movie.
The movie basically has nothing to do with the book.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
At all. It's the same thing with iRobot. iRobot has nothing to do with the book iRobot. I hate that movie iRobot so fucking much. But the book is genuinely fascinating and deals with the concept of how military members are trained to fight, because the military loses big to the zombies, and the zombies are just the normal walking, shuffling zombies. They're not the super sprinty speed runners that make massive pile of bodies sort of things. No, it's nothing like that. But it's just the concept of, in the military, you're not trained to shoot people in the head. In fact, you will get deducted points for that. You're trained to shoot center mass, because that's gonna drop somebody anyways. So why would you train to shoot in the head? There's the old saying of one in the head, two in the chest, but most military units don't train that way. So yeah, I actually do like the way that the military is defeated when it comes to the zombie outbreak in World War Z, the book itself. I like the fact that it's the training working against them, and because the military wanted to put on a big show of stopping the zombie threat, they kind of fuck everything up pretty badly, because they bring in all this technology and things like that to put on a good show, and it ends up getting in the way, and it caused them to lose the fight instead.
Yeah. $8 from DialioCon, thank you. Setch, tell us why you love Halo Reach and why you believe it's one of the best Halo games of all time. Please don't.
I am not a fucking liar, so I will not say that.
Thank you.
Halo Reach is terrible, and it is one of the worst Halo games of all time.
I have a YouTube channel.
Sorry, never mind.
I have a YouTube channel. I'm working on my Starfield review. I'm going to try and record some of the script tomorrow. VTuber debut Wednesday. I'll be showing off the model, then I'll be playing the Faith games on Wednesday, and I'll be using the model for gaming streams going forward. Have a good night, everyone.
Good night.
Bye bye. Goodbye.